Hokage, I am the spiritual leader of the Uchiha clan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Period. Chapter 246, A Battle Between Men. Spiritualization Technique. After Uchiha Xiao left, he headed towards Orochimaru's research institute. He wanted to see how far Orochimaru had progressed in his research. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it opened by itself and Orochimaru walked out. Uchiha Xiao and Orochimaru were both stunned. Then Orochimaru smiled and said, "Hokage-sama, the diamond ring you asked me to make has been completed, including the other platinum ring with a dragon carving." As he spoke, Orochimaru took out a box and gently opened it. 2 platinum rings stood inside. Uchiha Xiao was very surprised that Orochimaru only took half the time to make 2 rings, which were exactly the same size as the drawing he gave him, not to mention his platinum ring. Why is it so easy to get the diamond for Tsunade's platinum diamond ring? Orochimaru saw Uchiha Xiao's doubts and smiled slightly. "Our lord, although diamond is very hard, it is far inferior to chakra metal. Metal or a divine weapon infused with wind attribute chakra can easily cut through anything. I just happened to get a divine weapon a while ago." As he spoke, Orochimaru summoned his divine weapon. Uchiha Xiao took a look and realized that this was none other than Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword from the later period. He remembered this sword. Orochimaru would not get it until a long time later, and it was later used by Hashira for a long time. However, suddenly thinking that he could travel through time, it seemed that it would not be a big problem for Orochimaru to obtain the Kusanagi sword in advance. Uchiha Xiao took the diamond ring, opened his Sharingan to observe it for a while, and finally nodded with a smile. "Go apply for funds, and I'll approve it for you." Orochimaru's eyes lit up and he took out a note from his pocket. Uchiha Xiao's smile froze, and he was about to say that he didn't bring a pen, but Orochimaru handed him a pen. Uchiha Xiao was a little confused. Could Orochimaru predict it? However, having just earned a large sum of money from those cages, this 100 million ryo was nothing. After Orochimaru took the note from Uchiha Xiao, he immediately went to the village finance department. Money is so important for research. Uchiha Xiao put away the rings and the box and headed back to the village, but on the way, I unexpectedly met Jiraiya, who seemed to be waiting for me. Uchiha Xiao cheered himself up, then walked towards Jiraiya with a smile. Jiraiya's eyes lit up and his fighting spirit ignited. "Hokage-sama, well, Jiraiya, what are you doing?" Uchiha Xiao was a little confused. Jiraiya smiled at first, then fell silent, forcing a smile on his face. "Hokage-sama, I have made a breakthrough in my strength, and I want to find you to verify myself." Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, of course." Jiraiya nodded. "Then please follow me to the training grounds." "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Xiao nodded. He understood Jiraiya's mood at the moment, so he did not refuse and followed him to his training ground. Uchiha Xiao looked around and found it was really secluded and there was no one around. It was a good place for a fight. Jiraiya in front suddenly stopped and turned around with a complicated look in his eyes, which showed envy, jealousy and passion. He bowed and said, "Please teach me, Hokage." Uchiha Xiao nodded. This time he didn't plan to use Susanoo and Sharingan, but to fight Jiraiya in a fair fight. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and he quickly flashed in front of Uchiha Xiao and kicked him. Uchiha Xiao seized the opportunity and stepped back to dodge. Jiraiya followed up with a clenched right fist and struck Uchiha Xiao's left cheek. The blow was powerful and as fast as the wind. Uchiha Xiao raised his left hand to block, and there was a bang. A wave of air was generated, and then his right hook punch hit Jiraiya's abdomen. Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched, and he bent over after being hit, but he adjusted his posture in an instant. Then he raised his leg and kicked Uchiha Xiao's head. Uchiha Xiao raised his leg to block it at the same time, and then pulled with strength downward. Their legs intertwined and landed at the same time, leaving Jiraiya feeling a bit bewildered at the moment. Uchiha Xiao's physical skills are so powerful that an expert can tell his strength with just one move. Looking at Uchiha Xiao's black pupils again, Jiraiya understood that he was not using the Sharingan, but was simply using combat skills and experience to fight him. Perhaps his actions today were seen through by Uchiha Xiao, so he did not use Sharingan or fairy techniques to fight him. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content. Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, "Let me accept the award for the ability of Jiraiya, the self-proclaimed hero, Then he unbuttoned his robe, pulled it halfway down, and swung the robe with his left hand, allowing the sleeve of his left hand to make close contact with Jiraiya's right cheek. Jiraiya's head was knocked off balance, and his sleeve made a snapping sound when it hit his face. Jiraiya came to his senses and grabbed Uchiha Owl's arm with both hands. Uchiha Owl narrowed his eyes and retracted his arms. Jiraiya grabbed the two empty sleeves. At the same time, Uchiha Owl stretched out his hands from his arms, clenched them into fists and hit Jiraiya's chest. Bang! Two sounds were heard, and Jiraiya was knocked back, loosening Uchiha Xiao's robe with both hands. Uchiha Xiao retracted his arm and put it back into his robe, clenched his hands into palms, and spread his wings like a rock. Jiraiya steadied his steps, sweat forming on his forehead. What kind of taijutsu is this? The Cossack demon subduing technique. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Cossack? Is it a monk's robe? But you are wearing a robe. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Uchiha Xiao said confidently, it's all the same. Then Uchiha Owl flew forward in the air, stretched out his left hand, and stabbed Jiraiya's head, and Jiraiya tilted his head. Uchiha Owl stretched out his right hand again. Jiraiya tilted his head again, and prepared to grab Uchiha Owl's arm with his left hand. Who knew that Jiraiya moved quickly, but Uchiha Owl moved even faster. Jiraiya retracted his right hand and grabbed the right sleeve of his robe again. Uchiha Owl threw two punches with his right hand, knocking Jiraiya away. Then he put his right hand back into his sleeve, turned 360 degrees in the air, and came in front of Jiraiya. Still fighting, Jiraiya was confused. He was about to say that he didn't want to fight anymore, but at this moment, Uchiha Owl tensed up and jumped up. He opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and although he didn't see anything, his intuition told him that there was danger just now. The system suddenly said, "Ding, host, please activate soul perception." Uchiha Xiao nodded and activated the soul perception technique. Suddenly, his vision became like a god's perspective, and he could see clearly every movement within 10 kilometers around him, including the white humanoid soul. Kato-dan. Jiraiya didn't know why Uchiha Owl suddenly jumped up, but he clearly saw the fallen leaves in front of him being split in half, but he didn't see any attack. His face turned pale. There was only one person in Konoha who possessed this ability, Kato-dan. He suddenly remembered that it was at Kato-dan's instigation that he wanted to fight with Uchiha Owl to resolve his emotional knot. If Uchiha Owl died here, then there would be no doubt that he would become the scapegoat and the sinner who assassinated the Hokage. By then, Tsunade, the teacher, and the villagers will hate him, and Konoha Senju and Uchiha may split again because of him. Thinking of this, Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Damn it, Kato-dan was stunned. Uchiha Xiao actually dodged his killing move? He looked up at Uchiha Xiao, only to find that Uchiha Xiao was looking at his soul. He frowned, not believing that such an outrageous thing would happen. Then he attacked Uchiha Xiao again. Chapter 247. Hunting down Kato-dan. Black Zetsu's new puppet. Uchiha Xiao looked at Kato-dan's soul coming towards him with a serious expression. He couldn't stick to this guy. Then, his eyes narrowed, his skin turned white instantly, an immortal's face appeared. Golden dragon scales appeared on his chest, and the scales on his chest glowed. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. He could feel Nilin's desire for Kato's severed soul, and he kept urging him to use the immortal technique, Dragon Soul Destroying Soul Technique. This was the first time he was guided by the reverse scale. He looked at Kato-dan, who was rushing towards him, raised the corners of his mouth, and circulated the fairy chakra, flowing it into the reverse scale. Suddenly, the golden light of the reverse scales burst out, and Kato-dan's eyes were stung by the strong light. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and slowly opened them after the strong light disappeared. Jiraiya's voice suddenly rang out, Kato-dan. It's you? Kato-dan turned to look at Jiraiya in confusion, but he didn't expect that Jiraiya was also looking at him. He could see him. No, that's not right. It's that golden light. Uchiha Owl. He didn't have time to care about Jiraiya. He looked at Uchiha Owl, and his heart started pounding. Uchiha Owl was enveloped in golden chakra, Susanoo. Then a roaring golden dragon flew out of his body, circling above him. The powerful soul power made Kato-dan break into cold sweat. He had a premonition that if he didn't run, he would die here today. So he changed direction and flew towards his body. Jiraiya quickly blocked Kato-dan's way and punched him. Bang! Kato-dan was sent flying, crashing into a tree. His pupils shrank. How could it be possible that his spiritual transformation technique had actually failed? No. It's not invalid, because he still appears here in spirit form. He just lost the ability to be immune to physical attacks. Then there is only one possibility, the golden light that Uchiha Xiao just saw, monster. You monster, Kato-dan roared, looking at Uchiha Xiao with jealousy and anger in his eyes. Are you done? If you've said that, then prepare to die here. Uchiha Xiao sneered, waved his right hand, and the golden dragon bit towards Kato-dan. Kato-dan naturally would not sit still and wait for death. The soul power in his hands surged and turned into two sharp blades. Slashing towards the golden dragon, there was a mocking look in Jinlong's eyes. What kind of rubbish dares to try to scam me? A divine dragon swung its tail and hit Kato-dan. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, Kato-dan gritted his teeth and stabbed the golden dragon's tail with both hands with a ding sound. The soul blade was broken, and the broken part even merged into the golden dragon's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a snap, the golden dragon's tail swung on him and threw him to the ground just as he stood up and tried to escape. The golden dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed one of his arms. Tear. Kato's arm in the broken soul state was bitten just like that. This scene made Jiraiya's scalp numb. He thought that Kato-dan's spiritual transformation technique was terrifying enough, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Xiao's golden dragon today was even more terrifying than him. Kato-dan cried out in pain. What the hell is this thing that can actually devour souls? HMPH, if you dare to assassinate me, you must be prepared to die. After Uchiha Xiao said this, he ordered Jinlong to continue killing Kato-dan. The golden dragon howled with excitement after receiving Kato-dan's gift. Today, he finally had the chance to eat meat. He flew towards Kato-dan again. Once again, Kato-dan's other arm was torn off. This time, Kato-dan cut off his arm to survive, and he took the initiative to cut off the soul connection of the arm, and then flew towards his main body. The golden dragon ate Kato-dan's severed arm, then raised its head and found that Kato-dan had disappeared, and its eyes became silly and cute, which made Uchiha Xiao speechless. The golden dragon is strong, but a little childish. Uchiha Xiao shook his head, retracted it, and glanced at the dazed Jiraiya. He sighed. I believe you didn't do it on purpose, but were bewitched by him. Please return to the village and announce for me that Kato-dan failed in his attempt to assassinate the Hokage and is listed as an S-rank traitor. Yes, Lord Hokage. Jiraiya was completely convinced. He was not as good as Uchiha Xiao in physical skills, and Kato-dan's spiritual transformation technique was also completely defeated by Uchiha Xiao. As for ninjutsu, Jiraiya was no fool. There was no need to humiliate himself. Uchiha Xiao nodded and followed the direction of the soul perception radar. Finally, he stopped outside a cave. He looked around and found that the nearby scene seemed familiar. Isn't this the place near the canopy bridge in the anime where Obito was pressed down by the rocks? And the next moment, he used his soul perception to sense that in addition to Kato-dan's soul, there was also a very familiar old friend in the cave, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was stunned when he saw Kato-dan's soul. What happened? Did he fail? He's injured so badly. Kato-dan nodded, then merged into his body. He wanted to raise his hands, but found that his hands had lost sensation and he couldn't lift them at all. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn Uchiha Xiao, he stole my woman and now he wants to kill me. Black Zetsu was speechless. He looked at Kato-dan and began to doubt whether he had chosen the wrong person. He was such a waste, but the next moment, his face changed. He possessed Kato-dan and said, Don't resist. If you resist, you will die today. Kato-dan was initially resistant, but upon hearing the word death, he relented. Out of jealousy for humanity, he wanted to kill Uchiha Xiao. Fearing death, he chose to compromise. Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief and instantly took control of Kato-dan's body. As a result, he saw 9 golden dragons flying in, carrying Dragon Balls. 9 dragons. Yaoshinju. Black Zetsu's face turned pale, and he quickly burrowed underground and disappeared, muttering in his heart, Damn it, it's all your fault, Uchiha Xiao. You caused me to lose such a powerful puppet. Mom, you are in the moon and you will protect me, right? Black Zetsu felt a pain in his heart and fled thousands of miles away, disappearing directly in the soul perception technique. Uchiha Xiao had a calm expression as he watched the cave collapse and sighed. I didn't expect this old friend to still be able to run as fast as ever. Is Kato-dan the new puppet you chose? Interesting. It seems that the ninja world will not be peaceful in the future. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao performed the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the village entrance. He found that 3,000 ninjas had gathered outside the door. The ninjas' eyes blazed with fire, their teeth gnashed, their veins bulging with rage. Leading the way were his fiancée Tsunade and Uchiha Madara, both with murderous looks on their faces, while Jiraiya was pointing in the direction Uchiha Xiao was chasing and saying something. Uchiha Xiao suddenly understood that this was because everyone had heard that he was assassinated by Kato-dan, and then they were chasing Kato-dan. They were worried, so they gathered the army and prepared to support him. Uchiha Xiao suddenly appeared, startling everyone present, and then they all stepped forward and said, "Hokage, are you okay? There are 3 updates today. Life has been a bit too routine lately. It's time to bring some chaos to the ninja world. Please use your love to generate power, give 5-star praise, comment, and urge for updates. Please click once to urge for updates. 3 updates a day are not enough for one click. Woo 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 woo." Chapter 248 Live in the present. Uchiha Xiao was very moved. He thought that even if it was the first Hokage, once the news of Senju Hashirame's accident spread, it would take only 12 or 13 minutes for so many people to gather. What does this mean? This means that Uchiha Xiao, the Hokage, is deeply loved by the people. This Hokage stood on the side of the villagers and worked for their interests. Maybe he is not the representative of the people, but in the hearts of the people, he can bring them a better life and more favorable conditions. Listening to the ninja's questions, Uchiha Xiao calmed down from his previous angry state, and even felt a little happy because they united for their own safety. "I'm fine. Thank you all for your hard work. I, Uchiha Xiao, will remember this favor. I hope you all can attend my wedding tomorrow." Uchiha Xiao's face was full of smiles. All the ninjas present were smiling and slowly left the stage. After everyone left the battlefield, Tsunade stepped forward and took his hand. "Our lord, are you okay? I just heard that Kato-dan tried to stab you. Are you hurt anywhere?" Uchiha Xiao looked at Tsunade's anxious look and couldn't help but feel soft in his heart. "Fortunately, I'm lucky. That guy's spirit transformation technique is ineffective on me." After saying that, Uchiha Xiao looked at Jiraiya, who was standing aside, and said, "Thank you for gathering the army in such a short time for my safety." "No, it's okay." Jiraiya was a little unnatural. He didn't say everything. He just said that he found out about Uchiha Xiao's assassination. Uchiha Xiao nodded, put his right arm around Tsunade, and stroked her hair with his left hand, soothing Tsunade's anxious heart. The corners of Tsunade's eyes were red, and she was obviously very scared. She had also heard of the spirit transformation technique, which ignored the distance and could take a person's head from 1,000 miles away as easily as taking something out of a bag. Moreover, people with low soul power cannot detect it at all, and people with high soul power have no way to fight back and will only be consumed to death. Although Uchiha Xiao is powerful, she has never heard that Uchiha Xiao has the ability to attack souls. Therefore, when she heard that Kato-dan assassinated the Hokage, her face was pale, and she hurriedly gathered the army with Jiraiya and notified Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Madara received the news, his eyes were solemn, and he immediately took command and prepared to go to war. Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Madara. The grandfather and grandson had been together for a long time, so they had some tacit understanding. Then Uchiha Madara gestured to him, "Let's talk about it when we get home." Then he grabbed Jiraiya's neck and left in a flash. Uchiha Xiao continued to caress Tsunade's little head, and when she calmed down, he suddenly said, "Tsunade, how are you? Are you feeling better?" Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's nothing. It's all your fault." As she spoke, her tears suddenly flowed down. Uchiha Xiao quickly took out a handkerchief, squatted down, and wiped Tsunade's tears. "It's my fault. It's my fault. I made Lady Tsunade worry. Look, she's crying like a little kitten." Uchiha Xiao smiled faintly. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiao's smile at the moment and bit her teeth lightly. Why is this man like this? He is so gentle and handsome when coaxing people. It's so unfair. Finally, Tsunade fell for Uchiha Xiao's sweet words, and sadness was eventually replaced by joy. She entered the village with Uchiha Xiao with a smile on her face. At night, after Tsunade fell asleep, Uchiha Xiao walked from the Senju clan's territory to the Uchiha clan. His face was calm, as if he hadn't discovered anything today, as if he wasn't the one being assassinated. And he didn't take Black Zetsu seriously. In fact, this is not the case. Uchiha Xiao has now cut off contact with Black Zetsu, and it is extremely difficult to find him. Therefore, instead of thinking about how to defend yourself, it is better to empty your mind and live in the present. He is getting married tomorrow, so of course the wedding is the most important thing. As for Black Zetsu, Uchiha Xiao's eyes flashed, and he plans to keep his soul perception technique on all day to guard against Black Zetsu. He even planned to teach this technique to Tsunade, Madara and other relatives and friends. With Kato-dan's spiritual transformation technique, he couldn't make much of a splash in the soul perception technique. Uchiha Xiao looked up at the starry sky and realized that overthinking the future is tantamount to killing yourself in the present. Before you say a word, the ending has already been played out 1,000 times. Before you move, Your mind has already gone through 1,000 mountains. Before you accomplish your goal, the illusion of suffering and worry will not unfold. After you finish something, the past is still playing out in your mind. We are born to please ourselves, not to be trapped by others. If we get too nervous about a little thing, we will end up failing. Pushing open the gate of the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Xiao raised his eyes and saw Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna sitting on a stool next to the stone table, and even Uchiha Itachi had come. Although Uchiha Guangzi was responsible for serving tea and water, he was still worried when he looked at Uchiha Xiao. Now the glory of the Uchiha clan, the status of the Uchiha clan, and the future of the Uchiha clan all depend on Uchiha Xiao. If possible, he hoped that Uchiha Xiaolian could inherit the position of the head of the Uchiha clan, but he said, if I have both the head and the shadow, it will only attract more attention, and using this as an excuse, he persuaded himself to be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. But this does not mean that Uchiha Guangzi does not care about Uchiha Xiao. On the contrary, in the Uchiha clan, he is the ninja who cares most about Uchiha Xiao's life and death, except for Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Are you back? Madara asked. Yeah, I'm back, Uchiha Xiao said calmly. That little girl Tsunade, Madara continued to ask. Already asleep, Uchiha Xiao replied immediately. Uchiha Madara was silent and looked at Uchiha Owl. He didn't know why, but his temperament had changed a lot after he came back this time. It's not that his previous character of thinking 10 steps ahead was bad, but the current Uchiha Xiao made him feel like he was more like a young man. Uchiha Izuna asked Uchiha Owl, besides that Kato Dan, who else is there? He felt that things were not that simple. Uchiha Xiao glanced at Uchiha Madara, which confused Uchiha Madara. Why are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me, Grandpa? I wonder if you still remember Black Zetsu. Uchiha Owl uttered a name. Of course I remember. It is the embodiment of my will. By the way, if you hadn't told me, I almost forgot that I haven't seen it for a long time. Uchiha Madara nodded. Uchiha Izuna suddenly spoke up to remind him, brother, what Xiao meant was that besides the apparent Kato Dan, the Black Zetsu is the mastermind behind the assassination tonight. Uchiha Xiao nodded. As expected, his own grandfather understood him and was smart. He immediately deduced what he wanted to express. Uchiha Madara shook his head. That's impossible. Black Zetsu always knows exactly what I want and what I want to do, even though I have given up the Moon Eye project. Uchiha Madara is always so blindly confident. Although he has the strength to match his opponent, this also makes him arrogant. This is directly related to the Black Zetsu's sneak attack on him in the original novel. Black Zetsu is very good at observing people's hearts, using people's hearts, and destroying people's hearts. Therefore, Uchiha Owl felt that it was not difficult to guess Uchiha Madara's purpose. Chapter 249 Indra Grandpa, maybe it's not your will at all. I didn't tell you this before because you are still immersed in hatred. Now it seems there is no need for me to hide it anymore. Uchiha Xiao decided to tell Madara everything tonight. Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank. He always felt that what his grandson was about to say would shatter his 3 views, but since it was the truth, he should say it out loud. Uchiha Izuna's eyes flashed, and he had some guesses in his mind. When he was resurrected, he met Black Zetsu, and he felt something was wrong at that time. Although the eldest brother has a bad temper, is impulsive and easily angered, his chakra is definitely not cold or damp. It was just that he was overwhelmed by the joy of resurrection at that time, which caused him to not think too much. Now that I think about it, this Black Zetsu is not a simple character. He may even be using my elder brother to achieve his own goals. Brother, let's listen. Maybe Xiao knows a lot. Uchiha Izuna pondered for a moment and blurted out, looking at his grandson Uchiha Xiao with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Uchiha Xiao didn't waste any words. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan emerged and rotated 180 degrees. A world created by illusion appeared in the fantasy ninja world. There are no various countries, only humans and ninja clans, and the ruler was none other than the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Haguramo, who was standing outside the delivery room, walking anxiously with his 6-path scepter in his hand. Chief, don't be too nervous. Yes, I believe that Madam will be able to give birth smoothly. That's right, this scene was the day when Indra and Ashura were born. Otsutsuki Haguramo was not an immortal at this moment, but just a father of 2 unborn children and a helpless husband. He was extremely anxious at the moment, and looked into the house from time to time. Suddenly, he cried out. A woman came out of the house and said with a smile, "It's a boy, Chief." Otsutsuki Haguramo looked excited at the moment. He took the boy and smiled slightly. He finally had a bond in this ninja world. Where's the lady? Is she okay? Otsutsuki Haguramo asked with a smile. The woman was about to say that mother and child were safe, but at this moment, the lady's shrill cry rang out, "There's another child!" The woman's face changed and she hurried into the house without even looking at the leader's expression. Otsutsuki Haguramo looked nervous. "There was another one, madam. You are bleeding too much now. If you give birth to another child, I'm afraid." The woman looked pale. "Now it's time to make a choice, save the child or save your life," the woman asked. "Save the child?" The lady said this without hesitation and held the woman's hand. "This matter is too big. How about I ask the chief?" The mother and daughter wanted to go out. Period. The lady looked at her with a pale face and said, "Please, I want to protect my child. Even if I die, I will keep him safe." The woman was greatly shocked. Finally, looking at the pleading look in the lady's eyes, she bit her teeth and said, "Okay, madam, you have to push hard in a while. In this case, the hemostatic medicine cannot be used, otherwise, the lady hummed softly. She had to conserve her energy, otherwise she might fail countless times. His wife was on the verge of life and death and wanted to give up. However, when she heard the crying of her eldest son outside the door and thought that she still had a child in her belly, she had endless energy. Finally, with the insistence of his wife, the second son was born. "Bring our son here so I can see him." The wife forced a smile. The woman's eyes were red and swollen. She carried the blood-stained assurance to her wife. The wife smiled happily and said, "Where's the eldest son?" The woman hurried out and said, "Master Chief, my wife is dying from trying to protect her child. She wants to see her eldest son before she dies." At this moment, Otsutsuki Haguramo's pupils shrank and his legs went weak. If he didn't have the six-path scepter in his hand, he would have probably knelt down at this moment. Seeing the chief in this state, the woman had no time to comfort him and walked into the house with her eldest son in her arms. Otsutsuki Haguramo forced himself to stand up and follow the woman into the house. At this moment, the lady was covered with a quilt and looked at her two sons with a kind face. "Madam," Otsutsuki Haguramo's voice trembled, "husband, it's two sons. You will have heirs in the future." Although the lady was in pain all over, her face was full of smiles. Otsutsuki Haguramo was silent, not daring to look at the frail wife, while the wife turned sideways and touched her eldest son's head. "Take good care of your brother in the future." He pinched his second son's face again and said, "You must listen to your brother in the future and lead the people of the ninja clan together with your brother to live a good life." Suddenly, the lady felt her eyelids become heavy, and finally she slowly fell asleep, her arms resting on her two sons, and she lost her breath through her nose. "Madam," Otsutsuki Haguramo shouted with bloodshot eyes. And the two children seemed to feel that their mother had left them. They cried and wailed together, and the women watched the scene with tears in their eyes. Uchiha Izuna didn't feel anything, but the chakra in Uchiha Madara's body began to tremble unconsciously, and a tear flowed uncontrollably. Uchiha Xiao may know the reason. No matter how powerful or cold-blooded Indra is, and no matter how people recognize him, there is at least one person who has never given up on him and has high hopes for him. That is his mother. Even if his chakra is reincarnated, his mother's tenderness is something he can never reach. "Brother, you?" Uchiha Izuna was a little confused. Why was her always strong brother crying today? Uchiha Madara was stunned. After feeling the cool breeze blowing across his tear marks, he raised his hand and touched his cheek. It was wet. He cried. A wave of sadness lingered in his heart, but he knew clearly that it was not him crying, but the chakra in his body that was trembling and weeping. His chakra actually had its own consciousness, and then a shadow walked out of Uchiha Madara's body. He had short brown hair. Two willow-shaped hair tied on both sides with bandages, and a long ponytail swung behind him. He was wearing a white robe with 6 black magatama on it, and his eyebrows were very special, 2 misty eyebrows. Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths, is a legendary being. This is Indra, the lady's eldest son in the scene just now. Uchiha Xiao introduced Indra's chakra, glanced at him, then walked into the world of illusion, raised his wife's hand, and wanted to touch his cheek. But this is an illusion after all, and he is also in chakra form, so how can he touch the lady? Mother, I miss you so much." Indra was stunned and realized that he could not touch his wife. So he looked at his mother with tenderness on his face. Slowly, he knelt on the ground, looked at the lady in front of him, and couldn't help crying. This man who had been strong all his life was crying like a child at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, he stood up and walked towards Uchiha Madara, then glanced at Uchiha Al and said, "Thank you." Afterwards, he merged with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was stunned. What was going on? He looked at Uchiha Al. Uchiha Xiao said, "Keep reading." Chapter 250. Opening eyes. Children, Your mother left to protect you. From now on, you are the heirs of my ninja clan. The eldest son will be named Indra, and the second son will be named Ashura." As he said this, Otsutsuki Hagoromo sighed. The scene changes to when the two children are about 6 years old. Ashura plays with his friends all day long, while Indra is reading the books of the ninja sect. Although the two are brothers, their talents are completely different. No matter what the six-path sage teaches, Indra always understands it at a glance, while Ashura knows nothing at all. However, the two brothers loved each other very much. Until one day, Indra was reading ancient books and an idea flashed in his mind. Since everyone has chakra, can it be released in some way? So after some research, he invented a method called seal to stimulate the flow of chakra in a body, and after his teaching, many ordinary people were able to feel the chakra and perform ninjutsu. This scene amazed the six-path sage, but there was worry in his eyes. "Indra, you did a great job. With your improvements, ordinary people can perform ninjutsu." Indra received praise from his father and the corners of his mouth curled up, while Ashura on the side felt a little lost. Who could understand how painful it was to have a gifted older brother? But the six-path sage changed his tone and said, "But excessive power can also bring disaster. From now on, I ask you to supervise the ninja clan." "I understand, son." Indra smiled. "Yeah." The six-path sage nodded, but his eyes were looking at Ashura, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ashura felt a little lost. Since he was born, he was compared with Indra. Compared with Indra, he was simply a fool, living under Indra's shadow every day. Indra seemed to notice his brother's disappointment, so he walked up to him and patted his shoulder. "Brother, do you want to learn? I will teach you." His smile was genuine, his eyes revealing sincerity, which made Ashura flattered. "Big brother, is this really possible?" Indra smiled and said, "Of course you can. After all, you are my younger brother. As an older brother, I will definitely not hide anything from my younger brother." Indra's image at this moment was very great in Ashura's eyes, even comparable to his father. His eyes reddened and he nodded quickly. "Yes. Big brother is the best." Indra was helpless, so he touched his brother's head, then took his brother's hand and prepared to teach him ninjutsu. The six-path sage looked at this scene with a smile on his face. Perhaps he was overthinking it, as the relationship between the two brothers seemed to be pretty good. The six-path sage turned and left the training ground and went back to sleep. Indra explained to Ashura in great detail, from the creative ideas to the various hand seals and how to mobilize chakra to perform ninjutsu of different attributes, but Ashura couldn't listen. His head was about to explode. He couldn't believe how his brother could remember all that knowledge. Indra was not in a hurry. He took out a handwritten scroll which contained his experiences and insights, which should be able to help his brother. Ashura's eyes were filled with gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Indra smiled and waved his hand. "Then I'll go read a book first." "Come on, brother. I believe you can succeed." With Indra's efforts, Ashura regained his fighting spirit. He nodded and said, "I will definitely not let my big brother down." He would practice hard. At this moment, a black shadow appeared from the darkness. He was wearing a robe and looked at Indra with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Afterwards, after hearing the sound of Herhohi, the black shadow disappeared, obviously having some plan. After Indra invented the hand seals, he created one lightning-style ninjutsu and clone-style jutsu after another through his understanding of chakra and taught them to everyone. At this moment, Indra was only 10 years old, and the sage of six paths also called him a true genius of the ninja sect. As he continued to gain power, he began to become proud and conceited, but these were not big problems in the eyes of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It was normal for children to be a little conceited, so he did not discipline Indra until one day, Indra and Ashura went to the forest to practice with a yellow-backed puppy. Unexpectedly, a wild boar ran out. Its eyes were angry and red, its right leg was rubbing on the ground, and then it rushed towards Ashura. Ashura yelled, "Help, Wong Wong!" Unexpectedly, the yellow-backed puppy rushed forward resolutely, trying to resist the wild boar's attack for Ashura, but the reality is cruel. With a bang, the yellow-backed puppy was knocked away, but the wild boar continued to rush towards Ashura at the same speed, but Ashura didn't care about that. Instead he shouted "Ziobe," then he was knocked away by the wild boar, forming a parabola and falling to the ground with a thud, but he was alright. He stood up and picked up Ziobe, calling his name. Just then, Indra's voice rang out, "Ashura, Ani-san!" Ashura suddenly shouted. Then, Indra jumped down from the tree and now stood beside Ashura. His expression did not change, but his brows, which were usually calm and composed, were slightly wrinkled and his eyes were gloomy. "How dare you hurt my Hello Dao Dao?" Indra gritted his teeth, then formed a seal, stretched out his right hand, surrounded by arcs of electricity. and rushed towards the wild boar with a roar. The wild boar also rushed towards Indra. A white flash of lightning flashed by, and the wild boar fell to the ground. At the same time, Indra's right palm was flashing with white electricity and crackling. Nissan, Ashura rushed towards Indra while holding Xiaobei and shouting, "Are you okay?" Indra turned around and asked, "I'm fine, but Xiaobei." As he said this, Ashura handed over Xiaobei with a bleeding head, his eyes a little red. Indra paused and looked at Ashura. "Little white, protected you with his life, give him a proper burial." Then he patted Ashura on the shoulder to comfort him. Ashura nodded, then looked up at his eldest brother Indra. He was suddenly stunned. "Brother, your eyes." Indra was stunned, and took out the kunai that was so smooth that he could see his face clearly, then raised it up and looked at his Sharingan reflected in it, with two Magatama lying inside. "Sasuke, no one will cyberbully me, right?" Indra did not say anything. He felt that this power was extraordinary and planned to go back and study it further. What the two men didn't know was that just as they were leaving, a figure emerged from the ground. He was wearing a windbreaker, revealing only his two eyes, while the rest of his body was wrapped tightly. He looked at the two brothers. "Haha, Sharingan, I didn't expect that." Indra actually awakened the Sharingan. "Mom, the time to save you has shortened a little bit." Otsutsuki Chengxiang looked up at the sky at this moment, his face full of excitement. Chapter 251. Am I wrong? At this moment, an invisible black face appeared in front of Indra, so his pupils shrank and he glanced at Ashura. "Go, bury Xiaobei first." Ashura didn't notice Black Zetsu. He nodded and left quickly. Seeing his brother leave, Indra embarked on a path of no return that changed his character. "What's the matter? Why are you pestering me?" Indra said calmly. Although he was just a child, he already had the momentum and pressure of a strong man. "You will become stronger. You are both talented and motivated for the ninja clan." Then Black Zetsu disappeared, and Indra also remembered these words. He also believed that strength was very important. He was the heir of the ninja clan, so he began to practice and work hard continuously. Then he began to pursue strength and gain more powerful power. Many years later, Indra and Ashura were summoned by the Sage of Six Paths because a ninja had committed a crime, and the Sage of Six Paths called his two sons over. Ashura pretended to be righteous, believing that no one is perfect and that as long as they are willing to correct their mistakes, it is acceptable. Indra took a quick glance and then pierced the ninja through. In Ashura's eyes, Indra seemed to be able to kill people at will and leave no chance for survival. "What? Ashura, are you starting to blame me as your brother?" Indra's voice was filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. "A guy who made a mistake should die." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. In response to this, Ashura gritted his teeth. His talent and ability were no match for Indra now, but he just thought that what Indra did was wrong, so, for the first time, he refuted his elder brother. "Brother, I beg your pardon. Your idea is too extreme." Indra seemed to have heard something ridiculous. He glanced at Ashura and said, "You've grown so powerful." "Ashura, how dare you talk to me like that?" In an instant, a powerful chakra burst out, forcing Ashura to retreat step by step, and the six-path sage Otsutsuki Haguramo could no longer sit still. "Enough, Indra, are you going to kill your brother?" The six-path staff paused, and a powerful chakra bounced Indra's chakra back. Indra tutted, but didn't attack again. Besides, could that little chakra kill Ashura? He couldn't kill him, he was just teaching him a lesson. Ashura gritted his teeth. His brother just moved his fingers and he was unable to resist. He was indeed a waste. Indra did not explain anything, but left the scene. The six-path sage Otsutsuki Haguramo was silent at this moment. When did Indra become like this? Was it because of power? At this moment, a group of people rushed up and helped Ashura up, asking about his situation. Otsutsuki Haguramo was stunned. Seeing Ashura being recognized by everyone and surrounded in the middle, he had some different feelings in his heart. The scales that originally leaned towards Indra now began to balance, and the two began to be equal in his heart. Perhaps he should give the two a fair chance to choose the successor of my ninja clan. So, one day, Otsutsuki Haguramo called Indra and Ashura and said, "There are two villages on the mountain. They rely on the sap of the sacred tree to survive. You go to these two villages and deal with this matter separately. Thus began the battle for the crown. Prince Ashura believed that people could not always rely on the sap of the sacred tree, but should rely on their own hard-working hands to create new water sources. He distributed the chakra to the villagers. The villagers were puzzled at first. The sap of the sacred tree was endless, and there was no need to go through so much trouble. Why did they do this? At first the villagers did not react much, instead they thought Ashura was a fool. But gradually they saw Ashura working hard to dig water, and they could not help but be moved, so one man after another joined him, and the women brought food to the men, looking very happy until one day, Ashura exerted force and pressed with a hoe, and suddenly water gushed out from below. With a smile on Ashura's face, "Everyone, there is water. Quickly pile up the prepared well stones." Ashura's voice was filled with joy, and this feeling was passed on to everyone present. Then the well stones were transported down with the prepared ropes. Ashura took the stones, piled them up one by one, and finally jumped and flew up. From now on, you can hang up the wooden barrel with a rope, and then put it down to draw water. This water is inexhaustible. Ashura's sunny smile infected everyone. The villagers lifted him up high, shouting Ashura's name, and Ashura's laughter spread throughout the village. This is a well that was obtained through the efforts and struggles of everyone and the hard work of our partners, so everyone attaches great importance to it. On the other hand, Indra, with his extraordinary personal ability, provided water to the villagers unconditionally and destroyed the sacred tree. Because the water was easy to come by, people did not care too much about it, but who would have thought that later the village would fight over the water source and eventually be destroyed. All of these things were seen by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Facing Indra, who always relied on his own abilities to overcome difficulties, he believed that Ashura's way of dealing with people and the bonds between him and his friends were correct. Therefore, he ignored his eldest son's talent and efforts and chose Ashura, who had a strong popular base and many ties. As the heir to the ninja clan, he ordered his eldest son Indra to assist Ashura and help him take charge of the ninja clan. At that moment, Indra felt like the sky had fallen. He couldn't believe the decision made by the Sage of Six Paths. He began to hate and feel pain. He looked at Ashura, who had a worried look on his face. From then on, the two brothers broke up completely, and Indra left the ninja clan with a wave of his sleeves. Under the instigation of Black Zetsu, he denied the ninja clan and the hypocritical peace, and began to create various ninjutsu for use in wars, exploiting human nature and declaring war on Ashura and the Six Paths Sage. This marked the beginning of a war that would never end. As people's talents varied, they wanted more, and gradually, the ninja clan began to fight each other for their own interests. Uchiha Madara was silent. Through illusion, he knew that Black Zetsu actually appeared nearly 1,000 years earlier than him, so what he claimed to be his will was nothing more than a way to deceive him and achieve his own goals. As for Indra, he saw his entire life, and when he looked at Ashura, his expression was complicated, as he saw the shadow of Hashirama in him. Considering the fact that Indra appeared in his chakra just now, Hashirama Senju should be the reincarnation of Ashura. Like Indra, he had no one behind him at the beginning, and he tried to crush everything with his absolute power, but in the end I failed, and I can't help feeling a little sad at this moment. Grandpa, you are not wrong. The one who is wrong is the biased old man Six Paths. He gave all his power to Ashura, turning him from a dull person into a strong man. Uchiha Xiao pointed to the scene where the Sage of Six Paths gave the power of Six Paths to Ashura. There are 4 chapters tonight. Please click a little with your love. Please click a little more torch for more chapters, and leave more comments. Woo! I'm afraid no one will read it. Humble little author, seeking attention online. Chapter 252, End of the Ninja Clan. Uchiha Al pointed to the scene in the illusion, where the Sage of Six Paths entrusted the ninja clan and his own power of the Six Paths to Ashura. Although Ashura was reluctant to accept it at first, he eventually accepted it after being persuaded by the Sage of Six Paths. The scene changed again, and Indra attacked the ninja clan. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of gaining power. He floated in the air, looking down at the Six Paths Sage and Ashura. Hey, old man, I, Indra, formally declare war on you and Ashura. Indra crossed his arms and spoke in a frivolous tone. Brother, Ashura gritted his teeth and said, stop it now. Indra was stunned. In order to obtain this power, to become the successor of the ninja clan, I can't turn back. As he spoke, his eyes changed from 3 Magatama to 6-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan. And he waved his right hand. Susanoo appeared and attacked Ashura. Ashura held his hands in Tai Chi ball holding posture, and chakra energy balls circled around each other and hit Indra. Indra was repelled. He was slightly stunned, then laughed wildly. Ashura, you've become so powerful. You dare to fight me? Then Susanoo no longer hid and turned into a 600-meter complete Susanoo. He drew out his two swords, holding one in each hand, and slashed at Ashura without mercy. Ashura clapped his hands, and 1,000 armed Buddha rose up, and thousands of arms pressed towards Indra's Susanoo. Indra couldn't believe it. You inherited the power of the six paths. Ashura said nothing, but just suppressed his brother. Finally, Indra's Susanoo was pressed to the ground and dissipated, and he took the opportunity to leave the battlefield. He hated his father and his brother in his heart. Why did his father think that his talent and hard work were not worth mentioning compared to Ashura's methods of winning people's hearts? Why does my younger brother get all the power of the six paths? This is unfair. My father is biased. With this thought in mind, Indra left the battlefield and lay dormant until the day when the sage of six paths was about to die. Indra walked in. His appearance had changed from that of a teenager to that of a middle-aged man. There was no joy or sadness in his eyes as he looked at the six-path sage lying on the bed. Indra, Otsutsuki Haguramo closed his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Are you here to kill me? HMPH, there's no need for me to do anything. I came here to show you the future of the ninja clan, which is about to turn into hell. You've always been afraid of your grandmother's power, but you didn't dare to look directly at this powerful force, so you just avoided it. You used love and bond as an excuse for sophistry. Your selfish misunderstanding will bring war and disaster to the future of the Shinobi clan. Until Ashura, his people, and the Shinobi clan are destroyed from this world." Ashura has become more mature at this moment. What he said shocked Uchiha Madara greatly, while Uchiha Owl nodded, agreeing with Indra's words because in the original work, the Shinobi clan was destroyed, the Senju clan was wiped out, and the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. This is undoubtedly a certified statement of Indra Wada-loving family. They sacrificed their own people for love of others. Uchiha Xiao also shook his head. Anyway, he did not approve of Ashura. Such a goody-goody. Indra spoke again, "I will never stop fighting. To achieve this, my soul will be resurrected and fight countless times." The six-path sage stretched out his hand and said, "I'm sorry, perhaps only Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Owl knew that he was saying this to Indra, his eldest son, but Ashura held his hand and said, "Don't worry, father. Since my elder brother is going to be resurrected countless times, then let my soul be resurrected countless times as well." Uchiha Xiao was completely speechless. "You have to go against your elder brother, right?" The six-path sage was probably speechless, but he finally said, "Ashura, the future of this world is in the hands of you and your descendants." After that, he left this world. Everyone was sad and kept muttering the name of the six-path sage. Uchiha Xiao sighed. This was just like the ancient practice of deposing the eldest son and enthroning the youngest. Indra believed in strength, while Ashura placed his hopes on the illusory love and bond, but he overlooked the fact that it was because of his power that everyone was willing to listen to him, follow his orders, and respect him as a leader. After Ashura's death, the ninja clan also started a war and eventually fell apart. What was the difference between this and Hashirama Senju? He used his strength but still said that bonds and love were more important than strength. Uchiha Izuna felt a little complicated. She didn't expect that her elder brother was the reincarnation of Indra. Then, Senju Hashirama should be the reincarnation of Ashura, right? That's right. That hypocritical look really makes people feel helpless. He looked at his eldest brother and finally sighed. Brother is brother. Even if you are the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, you are still my Uchiha Izuna's eldest brother. Uchiha Madara came back to his senses and looked at Izuna tenderly. Yes, I am not Indra, but Uchiha Madara, the one and only Uchiha Madara. He regained his confidence and looked at Ashura at the same time, then turned around and said, "You are too naive after all, Hashirama." The scene ends here and the environment returns to its original state. So, Grandpa, Indra embarked on this road of no return because of Black Zetsu's plan. So when he said it was your will, he was just trying to seduce and use you, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Uchiha Madara was silent, and finally nodded. I understand, Xiao, thank you for letting me see this. We are all family, don't you think, Xiao? Uchiha Izuna gave Uchiha Xiao a wink. Uchiha Xiao quickly said, yes, Grandpa, we are all one family. And this is the life story of Indra and Ashura, not the life story of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, right? Even if it is, now that you two are resurrected, and I have Tsunade as the link between the two clans, you can enjoy a peaceful life from now on. Uchiha Xiao's words made Uchiha Madara raise the corner of his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow is your kid's wedding. Go back to sleep. Yes, Uchiha Xiao said hurriedly. In front of his family, he was not the Hokage, but a junior. He did not put on any airs and immediately walked into the house. Uchiha Madara stood in place. He felt his chakra surging and his pupil power deepening. He even had a feeling that if he used Susanoo with all his strength, he should be able to reach a height of about 500 meters. This is because Indra's chakra has begun to awaken, and it will continuously provide Uchiha Madara with chakra and eye power. Uchiha Izuna accompanied Uchiha Madara, without saying a word, looking up at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 253, Marriage, Part. The next morning, around 5 o'clock, Uchiha Xiao was pulled up by Uchiha Madara. He yawned and said, "Why are you up so early, Grandpa? He hasn't gotten enough sleep yet." Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched. "You're getting married today, and there are many things you haven't done yet. Makeup, clothes, and wedding money to give out on the street." Uchiha Xiao shuddered. "What are you waiting for? Grandpa, why are you waking me up just now? Don't delay my important event in life." Uchiha Madara, however, he did not care, just shook his head, then clapped his hands, and then a group of people came in from outside the door, including makeup artists and tailors, who all came forward. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice, "Come one by one, draw the reward, and the tailor will put the clothes there." Uchiha Madara began to organize in an orderly manner, while Uchiha Owl actively cooperated. Suddenly he said, "Grandpa, where is Grandpa? Period. Your grandfather? He's looking for your grandmother." Uchiha Madara raised the corners of his mouth, as if he thought of something happy, and his shoulders shook. Uchiha Owl, "No, what's going on? Is it so unreliable? But when I think about the fact that my grandfather is only in his early 20s, I feel relieved." He no longer paid attention to Uchiha Izuna, but continued to put on makeup. About an hour later, Uchiha Owl finished his makeup. Her waterfall-like long hair was tied into a ponytail with a red robe, and she was wearing a black Matsukuri hakama, a black robe with a black and white skirt, and had a big smile on her face. Even the makeup artist couldn't help but sigh, "What a handsome man. Even without makeup, his looks are enough to kill a lot of people." Uchiha Madara nodded and said, "Not bad, it fits very well. You must live a good life with Tsunade in the future and expand our lineage." Uchiha Xiao smiled and nodded. He was in high spirits when he was happy. He was a little impatient at the moment. Thousand Hands Clan Land Tsunade was wearing a white wedding dress and putting on makeup. At this moment, she was charming and beautiful, with a smile on her lips, and she was secretly looking forward to it. She was going to marry the Owl Lord today. After getting married, you can do what you love, and then Zaijin should have no reason to refuse. She felt sweet in her heart at this moment. Soon, she was ready and gently pushed open the door in an instant. Hoshirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Naoki Senju looked over. Senju Hoshirama had a satisfied smile on his face. As expected of his granddaughter, she was so pretty. Senju Tobirama's icy face also smiled at this moment. Senju Naoki's expression was odd. Was this still his Lola sister? Why was she so gentle? Something was wrong. Absolutely wrong. Seeing the expression on Senju Naoki's face, a hash mark appeared on Tsunade's head. She knew at a glance what mess her brother was thinking about again, so she smiled, took a light step, raised her right hand, rolled up her sleeves, and smashed it down. Oh, Senju Rope Tree gave the voiceover of Teacher Tom. That's right, this is still his sister." Senju Hoshirama also scratched his head while watching this scene, and Senju Tobirama shook his head, wondering if Uchiha Owl could hold on after marriage. Uchiha Xiao sneezed. "Yawn, damn, who's talking about me behind my back? You bastard, if I find out, you're done." At 8 o'clock, Uchiha Owl and Tsunade set out from home at the same time, followed by clan members and relatives, and headed for the Uchiha clan's Nanga Shrine. Uchiha Owl and Tsunade arrived at the Nanga Shrine one after another. The people of the Uchiha clan had been waiting at the shrine for a long time. When they saw Uchiha Owl coming, they immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Hokage-sama," one of them said. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand and said, "Today there's only Uchiha Xiao, not Hokage," he said with a smile and a gentle tone. The man nodded yes, and then welcomed Uchiha Owl into the shrine and stood on the right. Then Tsunade arrived and was greeted by Uzumaki Mito. Because of her Eternal Life Eye technique, Uzumaki Mito was standing at the door and looked like a sister to Tsunade. If it weren't for her red hair and the solemn Uzumaki clan princess costume, everyone would have thought she was Tsunade's sister. "Grandma." Tsunade called out a little embarrassedly. Uzumaki Mito nodded and said with a smile, "Come in." Then he took her arm, walked into the shrine and stood on the left. Uchiha Xiao looked to the left and saw Tsunade wearing a white wedding gown, as holy as a fairy, which made his heart beat wildly. Tsunade seemed to have telepathy with Uchiha Owl. She turned to look at Uchiha Owl, her face flushed immediately, and she thought to herself, Owl-kun looks so handsome today. Uchiha Owl and Tsunade's eyes were almost tearing, and at this moment someone suddenly coughed and said, "Begin the ceremony." The two of them finally came to their senses, turned back, and looked straight ahead, but they were still glancing at each other out of the corner of their eyes. Today's priest was Uchiha Uritoshi. He wore a priest's uniform and came before the two of them and said, "Welcome to the gods." Uchiha Owl and Tsunade knelt in the futon at the same time, put their hands together and began to make a wish, praying for the blessing of the gods. Then, according to Uchiha Guangxi's guidance, offer wine, throw coins, etc. Then, the oath today, I, Uchiha Owl, will marry Miss Tsunade as my wife. From now on, we will never leave each other and will be together through thick and thin. Today I, Tsunade, will marry Mr. Uchiha Owl and take him as my husband. From now on, I will never leave him and will be with him through thick and thin. The two looked into each other's eyes. Uchiha Owl's eyes were bright and full of joy, while Tsunade's eyes were gentle and tender. Uchiha Owl took out a prepared ring box and put the diamond ring in it. On Tsunade slowly stretched out his left hand and pulled up Tsunade's right hand. Tsunade's eyes were full of Uchiha Owl, who was kneeling on one knee. Are they finally going to exchange rings? Uchiha Xiao smiled faintly and took out the diamond ring. Everyone present stared with wide eyes. What kind of ring is this? Why is it the first time? Is that a gem on that ring? It's actually reflecting the sunlight. So bright. Oh my god, Hokage actually has such a treasure. I have to ask him where he got it. I have to find a way to get one too. Tsunade's eyes widened. She didn't expect that Uchiha Owl had prepared not an ordinary gold ring for her, but such a beautiful ring. As far as she knew, this kind of ring was the first of its kind in the ninja world. Both its value and significance were extraordinary. Uchiha Owl slowly put the diamond ring on Tsunade's right ring finger. The size was just right. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao nodded. It seemed that his efforts were not in vain. It seemed that the data he estimated was correct. He looked up at Tsunade, only to find her eyes red and her lips pouting. He panicked. Did he do something wrong? Why did Tsunade look like she was about to cry? Chapter 254, Marriage, Part. Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Uchiha Xiao asked in a low voice. Tsunade shook her head and said, I'm just so touched that Owl-sama would find such a ring just for me. Uchiha Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Silly boy, everyone is watching us. Today is a good day. It will not be beautiful if you cry. Tsunade nodded when she heard that and used the Six Tails chakra to evaporate her tears. Six-tailed rhino. Then, it was Tsunade's turn to put a gold ring on Uchiha Owl's left ring finger. The two hugged, and someone said, "Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss." The scene suddenly became lively. Everyone said, "Give me a kiss." Tsunade's cheeks were red, like peaches, and she looked delicious. Uchiha Owl was overwhelmed by the huge feeling of happiness at this moment. She held Tsunade's face. Tsunade closed her eyes, her red lips slightly opened, her heart beating wildly, and slowly, her lips felt warmth. Yes, Uchiha Owl's lips touched her lips. Tsunade was a little excited and made a strange sound. Uchiha Owl raised his eyebrows and parted his lips. There were so many people around, so he had to be more restrained. The sound just now was not heard by anyone except Uchiha Owl. The moment the two kissed, everyone started applauding. Congratulations, Hokage, for finally getting the beauty you want. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, may you live happily ever after. Hokage-sama, you'll have to have a few more drinks later. The four Kage stood there, looking at the people so happy, as if they were the ones getting married, and fell into deep thought. They didn't expect Uchiha Owl to be so popular. However, at this moment, they can only give their deepest blessings to the two newlyweds. Uchiha Xiao put his arm around Tsunade's waist and said with a smile, "Please move to the auditorium. There are drinks and delicious food there. Don't leave until you are drunk today." Everyone cheered again and headed towards the auditorium with Uchiha Owl Tsunade outside the auditorium. As soon as Uchiha Xiao and others arrived, a waiter came to greet them. Uchiha Xiao took Tsunade's hand and went ahead. After the waiter verified their identities one by one, everyone was invited to their seats in the lounge of the auditorium. The two changed into their regular clothes. Uchiha Xiao suddenly laughed and said, "Was Tsunade nervous just now?" "Well, yes, a little. After all, this was her first marriage and she had no experience. Although she had always presented herself as a strong woman before, she was, after all, just a girl." Uchiha Xiao touched her head and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Don't be nervous. We'll have a toast later. Remember to drink less. We have important things to do tonight. Tsunade blushed, hummed softly, and then followed Uchiha Xiao out. The kitchen is busy cooking. The Chinese-style chefs are working non-stop to prepare various dishes. Today the boss said that the food will be served by the piece. The reward for making a dish is 100 taels, with no upper limit, and if you perform well today, everyone's year-end bonus will be doubled. As a working person, who can stand this kind of temptation? Especially when there is a guy who keeps talking about youth. Dai, don't be so arrogant. We are all tired. Please stop being so arrogant, said the chef with a wry smile. My Dai shook his head. Today is the wedding day of Lord Hokage. I must give my youth to the dish as a gift to Lord Hokage. Mat Dai has been in the Guofang kitchen for some time. Because of his great strength, endurance and love of learning, he has now become a pillar chef of Guofang. The chef on the side wanted to curse, but seeing the boss standing there, he felt relieved and applauded what he said to my Dai. Hurry up, can you learn from Dai? We are all chefs, why are you so slow? The boss looked serious and the others were miserable hearing his boss words. My Dai took a deep breath and said, 8 gates of ninjutsu, open, open. Suddenly, Mighty Dai's movements became even faster. He wanted to kill everyone. Auditorium dining table. The waiter began to serve the dishes, including various stir-fried dishes, stews, mixed cold dishes, and seafood. Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade appeared with sake in their hands and started toasting each table. Tsunade was responsible for pouring the wine, and Uchiha Xiao was responsible for toasting. For a moment, he was a little too busy. At this moment, Uchiha Madara came forward and said, Owl, you and Tsunade should leave first. As the elder, I will handle the rest of the toasts. You have more important things to do tonight. After saying that, Uchiha Madara took the wine jug and took a bowl to toast. Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade looked at each other and nodded in unison. Thank you very much, Grandpa. X2 Uchiha Madara waved his hand, and Senju Hashirama also stepped forward and said, Good brother, how can I be left out of this matter? Besides, Tsunade is also my granddaughter. Let's toast together. I really can't do anything about you. Uchiha Madara shook his head and said with a smile, Then let's go together. The two began to toast, and then the following scene appeared at the banquet. Uchiha Madara came to the 4-cage with sake. The 4-cage quickly stood up, bowed respectfully, and handed the wine glasses to them. Uchiha Madara frowned. What's wrong with you? Do you look down on me? The 4 of them quickly shook their heads. Master Madara, what do you mean? Period. Uchiha Madara raised his bowl and then looked at their cups. Everyone immediately understood and picked up their bowls with flattering looks on their faces. Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction. Today is my grandson's wedding day. I won't argue with you. But if you try to trick me with a small cup and look down on me, you will have to bear the consequences once you leave this room. The 4-cage nodded and said, That's right, Lord Madara is absolutely right. The 4 of them forced a smile and accepted Uchiha Madara's toast. Uchiha Madara drank it all in one gulp, and everyone followed suit. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara smiled and said, That's right. Remember to eat and drink well. Don't say that we in Konoha didn't give you any delicious food. Yes, Lord Madara, you are right. There are so many people over there. We won't cause trouble for Lord Madara. The 4 of them sat down and looked down at the dishes on the table. No one dared to pick up their chopsticks. Uchiha Madara nodded, then said, Okay, everyone, I'll go and toast everyone first. You guys must eat well, okay? We will. Sitayang had a strong desire to survive and nodded quickly. Uchiha Madara then turned around and went to the next table, and everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, Uchiha Madara is toasting us. I can't believe it in my life. Tsuchika Jinoki sighed. Haha, that's called a toast? Anoki, you old man, are you stupid? Reikajai said sarcastically. That attitude can be considered a toast? Anoki glanced at him and said, Idiot, today is Uchiha Owl's wedding. If I don't beat you up, wait and see when he fights with Uchiha Madara. Then we'll see if Uchiha Madara is the toast today. Uchiha Xiao laughed out loud. Grandpa is really powerful. Tsunade nodded and said, Indeed, my grandfather is much worse. The two looked at Senju Hashirama, who bowed to thank everyone he met, almost kowtowing. The two looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Ahem, 3 more chapters to go. About getting married. Let the author think it over carefully. Please urge for more updates, generate power with love, comment, give 5-star praise, and click, brothers. Chapter 255, Marriage, Part. Uchiha Xiao looked at Senju Hashirama and couldn't help but sigh. Tsunade's grandfather was good in every way except that he was too kind, making people feel that he was easy to bully. The two looked at the auditorium, which had basically become the home ground of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. They smiled at each other and sat in the locker room to eat. After all, people are made of iron and food is made of steel, and with two heavyweight elders outside, nothing should go wrong. Tsunade and Uchiha will have to do some serious work at night, so how can they not eat a full meal at noon? Uchiha Xiao prepared special dishes for the two of them, such as yellow croaker soup, braised yellow river carp, steamed catfish with rice flour, fish and milk soup pot, all kinds of famous dishes. Tsunade was drooling at the sight, but due to her modesty, she did not pick up her chopsticks immediately, but looked at her husband Uchiha Al. Uchiha Al stood up, walked behind Tsunade, took off his hairband, and tied Tsunade's hair into a bun so that she wouldn't have to worry about her hair falling off when she ate. Tsunade's heart warmed, and the corners of her mouth rose. She looked at Uchiha Xiao and sat down next to her. She kissed Uchiha Xiao on the cheek and said playfully, "Thank you, husband." Uchiha Xiao was slightly stunned, then reacted. With a smile on his face, he held the chopsticks in his right hand and began to pick up food for Tsunade. "Here, try this." Boda jumps over the wall. "It tastes really delicious." It is said that even practicing monks, upon smelling this, would be unable to resist jumping over the wall and breaking their vows to have a bite of it. Uchiha Xiao picked up an abalone with chopsticks and handed it to Tsunade's lips. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. This clay pot was the most attractive among all the dishes. The aroma of the seafood was refreshing. This was what she wanted to eat the most. "I didn't expect that my husband would pick up this dish for me first. Could it be that he can read minds?" Tsunade thought about it, opened her red lips slightly, reached over Uchiha Al's chopsticks, and bit the abalone meat in her mouth. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "So fresh, so delicious. This abalone is fresh, salty and fragrant, with a soft and tender texture. It's the best of the best, plus this rich soup. Ah husband, I want more." Uchiha Xiao was in a good mood. Well, the recipe given by the system was quite reliable. Basically, every step was written in great detail. As long as the chef copied it word for word, he could do it well. In addition, due to the agreement signed with the Hidden Mist Village, the Water Country opened its trading ports and traded with the Fire Country, so the Fire Country no longer lacked fresh and precious seafood. Therefore, he was able to make this bowl of Boda jumps over the wall. Uchiha Xiao picked up another piece of shark fin and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade was a little confused. "This is shark fin." She remembered eating this thing once when she was a child and accompanied her father to a palace banquet. Later, because she treasured it too much, or because it was difficult to catch, she basically stopped eating it. Now, looking at this crystal clear shark fin, she couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart. "Wife, although abalone is delicious, you have to eat it in moderation. Come, try the shark fin. It has a tender and smooth texture, a slightly chewy texture, and the fin needles are juicy, mixed with a fresh and rich aroma of seafood." Uchiha Xiao introduced to Tsunade. Tsunade always felt that Uchiha Al's words were full of hidden meanings, but with delicious food in front of her, she couldn't care less. Tsunade bit into the shark fin and was instantly captivated by the texture and taste. It was delicious. The texture was fresh and refreshing, and the rich aroma lingered between her lips and teeth as she chewed it. The fragrance was enticing and the taste was extraordinary. Tsunade couldn't help but be mesmerized. "Did you research this dish?" She looked at Uchiha Xiao with admiration, with little stars in her eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao ignored the system and nodded. "Yes, I researched it. How is it? Do you like it?" "I like it. My husband is so awesome. He give me a kiss." As she spoke, Tsunade put her mouth close to Uchiha Al's and kissed him. Then she continued to eat. This really made Uchiha Xiao feel very uncomfortable. His face turned a little red and hot, but he quickly circulated his chakra to calm down. I have to say that chakra is a good thing and can be used in any situation. It took the two of them 2 hours to finish the meal. And considering their physical conditions, they were only about 80% full. I guess they should have finished eating outside too? Uchiha Xiao pulled Tsunade, opened the door, and walked out. The once bustling auditorium was now deserted, with only some Uchiha and Senju clansmen left there to clean up. Oh, yes, there are also Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama blushed and hugged Uchiha Madara's thighs. "Madara, don't leave me, I miss you." Uchiha Madara was furious. "Hashirama. Let go. Let go. Don't force me to slap you." "No, Madara, I won't let go." This time, I won't let go even if you kill me. Woohoo, I was looking for you every day during the time I was in the Pure Land. Said Hashirama Senju aggrievedly. Uchiha Madara looked at the villagers outside the auditorium pointing and talking, took a deep breath and said, Hashirama. Then he hit Hashirama Senju's carotid artery with a palm, trying to knock him out in this way. In the end, I only heard Senju Hashirama scream, but he didn't faint. Instead, he cried out, Madara, it hurts, it hurts. Uchiha Madara went crazy, and finally Senju Tobirama came to the rescue and persuaded Senju Hashirama to calm down. When Senju Hashirama was dragged home by Senju Tobirama, he was still muttering words like Hashirama, don't go. Uchiha Madara was speechless. Looking at the people around him pointing and talking, he quickly performed more than a dozen instant body techniques and turned into a shadow, moving from the auditorium door to his home. Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt as they watched this scene. I never thought that my great-grandfather would have this day. Ho ha, I really should use a video recording device to record him. No wonder Grandma said that her biggest love rival in her life is Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara was a woman, I'm afraid we would have gone from being husband and wife to being siblings. Tsunade sighed. Uchiha Xiao went from laughing to not laughing. Brother and sister? Brother what sister? No, this is absolutely not possible. Let them love and hate each other then. Uchiha Xiao took Tsunade's white and smooth little hand and walked towards their home. For convenience, Uchiha Xiao spent a huge amount of money to buy a piece of land in the center of the village, which was as close to the Uchiha clan's land as the Senju clan's land, and built a new house. Now, it's time to move in. Tsunade blushed. She also knew this place, but it hadn't been renovated yet. Uchiha Xiao said to her, this is our home. After we get married, we'll live here. Now that the two have become an official couple and the house has been built, it's time to move in. Walking to the door of the villa, Uchiha Xiao opened the lock with a key and pushed it lightly with his palm, and the door opened. Looking up, I saw a two-story apartment standing there. The first floor looked to be about 200 square meters, and the second floor was more than 400 square meters. It looked quite luxurious. Chapter 256. It's late. Uchiha Xiao took Tsunade's hand and walked into their villa. It was already dark at this moment, and both of them were a little nervous. One was the innocent Chunon from the 21st world, and the other was a girl who knew nothing about her first marriage. The two sat on the bed in the master bedroom. Neither of them spoke. At this moment, Tsunade mustered up her courage and took a deep breath. Husband, I'm going to wash up first. After saying that, he took out a white bath towel from the cabinet and walked towards the bathroom. Uchiha Xiao said yet. Then he stared at Tsunade's swaying figure, his throat tightened, and in just a moment he awakened like a giant dragon, roared to the sky, and vowed to break through the clouds. The corner of his mouth twitched. Why are you so anxious? Fortunately, she's taking a shower, otherwise it would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Even though he was trying to persuade the dragon still held its head high and chest out, as if to pierce the sky. There was no choice. Uchiha Xiao said, wife, you take a shower first, I'll go to another room to take a shower. After that, he picked up a black bath towel, bent over and walked out. Only a slight hum was heard from the bathroom. Then Uchiha Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and went to another room to take a bath. He kept persuading his dragon that he would not eat hot tofu in a hurry, but he kept thinking of Tsunade's swaying figure, which made his dragon more proud and puffed out. So he kept this posture, quickly washed himself, and returned to the master bedroom wearing a black bath towel. The embarrassing thing was that there was a big bulge under the black bath towel, which made Uchiha Xiao twitch. At this moment, Tsunade came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. She glanced at the bed and saw this scene. Her pupils shrank, her whole body felt hot. She swallowed, and walked towards Uchiha Xiao step by step. Uchiha Xiao's eyes flashed green, like a hungry wolf, and the giant dragon held its head high and chest puffed out, vowing to pierce the sky. Tsunade, his voice was hoarse, and one could feel the pain he was in at the moment. Well, Mr. Owl, Tsunade hadn't finished her words when Uchiha Xiao took out the remote control and pressed it. In an instant, the window was covered by black curtains and the light in the master bedroom turned on. Uchiha Xiao picked up Tsunade, who was wrapped in a white bath towel, and then walked towards the big bed that belonged to them alone. Soon after, the sound of music and singing began, and the melodious music continued endlessly. This situation continued until noon the next day, at which point Tsunade was lying on Uchiha Xiao's chest with a satisfied smile on her face. Uchiha Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. He didn't understand. He was clearly in the upper hand last night, so why was he a little overwhelmed in the second half? He has a sage body and even has the perfect sage mode. Could it be that this thing really depends on talent? This is only the first time. He suddenly wanted to learn from Hashirama Senju how he could withstand the physical condition of the Uzumaki clan. Then, the phone suddenly rang. Hello? Uchiha Xiao answered the call without looking at the number. Hey, Lord Hokage, I hope I'm not disturbing you by calling you at this time? Uchiha Xiao suddenly realized when he heard the voice. No, is there something wrong with Assistant Middleman? Uchiha Xiao laughed. This Middleman Yan really knows how to calculate time. It's like this, Lord Hokage. Konoha School has been renovated and they are preparing for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I think this ceremony should be left to Lord Hokage. Mito Katoen's tone at this moment was flattering. After the last warning and Danzo's subsequent warning, he has already understood that the current Konoha village is not the Konoha village when Hiruzen was in power in the past. If he wants to maintain his position, he should do more practical things. Therefore, in less than 5 days, Midamanen and Utane Kaharu worked around the clock to successfully renovate and rebuild the Konoha school. When Uchiha Xiao heard this, he said, okay, I'll go out right away. He slowly got up from the bed, afraid of waking up the person next to him. Just as he was getting dressed, he saw a streak of blood on the bed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Who knew that Tsunade sat up at this time? Honey, where are you going so early? She rubbed her sleepy eyes and said coquettishly, is it early? Uchiha Xiao looked at the bright sun outside, a little confused, but still answered the question truthfully. The renovation of Konoha School is complete, and I'm going to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony now. Wife, how about we go together? Uchiha Xiao said with a smile, and pinched Tsunade's slender waist. Tsunade shook her head. Just go ahead, I'll help you change clothes now. After saying that, Tsunade was about to stand up, but she felt her legs go weak. Thinking of the madness of last night and this morning, she couldn't help but blush. My husband lasts so long, it's not like what Master's wife said, less than 10 seconds. I have to discuss this with Master's wife later. Tsunade thought to herself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying on a recliner at the moment, when he suddenly felt goosebumps on his back. He quickly stood up and looked at the recliner, but there was nothing wrong with it. I lay down again, but the feeling of palpitations still lingered in my heart and could not be shaken off. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao hurriedly stopped Tsunade from getting out of bed and said, get some rest. After all, last night was a bit intense, and you must be feeling uncomfortable. Period. Tsunade felt warm in her heart when she heard this, and then she lay down on the bed. Uchiha Xiao gently covered her with a blanket. Tsunade suddenly said, husband, kiss. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and pecked her red lips lightly. Be good, wait for me to come back, you go to sleep first, and when you wake up, I guess I'll be back soon. Tsunade nodded and said, yes, go quickly, my Hokage husband. After saying that, Tsunade waved her hand. Uchiha Xiao felt that his life had reached its peak at this moment. He smiled and said, good. Then he opened the cabinet, and inside were the Hokage's divine robe and the Hokage's hat. He quickly put them on and walked out of the villa. Tsunade closed her eyes and fell asleep again, talking in her sleep. No, stop, husband. Uchiha Xiao was walking on the street. This time, he was attending the school's ribbon-cutting ceremony as Hokage, so he was dressed formally. He first went to the Hokage's office, where Hatake Tsukumo had been waiting for a long time. He first reported to Uchiha Xiao what had happened since yesterday afternoon. The 4 Hokage left the village with smiles on their faces, except for the 3rd Hokage. They were all very honest and did not commit any crime. The only difference was that the 3rd Hokage looked at the little guy Hinata Hayashi a few more times. Uchiha Xiao frowned. Is this old guy still harboring evil intentions? Tell Hyuga Akaju this news and ask him to be vigilant. At the same time, tell him to come to me first if he has any problems, for Hisashi's sake, Uchiha Xiao said lightly, with a hint of brutality in his eyes. Yes, Hatake Tsukumo said, and immediately took action. Uchiha Xiao put his hands behind his back, his eyes deep. 3rd Hokage, I hope you don't cause trouble, otherwise even if the peace agreement is signed, I will beat you up. Then, his demeanor changed and he became approachable. Let's go. We have to see the future flowers of Konoha village later. Chapter 257, intending to fully open C-rank ninjutsu. Accompanied by Narakumei, Uchiha Xiao went to Konoha school. Along the way, the villagers kept greeting him, and Uchiha Xiao responded with a smile. There was no sign that he had just been angry. This is a must-have for leaders. Do not show your emotions, do not express your likes and dislikes, and do not let your sorrow or joy show on your face. Soon, Uchiha Xiao arrived at the school gate. and standing at the gate were Mirokato and Utane Kaharu, as well as school leaders and teachers. Seeing Uchiha Xiao's arrival, they all perked up and said, "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Konoha School has been renovated and expanded, thanks to the two elders of the Utane family and the Midaman family. Utane Kaharu and Mirokato and hurriedly shook their heads. It's probably thanks to the wise leadership of the Hokage that we have come to realize our mistakes. Seeing the attitudes of the two, Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but sigh. These two people have learned to be smart. Uchiha Xiao raised his hand and said, "Come on, show me around our new campus. Starting tomorrow, Konoha School will reopen." Yes, Znfen, Midaman and Utane Kaharu stood behind Uchiha Xiao, pointing everywhere: the classroom, the cafeteria, the library, the training ground, the equipment room. Uchiha Xiao was very satisfied with the hardware facilities, so he asked, "What are the teaching contents? Is it convenient for me to take a look?" Of course. The person who came out was the director of studies. He was the one who made the schedule. He sent the course schedule to Uchiha Xiao, who frowned. 3 body techniques? No, our Konoha Ninja School only teaches this? What about other ninjutsu? Uchiha Xiao was puzzled. If such a big Konoha Ninja School only teaches 3 body techniques, then when will the common people be able to rise up? This is a subject established by the Third Hokage. He said that the most important thing on the battlefield is to save your life. So, the Dean of Studies swallowed. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but frown. The 3-body technique was a simple skill that only a big clan could master, but for ordinary ninjas, it was an unattainable ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao's heart sank. What kind of teaching could such a school possibly offer? No wonder Minato Namikaze was the only commoner genius in the original novel. From this perspective, Minato Namikaze's rise to prominence was a testament to his ancestors' incredible achievements. Director, I think Konoha School should open up Aussie level and below ninjutsu. What do you think? Uchiha Xiao looked at the director in a deep voice. The director opened his mouth but did not answer. This question was too complicated. However, in his heart, he supported Uchiha Xiao because he came from a common family. Uchiha Xiao saw his worry, and then said, "I will find a time to hold a meeting to discuss this issue specifically." After saying that, Uchiha Xiao continued his tour until 2 hours later. When he left the school and walked towards his home passing by Guifen, he bought 2 dishes. One was mouth-watering chicken and the other was boiled pork slices. Pushing open the door of the villa, Uchiha Xiao walked in. Tsunade heard the noise and came out of the bathroom with a toothbrush in hand. "Welcome home, Naogong." Uchiha Xiao's gloomy mood suddenly improved a lot. "Wife, I'm back. You brush your teeth first, I'll go heat up the food." Tsunade nodded, went back to the bathroom and began to brush her teeth and wash her face seriously. Uchiha Xiao poured the sauce directly on the saliva chicken and put it on the table, while he touched the thermal box of the boiled pork slices and frowned. It was cooling down a little too quickly, so he poured the meat slices into the pot. He added some water and heated it up. When it was almost done, he poured the dish into the bowl. Uchiha Xiao nodded. "One cold and one hot, it should be fine then." Uchiha Xiao prepared the rice and put it on the table. He also got bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen before sitting in a chair and waiting. Soon Tsunade finished washing up and walked to the dining table. Uchiha Xiao looked at his wife wearing a white shirt and couldn't help but admire her. She is indeed a goddess and looks good in anything she wears. What he didn't realize was that after 2 hours of rest, Tsunade's legs had stopped shaking and she walked towards him steadily. This means that she has recovered, but Uchiha Xiao was preoccupied with something and didn't notice this. "Honey, why are you looking at me? You're making me nervous." Tsunade blushed and murmured. Uchiha Xiao came back to his senses and shook his head. "Ahem, let's eat first." Tsunade was stunned. She felt that Uchiha Xiao had something on his mind, and it was something very troublesome. However, she didn't want to ask directly. So she nodded and prepared to ask. While eating, Uchiha Xiao first picked up a piece of mouth-watering chicken for her and said, "Have a try of mouth-watering chicken. This is a common dish in Guifen." Tsunade picked up a piece of mouth-watering chicken with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up. It was so delicious. This mouth-watering chicken is delicious when eaten cold, with a smooth texture, spicy and fragrant flavor, and is very appetizing in an instant. Tsunade felt that she could finish 2 big bowls of rice. Seeing Tsunade eating happily, Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. I also picked up a piece of meat. It's not bad. It tastes 80% of what I had in my previous life. Delicious. Hubby. So delicious. You are so amazing. You have come up with so many dishes, Tsunade praised. Uchiha Xiao chuckled and said, if it tastes good, eat more. Tsunade nodded, then said, husband, don't you think husband and wife can keep secrets? She looked at Uchiha Xiao with a scrutinizing look, then he put down his chopsticks, sat properly, and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao was stunned, put down his chopsticks, and sat up straight. Yes, wife, so what happened today? I always feel that you are hiding something from me, and it's a big thing. Tsunade pouted her lips and looked at Uchiha Xiao with something meaningful in her eyes. Uchiha Xiao was surprised that Tsunade actually noticed this. You know, he adjusted his mood before entering the door and tried his best to show his sunny and happy side. However, this is no longer important. Since his wife asked, Uchiha Xiao shouldn't hide it anymore. Well, there's indeed something. Uchiha Xiao began to talk about what he saw and heard today at Konoha school. He always felt uncomfortable in his heart. They were all Konoha ninjas, but he would never be able to stand out as a commoner. You have to know that civilians account for about 70% of the entire village. Tsunade was silent. She didn't expect that her husband would have such an idea. This matter was basically a topic that everyone in Konoha knew about, but everyone avoided. You have to know that this is how the ninja world is. The so-called fairness is relative. Resources, ninjutsu, chakra extraction techniques, these things are very common among the ninja clan. This is the result of the efforts of several generations of people, all the various ninjutsu and resources they have obtained, just to become a ninja, a powerful ninja, and a respected ninja as a basic skill. The three-body technique is given to civilians only to give them the ability to save their lives. If Uchiha Xiao wants to open up a C-level ninjutsu, then it will give them basic attack capabilities. In this way, the opportunity for the undeveloped ninjas in the ninja clan to build confidence through fighting in school will be lost, and it is likely to cause a series of problems. Tsunade couldn't eat for a moment. She didn't expect that Al would do such a big thing, and she couldn't help but worry about her. Chapter 258, A Great Offense. Tsunade suddenly held Uchiha Xiao's hand and said, no matter what, I support you. I will go back to my parents' home to organize all the water and earth ninjutsu of the Senju clan C-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Xiao was very touched. He took a deep breath and said, thank you, wife. However, once this is done, it will offend all the families, so you'd better not get involved. Uchiha Xiao looked at Tsunade sincerely, grabbed Tsunade's hand and murmured, yes, that's right. Even if C-level ninjutsu is rubbish, Uchiha Xiao's approach is equivalent to digging the graves of those small ninjas. If everyone in Konoha can learn C-level ninjutsu, it will have no impact in the short term because it is a low-level ninjutsu. However, if some people are gifted, they can break the shackles of class by using C-level ninjutsu. Then, these small ninja clans will be the first to suffer. The big ninja clans have the foundation and strength, and they can just use C-level ninjutsu, which is not an A-level ninjutsu, but the small ninja clan only has B-level ninjutsu at home, and they cannot guarantee that their descendants will be better than those of ordinary people. However, this is only the first step. If Uchiha Xiao opens C-level ninjutsu, what about opening B-level ninjutsu later? Then the great ninja clans will be wary. It can be said that civilian ninjas are not afraid of wearing shoes, even if they are barefoot. They only want to improve their own strength and status. If they practice B-level ninjutsu well, they may be able to defeat the ninja clans that possess A-level ninjutsu. Reading is to help you understand class, not to let you cross class. The situation in Konoha also led to the ninja clan becoming stronger and stronger, and their status becoming higher and higher. It is difficult for civilians to make a name for themselves, and they can only become cannon fodder on the battlefield and scapegoats for the ninja clans. This is the situation in the 5 major ninja villages of the 5 major countries today. There is no way, no one dares to take such a big risk. But Uchiha Xiao wants to change the status quo and realize his ideal. This might be the reason why he is different from others. Tsunade is fascinated by it, even though she also thinks it is very dangerous and almost impossible. However, since the person doing it is her husband, Uchiha Xiao, she will help him succeed even if it costs her life. You can't say that. Now I, Tsunade Senju, the princess of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the daimyo of the land of fire, am your wife. Naturally, I have to share the pressure for my husband. Besides, what you have done is beneficial to the overall strength of Konoha, and I have no reason not to support you, Tsunade said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. This matter is not as simple as you think. If it is not handled properly, even I will step down, and the Uchiha clan may be doomed. If you don't do it, you will never succeed. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. In my school, The top students in every class were all from wealthy families, and the best students from common families only achieved below average grades. At the time, I also wondered if this was the right way to live, but as I grew older, I realized the cruelty of this world. Faced with such things, I chose to give up and ignore it. But husband, you are fighting for civilians. Once this is successful, you will lead an era. Tsunade was not afraid. Her eyes were full of stars at this moment when she looked at Uchiha Owl. It was as if she saw a scene in the future where Uchiha Owl was supported by all the civilians in the ninja world, and her heart was filled with joy. Wife, Uchiha Xiao knew that his wife Tsunade was comforting him, supporting him, and saying some nice words. However, this is enough. Tsunade cannot be involved. Uchiha Xiao made up his mind. Wife, you listen to me, okay? Let me try it first this time, and you wait and see. But Tsunade hesitated to speak. Uchiha Owl waved his hand and said with a smile, be good, eat. Then I started thinking about what to do next. Tsunade pouted. She understood that her husband wanted to protect her, but she just wanted to support him. Uchiha Xiao thought to himself that this road was destined to be difficult. Now the only external threats were Black Zetsu and Kato Dan, and the situation was relatively stable. It was time to take drastic measures to rectify Konoha's internal troubles. Period. This rectification is bound to involve sacrifices and bloodshed, otherwise how can we change the sun and the moon to a new sky? A great man once said, make fewer enemies and more friends. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. He quickly took a few bites of food and then got dressed. Wife, I have something to do tonight. You go to bed first. Tsunade bit her chopsticks and looked at Uchiha Xiao's back. Finally, she made up her mind, if you don't let me do it, I will do it. I'm not a vase. So Tsunade took a deep breath, put on her ninja uniform, and headed towards the Senju clan's territory. At the very least, she had to bring her grandfather and second grandfather along. Uchiha Owl took advantage of the night and flew towards the Uchiha clan. When he stood at the door of the Uchiha clan, a ninja immediately pushed open the door and welcomed him in, while another person went to inform the clan leader and Uchiha Madara and others. Soon everyone gathered together. Uchiha Xiao didn't say anything, and Uchiha Madara frowned. Even if the army was approaching and his life was threatened, his eldest grandson would not be so silent. It seemed that something big was going to happen tonight. Hey, why are you coming back to the clan to visit us old guys instead of spending your wedding night with your bride? Uchiha Izuna said with a teasing look on his face, could it be that you are not good enough? It's only been one day. Uchiha Izuna glanced at Uchiha Xiao's lower body and shook his head. Uchiha Madara shook his head. He knew that his brother was not mocking Uchiha Owl, but was deliberately opening the topic so that Uchiha Owl would not be so silent anymore. Uchiha Xiao was stunned when he heard this and shook his head. He knew exactly what kind of person his grandfather was. He must have done it on purpose to distract him. Grandpa, others may not know whether I am strong or not, but we family members know it. I came here tonight because I plan to do something big. If I succeed, we and even the Uchiha people will be recorded in history, Uchiha Xiao said solemnly. After saying that, Uchiha Izuna also restrained himself. He understood that the greater the benefits, the greater the risks. If they failed in such a major event that could make the Uchiha clan famous in history, they would be infamous for eternity, or even the entire clan would be wiped out. Uchiha Guangzi sighed beside him. Has this day finally come? He looked at Uchiha Xiao with a complicated look in his eyes, thinking of the situation in the illusion of the Jilao and his pupil technique. He slowly closed his eyes. Uchiha Xiao noticed this. He looked at Uchiha Guangzi with a curious look in his eyes. After all, he didn't know anything about the old guy's Mangekyo technique. Today I took the opportunity to ask. Chapter 259. The future has changed, only sea level. No need to ask, Uchiha Guangzi sighed, with a complicated look in his eyes. My Mangekyo pupil technique is the illusion of the shackles. To be more precise, it can see some future trends. As for the purpose of your coming tonight, Mr. Xiao, I already know it. Uchiha Guangzi's voice was calm, as if he had prepared it in advance, but the complexity in his eyes was intriguing. Uchiha Xiao's heart was pounding. Seeing the future trend? So unbelievable? This old guy was hiding it so well. Then tell me, can I succeed in this? Uchiha Xiao stared at Uchiha Guangzi closely, and activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, not wanting to miss any change in Uchiha Guangzi's expression. It can be done, Uchiha Guangzi said. His expression did not change, but Uchiha Xiao's face was happy. But Uchiha Guangzi said again, however, it will trigger the Third Shinobi World War. This war has devastated the shinobi world and Konoha has suffered heavy casualties. Uchiha Xiao trembled all over. Although he had expected it, he was still a little nervous when he heard Uchiha Guangzi say that. Can you tell me more specifically? Uchiha Xiao gritted his teeth and looked at Uchiha Guangzi, but saw Uchiha Guangzi shook his head. I can only sense the general trend, but I can't see the specific process. But there are gains and losses. What do you think, Lord Xiao? Uchiha Xiao was silent. He didn't expect that because of his own ideals, he would provoke the Third Ninja World War in the entire ninja world. Haha, it seems that it is really complicated. Actually, you can also choose to do nothing. After all, everyone has their own destiny, which is destined by God. Where there are people, there are struggles. Sometimes, taking a step back will open up a new world, right? Uchiha Guangzi opened his eyes again, and Uchiha Xiao looked up and found that his main Gekyo logo was a little dim. I guess the consequences this time are too great, isn't it? It is related to the struggle between the ninja clan and civilian ninjas for the past few thousand years. If you want to change this, you must be prepared to be torn to pieces with the power of one person. You can shake the entire ninja world. Even if you are a time traveler, even if you are the strongest, so what? Uchiha Izuna was silent, thinking carefully. Listening to the conversation between the two, he knew that this matter was definitely not a small matter. Uchiha Xiao had not yet said the specific details, so he could only wait and see. Uchiha Madara said, Xiao, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be silent. I'm not used to hearing it. Uchiha Xiao was silent, and then he was about to speak, but at this time Uchiha Guangzi said, enter the illusion and speak. Several people nodded. Uchiha Guangzi cast a ninjutsu, and Uchiha Xiao began to speak. I want to pass on ninjutsu to everyone, regardless of ninja clan or civilians. As soon as these words were spoken, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna felt as if they were hit by a hammer. They couldn't recover for a long time, and their hearts were filled with shock. Is this kid crazy? Do you know that if these words of yours were to get out, more than 70% of the ninjas would regard you as an enemy? You must be joking, right, grandson? Oh, no, that's not right, Grandpa, please stop it. I beg you to give up this idea. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's hearts were pounding. This kid had done much more than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and was much more dangerous. Uchiha Guangzi didn't say anything, but looked at Uchiha Xiao carefully. Uchiha Xiao sighed, I know my idea is too crazy. Even as the most powerful clan in the ninja world, once this idea gets out, we won't be able to withstand the impact it brings, but at least we should make some contribution. Even if we can't change the overall situation, we can at least improve the situation of civilian ninjas. A huge ninja school teaches some three-body techniques. How can civilian ninjas fight on the battlefield? Only rely on kunai and senbon or throw shurikens? The civilian ninjas of my Konoha village are also living beings. They serve as cannon fodder in every war. Don't you feel touched? Uchiha Xiao gritted his teeth. I can't control other ninja villages, but for Konoha, at least sea-level ninjutsu must be included in the teaching. Uchiha Xiao said slowly, if it's just sea-level, it's still a small matter. I'm afraid, Owl, you can't help but popularize B-level. In that case, war will inevitably break out in the ninja world, Uchiha Guangzi said. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. Okay, I'll remember this. I'll only teach you sea-level ninjutsu. As for B-level ninjutsu, they'll remain the same as before and will be exchanged based on your military achievements. Uchiha Guangzi raised his eyebrows and smiled. The future has changed. Haha, congratulations, Xiao, the future has changed. This time I saw the prosperity and strength of Konoha, and the civil strife of the other four major countries. Uchiha Xiao glanced at him and nodded. Thank you, Chief Guangzi, for your help. If it's just C rank, it's just that the small ninja clan may be reshuffled, and most ninja clans won't care. In this case, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna looked at each other and said, since you have decided, we will all support you. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said thank you. Then Uchiha Guangzi broke the illusion, and the three of them took out the sea-level ninjutsu scrolls in the family. Most of the Uchiha clan's sea-level ninjutsu are of fire and lightning attributes, and most of them are offensive ninjutsu, which should be able to provide some offensive means for civilian ninjas. Uchiha Xiao, at this moment, has figured it out. The general trend cannot be changed, so he will do his best to help as much as he can. If he starts a war in the ninja world just because of his ideal that everyone is equal, that would be too crazy. Moreover, power, when created from nothing, will only breed desire. The outbreak of the Ninja World War will probably be related to this. Uchiha Xiao threw the copy of the ninjutsu scroll into the storage scroll and then left the clan territory. Guangzi, tell me the truth, what did you see? Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Guangzi at this moment. If Uchiha Xiao passes on the B-level ninjutsu, the ninja world will change, and Konoha and even the other 4 major ninja villages will fall apart. At that time, it will become a civilian camp against the ninja camp. Uchiha Xiao, you, and Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama will suppress everything with their strength and eventually forcibly stop this war. However, by that time, both civilians and ninjas will hate Uchiha Xiao and hate all of you, Uchiha Guangzi said lightly. However, the future has changed, so please rest assured, Uchiha Guangzi said with a smile. Besides, Uchiha Xiao is just kind-hearted and got carried away for a moment. He will figure it out after he goes back. Little does he know that compared with the big families, the human desires of the common people are more terrifying. Uchiha Guangzi shook his head. The two remained silent. After thousands of years of evolution, most ninjas had learned to control their desires. However, civilians were different. Starting from nothing, they would only want more. How could they achieve this? Struggle Chapter 260 Senju Tobirama's opinion. Thousand Hands Clan Lando, your eldest granddaughter is back? Is it because that kid Xiao is not good enough and can't satisfy my eldest granddaughter's desire? Senju Tobirama teased, that's impossible. Second Grandpa, my husband is very capable. He has been here from last night until noon today. Tsunade said angrily. Senju Tobirama's eyes widened. You're just bragging, right? He didn't believe it anyway. He knew all too well what the female physiques of the Senju clan were like and how much desire they possessed. He didn't believe that Uchiha Xiao's small body could choke him. Tobirama, what Tsuna said is true. I can feel that Uchiha Xiao has the same physique as me, which is the body of a sage. In addition, he has also cultivated a complete sage mode. It is very easy to reach this level. Senju Hashirama also joined in the fun. Senju Tobirama was speechless, and Uzumaki Mito covered her mouth and chuckled. It seemed that Tsunade was well nourished. At this moment, her face was as rosy as a rose and her steps were brisk. Grandpa, can you two stop making fun of your granddaughter? Tsunade blushed, feeling extremely ashamed and angry. Okay. Hashirama, Tobirama, stop joking around, she's your granddaughter after all. Uzumaki Mito gave the two of them a cold look. Hashirama Senju scratched his head, Tobirama Senju snorted, and Mito Uzumaki didn't tolerate them either, and immediately summoned 2 thick and long golden chains. What? Do you two have any objections to what you said to me? Although Uzumaki Mito was smiling, his tone was full of coldness. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama quickly shook their heads and said, No. Well, when it comes to family status, our Lord Miro has a firm grip on it. She laughed, retracted the chain, and then spoke to Tsunade in a friendly manner. My dear granddaughter, why are you going back to your mother's house on the second day? Is there something Owl needs your help with? Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade with sharp eyes. Tsunade nodded. Indeed, there is a big event, a very big event. It's so big that it will change the entire Konoha. Upon hearing this, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju looked at each other and pricked up their ears to listen to Tsunade's next words. Based on their understanding of Owl, if he could call it a big deal, then the influence must be extraordinary. Even Uzumaki Mito fell silent. She glanced around and said, Everyone, get down. Yes. The servants of the Senju clan understood that the next words were not for them to hear, so they put down the work in their hands and walked outside. After the servants had left, Uzumaki Mito casually set up a barrier to block out sound and sight, covering her, Tsunade, Hashirama, and Tobirama. It's always better to be careful. After all, walls have ears. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the history of the ninja world. Therefore, it is reasonable for Uzumaki Mito to set up the barrier. Tsuna, just tell me what's on your mind. Konoha has your second grandfather, and he can handle anything for you. Senju Tobirama patted his chest and said confidently. Tsunade's face was filled with admiration. Really? Second grandpa? Even if you were to make all the C-rank ninjutsu of the Senju clan public and provide them to the common people for free, that would be fine. Of course, no. Xiao Tsuna, are you going to scare your second grandfather to death? Senju Tobirama was sweating coldly, and he almost boasted too much. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said, What's wrong, second brother? I think Tsunade's idea is very good. This will benefit many civilians, brother. This is not a simple matter. On the surface, it is beneficial to civilian ninjas, but in fact it is digging the roots of the small ninja clan. If it is not handled properly, it will cause a chain reaction. Trigger an avalanche. Senju Tobirama said in a deep voice, Hashirama, my second brother is right. This matter is not as simple as you think, Uzumaki Mito said calmly. After all, she was the princess of the Uzumaki clan. People are still very sensitive about politics and class. As for Hashirama, let's not talk about him. If he didn't have such strength, he might have been sold out many times. Tsuna, have you made up your mind? If you go on with Uchiha Xiao, the only way for you is success. If you lose, Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and all of you will be infamous for eternity. Senju Tobirama analyzed the pros and cons and hit the nail on the head. Tsunade was about to speak when Uchiha Xiao suddenly appeared beside her and said, I'm late. Uchiha Xiao returned home first and didn't see Tsunade, so he guessed that she must have come to the Senju clan's territory, so he activated Flying Thunder God and immediately passed it behind Tsunade. Honey, why are you here? Tsunade originally wanted to say that I had thought it through, but Uchiha Xiao's slap directly disrupted her thoughts, and her eyes were full of Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao pinched her nose and said, didn't I tell you? Little girl, don't get involved. You've become more capable, haven't you? Go back and be severely punished. Uchiha Xiao laughed strangely, and Tsunade blushed as if she thought of her crazy behavior yesterday and today. She lowered her head and looked at her chest, not seeing her toes. Uchiha Xiao took the opportunity to greet everyone, Grandpa, Grandma, Second Grandpa, however, except for Hashirama, who smiled and said oh. The other two were looking at Uchiha Xiao without saying anything. I know what Grandma and Second Grandpa are worried about. I will work for the welfare of the civilians. I will not change this. However, during the 6 years of training in the ninja school, one C-level ninjutsu will be taught every 2 years. The students will choose one, and it will be recorded. Period. Give them basic offensive capabilities, but don't make them too powerful. This will provide them with a relatively fair platform to compete with the family's geniuses. As for B-level ninjutsu, they will still be exchanged for military merits and mission points according to the old rules. This will be an eternal and unchanging iron rule, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile on the way here. He had figured out that civilian ninjas' desire for power far exceeded that of family ninjas. Once they were allowed to control the power, war would be triggered. Never underestimate human greed. In this case, just teach them some low-level ninjutsu, so that they can have the strength of a Sharingan, and then gradually advance with their own excellence. Some might say, isn't this still biased towards the ninja clan? But there's a saying that goes, how can 10 years of hard study compare to 3 generations of business? Senju Tobirama did not speak, but was thinking about the feasibility of Uchiha Xiao's words. Finally, he nodded and said, it's feasible. This will make those who sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor feel threatened and work harder, so that those who work hard will have the opportunity to step onto a better platform. This approach is much more reasonable, but the key lies in whether you will be overwhelmed with sympathy and popularize B-level or even A-level ninjutsu. If you do this, you will be denying the efforts of the great families for generations and increasing the arrogance of the common people. Can you grasp this degree well? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Xiao with a serious face. Chapter 261. It's time to go to bed. Husband Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, of course. I think my great-grandfather, second grandfather, and my grandfather, my great-grandfather, will supervise me together. Once I cross the line, I will be rejected. As long as more than 3 people oppose me, my decision can be invalidated, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Boy, aren't you afraid that you will be sidelined? Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Xiao. Even he would not make such a suggestion. This could already threaten the power of the Hokage. We all serve Konoha. Does it matter who is the Hokage? Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Senju Tobirama raised the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, he had not misjudged the person. In that case, I agree. Senju Hashirama was about to say that he agreed, but Senju Tobirama said, I suggest that my eldest brother's voting rights be revoked. Sometimes, he is just causing trouble. Senju Tobirama glanced at Senju Hashirama, and Senju Hashirama's mouth twitched. No, this is my own brother, I can't do anything. I'm afraid I will kill him with one punch. Uzumaki Mito also felt relieved at this time. She believed that if Tobirama, Izuna, and Madara were keeping an eye on Uchiha Xiao, then Uchiha Xiao would not do anything too out of line. As for her husband, Hashirama Senju. Well, I also agree to cancel my husband's voting rights. Uzumaki Mito spoke at this moment. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. She hadn't expected that her grandmother would question her grandfather's ability to govern. You, You don't believe me, the first Hokage. But I founded Konoha? Senju Hashirama was furious. I'm going to find Madara and ask him to judge the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Uchiha Madara's voice, no need to look for me, I'm coming. After that, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara appeared in the barrier. This is Uchiha Izuna's self-created ninjutsu. I want to see it. As long as the chakra of a familiar person appears nearby, you can appear by his side with just a thought. Isn't that useful? Oh? The naturally evil Uchiha Izuna has also mastered the space-time ninjutsu. Tisk. For some reason, Senju Tobirama felt uncomfortable when he saw Uchiha Izuna, and he had to say a few words. Uchiha Izuna's face was full of black lines. White hair, what do you mean? It's nothing, just telling the truth, Senju Tobirama said lightly. Want to fight? Uchiha Izuna said coldly. Come on. Senju Tobirama widened his eyes again just as the two were about to fight. Two streams of chakra shot up into the sky, and at the same time they roared enough. To the huge chakra fluctuation almost shattered the barrier, causing Uzumaki Mito to twitch his lips. I'm telling you guys, stop it, nine-tailed fox, do you understand? Uzumaki Mito thought to himself, I understand. Kyuubi responded immediately. Then a tailed beast coat appeared on Uzumaki Mito's body, and the clothes turned golden. The Nine Tails chakra mode, the natural energy of the Nine Tails chakra, combined with Uzumaki Mito's control of chakra, suddenly made the barrier 3 times thicker, and then black words began to spread from under Uzumaki Mito's feet. It's a sealing technique. No. This level can be called a sealing formation, a forbidden magic field. And these dense words rushed towards Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The two men's expressions changed and they were about to block, but one of them was locked by the 18 diamond seals. When Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama saw this scene, they consciously retracted their chakra and lost the desire to argue. The Nine Tails was stunned inside Mito's body. Fuck, I've made it. Mito and I are killing people. Even Hashirama, Senju and Madara Uchiha are no match for us. I'll be in charge of the Hahoha, and this old woman Mito will be in charge of the killing. I have to hold on tight to this thigh. Nine Tails thought so, and naturally injected chakra into the body of Uzumaki Mito. As if it were free. Uchiha Madara was okay, at least his mouth was exposed, but Senju Hashirama was in a terrible situation. He couldn't move, his mouth was sealed, and he was whimpering there. The two of them are almost 100 years old in total, and they are still acting so recklessly. After saying that, he looked at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and glanced at Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama. Out of the corner of his eyes the two immediately shook hands and said, I was wrong, it is my fault, I shouldn't have mocked you, I shouldn't have suggested taking action. Seeing the two of them like this, Uzumaki Mito finally nodded. That's right. A loving family, how wonderful. Why not fight and kill each other? After seeing that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were completely sealed, Uzumaki Mito retracted the diamond seal. Uchiha Ala moved a chair behind Uzumaki Mito like a lackey. Uzumaki Mito nodded. Her grandson-in-law was the best. He knew how to care for others. Unlike those two old guys, they fought and killed all day long and released chakra at any time. Ahem. We also agree with Al asking me and my elder brother to look after him. Uchiha Izuna looked at Uzumaki Mito obediently, and Uzumaki Mito nodded. In that case, from now on, Tobirama, Madara, and Izuna will supervise the behavior of Hokage-sama. Everyone looked at each other and finally said quickly, yes. Uzumaki Mito felt that the matter was finally resolved and she could sleep peacefully, so she slowly got up and walked towards the room. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and gave Senju Hashirama a look that said, you know what I mean, then turned around and entered the room. Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama with a complicated expression. What kind of life was his buddy living day by day? He shook his head, then walked out of the barrier. In an instant, the sealing technique dissipated completely, and Uchiha Madara's power returned in an instant. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Uzumaki Mito was a man, he would probably be either one of the 2 heroes of the Warring States period or one of the 3 heroes of the Warring States period. The sealing technique was so terrifying that it sealed both him and Hashirama, leaving them unable to resist. Senju Hashirama's face paled. What did Mito mean just now? Could it be that? They were already an old married couple. There was no need, really no need at this moment. Senju Tobirama suddenly said, brother, why aren't you here with me? Don't make my sister-in-law wait anxiously. Yes, Hashirama, although I can't stand you, Lord Miro's strength may be terrifying, so you'd better sacrifice your body. Uchiha Izuna strongly supported Senju Tobirama's opinion at this moment. There's no way around it. Even the sand on the ground is covered with sealing techniques and 36 heavenly diamond sealing chains. Even if the 10-tailed beast comes, it'll be in pain for a while. Grandpa, I think you should fulfill your responsibilities as a man and not let Grandma wait too long. Otherwise, there may be discord between you and your wife. Tsunade nodded solemnly. Uchiha Xiao didn't say anything, looking at Senju Hashirama with eyes full of pity. What kind of family status is this? Tisk, I didn't expect that the dignified first Hokage, Hashirama-sama, the god of ninja, would be of such a low status. It's really true. While he was still thinking, Tsunade immediately grabbed his ear, and Uchiha Owl cried out, "It hurts, it hurts. Honey, let go, let go." Ahem, husband, I think the matter has been resolved. It's getting late, and we should rest. What do you think? Tsunade said seriously. Uchiha Xiao's heart moved. Okay, let's go home immediately. Although he almost couldn't bear it yesterday, the feeling made him addicted. Chapter 262. Do you think you are Uchiha Owl? Tsunade pulled Uchiha Owl back to the villa. After taking a shower, they made love again, which lasted until the next morning. Tsunade's face was flushed, the corners of her mouth were raised, and she fell into deep sleep. Uchiha Owl, perhaps because he had solved a big problem in his mind, also fell asleep after a period of exercise. We sleep in each other's arms. You feel my softness and I feel your hardness. Hokage's office. Naraluming took a sip of wolfberry water and sighed. This young man is in good health. He hasn't come to work for 3 days. I don't know how the Hokage is doing. Fortunately, he is not busy during this period, otherwise Luming would probably want to visit Uchiha Xiao and say hello to his relatives. No, it's okay to just greet his relatives. After all, he really has 2 relatives who are super shadow level ninjas. He is afraid that he will be killed as soon as he says it. Lord Luming. Something big has happened. The Fallen Angel clan, the God and Demon clan, the High Definition clan, and the Uncensored clan are all making trouble under the Hokage building. Anbu Hatake Tsukumo walked in and reported. Naraluming frowned. What the hell? What kind of clan? Why hadn't he heard of these ninja clans before? So Naraluming decided to look up some information. He told Hatake Tsukumo, take the Anbu and appease them first. I'll be there soon. Yes. Lord Rikumei. Hatake Tsukumo led the Anbu downstairs, while Nara Rikumei was looking up information upstairs. Let me take a look at the Fallen Angels. Oh, I got it. The Fallen Angel King Ba once killed a Chunin by throwing a shuriken from 200 miles away on the battlefield of World War I. For this, he was awarded the sea-level ninjutsu, water-style, water-flow jutsu. Seeing this, Luming was scared and threw the information away. What the hell is going on? Looking at the HD clan and the Uncoded clan again, he had a weird look on his face. The HD and Uncoded clan once teamed up to dance for 2.5 minutes on the battlefield of World War I, successfully disgusting the enemy and distracting their attention, resulting in 2 enemy soldiers being killed by a Chunin with 2 swords, and they were rewarded with sea-level ninjutsu fire style, spark technique and sea-level ninjutsu wind style, wind blade technique. Fuck. Is this something a human will do? What level of person are you? You dare to come to the Hokage building to cause trouble? People who don't know you would think you are Uchiha Owl, and you can cause trouble wherever you want. These people made Nara Shikoku very angry at this moment. Uchiha Xiao, who had just arrived at the door, frowned. He pushed the door open and said, "Assist Luming, come out for a moment." Nara Shikoku's face turned pale. Gudong, why was there no sound when the Hokage came to the Hokage's office? Oh no, he didn't mean it. Tell me, Assistant Luming, what are you dissatisfied with me? You slam the table and the books, or am I, Uchiha Xiao, making trouble everywhere, which makes you unhappy? Uchiha Xiao didn't hear everything, but it didn't stop him from hitting Naraluming. Naraluming smiled bitterly and explained what had just happened from beginning to end. Uchiha Xiao's expression was also very interesting. He had already understood the reason why Naraluming was angry. He coughed twice and said, "Ahem, Luming, I'm not saying that you were wrong to scold them just now. It's just that such words are not conducive to unity. Don't say them in the future." "Yes, Lord Hokage. From now on I will be careful with my words and actions and only speak freely in front of you, Lord Hokage." Nara Shikoku bowed. Uchiha Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Hey, it's so cool to deal with smart people. Now that he has been punished and knows Luming's political attitude, it's time to get some sweet rewards. Nara Shikoku took the initiative to speak. "Hokage-sama, What do you think of my son Shikaku's internship at the police department? What internship system? Uchiha Xiao frowned. Naraluming felt a little disappointed, but Uchiha Xiao's words made him overjoyed again. He's a regular employee. Tell him to find Uchiha Queen tomorrow. He will arrange everything then. Uchiha Xiao raised his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up. Ah. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for training my son. Nara Shikaku is now 16 years old. He does nothing every day and just reads books at home. This makes his old father very worried. Whatever he says it is really boring now he has finally found a job. Luming, I also have something to tell you. Uchiha Xiao glanced at Naraluming, then put his arm around his shoulder. Hokage-sama, could you please tell me what's going on first? Nara Shikaku's intuition told him that the matter was not simple. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, nothing, it's just, Uchiha Owl said that he wanted to include C-level ninjutsu as the teaching content of Konoha Ninja School. Naraluming was startled at first, then quietly asked, will B-rank ninjutsu be released in the future? Uchiha Xiao shook his head. C-level ninjutsu is the limit. B-level and above require military merit and contribution to redeem. Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up. Then I have no objection. I know Shikachu also fully supports Hokage's idea. Anyone can really call themselves the Konohagakure clan, the Fallen Angel clan, the God and Demon clan. Each one sounds scarier than the other. But when we asked, wow, there are only about 10 people in the whole clan. Looking at their battle record, I don't know if they paid money to bribe the commander at the time. They gave all kinds of weird reasons, which really makes people angry. Period. Now they were making trouble downstairs simply because they felt that the ninjutsu advantage they had gained through previous operations had now vanished into thin air, and they were not happy with the popularization of C-level ninjutsu. They would rather they and their own people not learn more ninjutsu than let the common people have no ninjutsu to learn. There are such people in the world. On the contrary, there are many of them. In order to maintain their inexplicable sense of superiority, they dare to act as obstacles on the road to success for others, preventing them from succeeding, which makes them feel comfortable. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. You can have some tea here. I, Luming, will handle this matter. Naraluming smiled meaningfully. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect that Naraluming would actually take over this hot potato. Do you know what you are talking about? Uchiha Xiao stared into Naraluming's eyes and warned. Nara Shikaku nodded. Of course I know, Hokage-sama, please grant my consent. Uchiha Xiao looked at Naraluming's calm and wise face and finally nodded. Okay, Luming, you go ahead and do it. I'll make a pot of tea for you here and look forward to your triumphant return. Yes, Lord Hokage. Nara Shikagami smiled slightly, walked out of the Hokage building, and looked at the current leader of the Fallen Angel clan who was making trouble. The Fallen Angel is invincible. Naraluming's mouth twitched. Damn, what a domineering name. He then looked at the current patriarch of the Gods and Demons clan, and saw the Gods and Demons dancing wildly. Damn it, your two names sound quite scary. However, Naraluming shook his head. These two people, as well as the High Definition clan and the Uncensored clan, were just characters used as pawns by the small clans. If he can't even fool them, no, if he can't even educate them and solve the problem, then he has no use being the assistant Hokage. Uchiha Owl looked down from the floor-to-ceiling window and opened it. He was a little curious and wanted to hear how Narukumi would deal with these things. There are 5 new chapters added. Please use your love to urge for more chapters, comment, follow, and give 5-star praise. Woohoo! Please give me some pointers to urge me to update. Please chapter 263. Naraluming, I'm not afraid of my wife. Narukumi walked downstairs. Just as Hatake Tsukumo was about to speak, Narukumi glared at him. Good man, you little bastard, Uchiha Xiao is coming, but you didn't even bother to send me a text message or call me to tell me, so Uchiha Xiao had to catch me by the braid and give me a lecture. Hatake Tsukumo seemed to have thought of something. He scratched his head and chuckled. Nara Shikagami no longer looked at him, but looked at Fallen Angel, Invincible, and Gods and Demons dance. If you have something to say it. Don't make a fuss here. Do you think the Hokage building is a vegetable market? Narukumi said with a bad look on his face. You should have different attitudes towards different people. After knowing Uchiha Owl's attitude, Narukumi didn't intend to have any good attitude towards these two people. Lord Luming, please make the decision for us. Fallen Angel Invincible shouted. Uchiha Xiao upstairs smacked his lips and said, why are you yelling so loudly? Oh? Make the decision? What decision? Naraluming pretended to be confused and asked again at this time. Shenmue Ranbu stepped forward and said what Uchiha Xiao of Konoha School said, Lord Luming, you are also a member of the ninja clan. We have shed blood for Konoha, and our ancestors have sacrificed for Konoha. And today, Lord Hokage actually wants to open sea-level ninjutsu. How can this be possible? Naraluming smiled on the surface, but in his heart he was saying, who are you and I from the ninja clan? Just dancing, throwing a shuriken, and killing someone makes you a ninja clan member? I advise you to start talking again. Ahem, I already understand the situation. Do you two have any other questions? Narashikamae said with a smile. The two looked at each other and said, hey buddy, Uchiha Xiao has already started to undermine the foundation of our ninja clan. Why aren't you anxious at all? However, the two of them did not expect that for Hinata, Ino Shikacho, Aburame, and Uzumaki, it was just a sea-level ninjutsu, and they had dozens of such ninjutsu in their families. The high-definition patriarch and the uncoded patriarch looked at each other and saw some clues, so they started walking towards the family without saying a word. Seeing that the two idiots didn't react, Naraluming didn't intend to pay any attention to them. It's okay, you can go back now. We'll have a meeting soon on this matter. Then you'll know how short-sighted you are, haha. These days any family that has only one or two ninjutsu can call themselves a ninja clan. What a nonsense. They clearly made a profit, but they say that it harmed your interests. With this kind of thinking, they will never become a big clan. Finally, Narashikamae walked into the door of the Hokage building, followed closely by Hatake Tsukumo. The two of them went upstairs in silence and knocked on the door. Come in, Uchiha Xiao's voice came out calmly, and the two pushed open the door and slowly walked in. Hokage-sama, X2 Uchiha Xiao nodded, then looked at Naraluming. I'm very curious about what you just said, Luming. Why do you say they are short-sighted? Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up and asked with some anticipation. Hokage, they are just some small families who have made some achievements on the battlefield and were rewarded with sea-level ninjutsu. They are complacent because of one or two sea-level ninjutsu, but they don't know that in our eyes. They are just that. On the contrary, the Hokage is so wise and brave that he is willing to open up C-rank attack ninjutsu, so that everyone can learn at least 3 attack-type ninjutsu. If I were a fallen angel or a god and demon, I would wake up laughing in my dreams, instead of talking nonsense about the foundation of the Konin clan. Nararakumae spoke the results of his analysis from an objective perspective. Uchiha Xiao was beaming. Right? They're all acting like they've lost out. I gave you ninjutsu so you could learn it, and you're still accusing me of destroying your foundation. Don't be so shameless. Luming is right, King Feng. Write down what he said and use it at the meeting in 2 days. Uchiha Xiao looked at Naraluming and said with a smile, yes, Lord Hokage, I will write it down right away. Then, Nara King Feng glanced at the clan leader Naraluming. As expected of the clan leader, he knew Uchiha Xiao's weaknesses so well and knew what Lord Hokage liked to hear. You really deserve to be the Hokage's assistant. Nara King Feng sighed in his heart. His two brothers, Nara Sifu and Nara Mingayu, still have a long way to go to catch up with the clan leader Nararakumae, and they still need to learn hard. Luming smiled. The younger generations of these two tribes were quite interesting. After Uchiha Xiao and Nararakumae finished chatting, Nararakumae learned that he had to continue working here to review government affairs for Uchiha Xiao. His face went from laughing to not laughing, and drooped visibly. No, Xiao, I have to tell you, triple the salary, plus a cell phone, half in cash and half in salary card, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. I love working overtime so much, please let me work this shift. Also, can I get double the cash and double the salary card? Naraluming's eyes were full of light. Okay, look at what you have achieved. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but smile. Okay, please go out, Lord Hokage, I'm going to start working. Narashikaku began to drive away. Uchiha Xiao sat there with a serious face, and began to review government affairs. Uchiha Xiao laughed heartily. Then I won't delay you from making money. I heard that the Nara clan is henpecked. I didn't expect it to be true. Naraluming looked up at Uchiha Xiao and said, I want to make it clear in advance that I am not henpecked. I am here to help our Lord Hokage handle government affairs. She is just a cricket woman. What else can she? Before he could finish, Naraluming's cell phone rang. My dear wife, love you, it said on it. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows, as if he wanted to watch how Naraluming would deal with it. Unexpectedly, Naraluming hung up the phone. See what I said? Lord Xiao, I answer her calls when I want to, and I don't when I don't want to. I'm awesome. Uchiha Xiao took a look and gave a thumbs up. Awesome, Tsukumo. Our Lord Luming is awesome." After that, the two of them left the Hokage building. After confirming that the two had really gone far away, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. When the call was connected, he said tremblingly, "Hey honey, I'm working overtime." "What? I always work overtime?" "Oh, don't mention it. Ever since Uchiha Xiao got married, he's been like a king who doesn't even attend court in the morning. Moreover, he's so stingy that he only doubles his salary in one day." Okay, I'll call it for you." After saying this, Luming's eyes were full of pain. In order to calm his wife's emotions, he said that the salary would be doubled and he would keep 1/3 for himself. "Oh, I earn a lot of money by working overtime," Luming said helplessly, but his hands honestly transferred 2/3 of the money from the salary card he slumped over the desk in the office. Actually, when he thought about it, it was okay. After all, he didn't need to do that every day. It was really unbearable as he got older, and his wife was getting more and more aggressive. Thinking of this, Luming stood up and began to review the government affairs. "Well, this job is still easy." Chapter 264 Kato Dan, destroyed. Uchiha Xiao suddenly felt a familiar aura from the fallen angel, so he left the office and quickly separated from Tsukumo. It turned out that when Uchiha Al came up from below, he put the flying thunder god mark on the fallen angel invincible. He had originally planned to visit him at night, but at this moment, he felt a familiar breath, so he followed the signs and walked towards there. It wasn't far. Only a few hundred meters away from the village. Uchiha Xiao narrowed his eyes and followed quietly and carefully behind. Then I heard Kato Dan's voice, "You useless piece of shit. You can't even do this. Fallen angel invincible. You've really let down your famous name. I thought you were some capable person." "Okay, don't be angry. Did Woody try his best?" Heizetsu said with a smile. Then his face turned cold and he stretched out a black hand. Just as Fallen Angel was about to thank Black Zetsu, a black hand pierced his chest. "No need to thank me. After all, I won't give ants a chance to speak. If you fail to do something, then be careful in your next life," Heizetsu said lightly. Although it is now sharing a body with Kato Dan, it is too easy for him to separate a black hand. Kato Dan didn't react much to this. He was just an ant. He was now full of hatred towards Uchiha Owl. It was clearly Uchiha Owl who stole his life. "I can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor, marry Tsunade, and everything should be mine." When Kato Dan blessed Tsunade and Uchiha Owl that night, he went back to sleep and dreamed that he and Tsunade were boyfriend and girlfriend, and their daily happy life. Although he was killed by Danzo in the end, that period of time was his most precious memory. He opened his eyes and hid the secret in his heart. He thought it might be his own fantasy, so he shook his head. However, he had the same dream for 2 months in a row, and he began to doubt whether it was a dream or not. There was no character named Uchiha Owl in that dream. At this moment, Black Zetsu found him and said, "Haha, you have hatred towards Uchiha Owl in your heart. Come with me, we will destroy him one day." The desire in Kato Dan's heart was infinitely magnified. Perhaps killing Uchiha Xiao would make the world return to normal. Tsunade would be back by his side. Thinking of this, Kato Dan nodded, and the two began to cooperate. The previous assassination before marriage was planned by the two of them together to plan Jiraiya. Although he failed, Black Zetsu did not give up. He was still looking for opportunities and placing spies. Finally, he heard that Uchiha Owl wanted to open sea-level ninjutsu, and he realized it was an opportunity, so Kato cut off contact with a small ninja clan he knew, which gave the opportunity for the Fallen Angel invincible to appear. Fallen Angel's face turned pale. He looked at Kato Dan and the Black Hand in disbelief. He wanted to say something, but the Black Zetsu in Kato Dan's body suddenly raised his hand and covered his throat. "This place is not far from Konoha. Please die quietly." "Thank you." Just like that, the Fallen Angel invincible died with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. "Why? Black Zetsu, why did we fail again this time? There is no Uchiha Owl in the world in my mind. Why does Uchiha Owl suddenly appear here and occupy my life?" Kato Dan snorted coldly. "I don't know either." Black Zetsu sighed, but in his heart he was cursing Kato Dan. "You are a fucking lunatic. What do you mean there are no Uchiha Owls in your world? You are a fucking psychopath. If it weren't for the fact that your ninjutsu is somewhat effective, I would send you to the Pure Land." Outside, Uchiha Owl's pupils shrank. Kato Dan's words were worth further investigation. What was going on? How did he know about things in other dimensions? Ding. Host, I sensed the soul breath of the deceased Kato Dan from another dimension in Kato Dan. The system voice sounded, "Huh? Another dimension?" Kato Dan was possessed by another body, Uchiha Xiao asked hurriedly. No, Kato-dan is practicing soul-based ninjutsu. This type of ninjutsu is inherently difficult to practice and requires a lot of mental energy. Perhaps at some point in time, at some moment, he achieved a soul resonance with his other self. It caused him to gain memories from another time and space. The system's voice was a little cold. He had never thought that there would be such a bug. That is to say, he can't tell whether it is reality or a dream, right? No one will believe his nonsense, Uchiha Xiao asked. That's right. After all, not everyone cultivates their souls. However, the Otsutsuki clan from outer space may not be the case. The system was a little worried. Ding, the mission is issued. Kill Kato-dan and completely separate this plane from the original plane. Reward points are 990,000. The system's voice was a little cold. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but be stunned, secretly amazed in his heart. He had never expected that the system would give such a generous and amazing reward. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. I understand, Uchiha Al responded coldly with a blank expression. At this moment, Black Zetsu was chatting happily with Kato-dan, completely unaware of the impending crisis. It happened so quickly that Uchiha Al instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique. His figure was like a ghost, and he appeared next to the cold corpse of the fallen angel in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he unhesitatingly activated the kaleidoscope pupil technique in his right eye, soul-shattering 9 netherworlds. A powerful and strange power was released from his eyes. The next moment, Uchiha Xiao stretched out his hand with lightning speed and captured Kato-dan accurately in an instant. Kato-dan felt as if his soul was being torn out. Black Zetsu was horrified at the sight, and even more terrified when he saw that it was Uchiha Al Queen, especially when it felt the terrifying aura coming from the eye technique. It knew that something was wrong. The moment Uchiha Al touched Kato-dan's body, it decisively abandoned Kato-dan and quickly escaped underground. However, it was too late. Uchiha Xiao pulled tightly with his right hand, and Kato-dan's soul was easily pulled out of his body. Then, Uchiha Al mercilessly plunged him into the 9 nether hell within his eye technique space. Suddenly, a raging fire ignited, mercilessly burning Kato-dan's soul. Kato-dan howled in agony, his voice echoing throughout the space. Uchiha Owl. You damn guy. Kato-dan was furious and cursed while struggling to escape, but before he could raise his foot to kick Uchiha Xiao, his soul was completely sucked out. And his roar filled with resentment and unwillingness echoed in Uchiha Xiao's mind for a long time. Please use your love to generate power, give 5-star praise and comment, and we will continue to fight. Chapter 265. The new Kato-dan. Hearing Kato-dan's roaring voice, Uchiha Xiao had no chance and blocked him with a do not disturb button. The system then said, Congratulations host, you have completed the task and are rewarded with 99 points. Ding. It has been detected that the host's strength is no longer what it used to be. The advanced mall has begun. Samsara I 500 million points. The power of the 6th path is 1000 million points. 8 gates of Dungia, no side effects version, 600 million points. Well, Uchiha Xiao was speechless. The points he had earned during this period and the tasks combined were only 120 million. As a result, he still had a long time to work hard. However, the most important thing is to first figure out why Kato-dan can sense things in the original work. He closed the wall interface and then came to the 9 nether hell. 9 nether hell. Uchiha Al's eye technique, the soul dangling 9 netherworlds, creates its own space, where it collects the enemy's souls, which are constantly burned by the spiritual fire of this space, and finally transformed into energy to feed back to Uchiha Al. Uchiha Al's soul appeared in the 9 nether hell, and Kato-dan gritted his teeth. Bastard. It's you. It's you who stole my life. I'm going to kill you, HMPH, idiot. If it weren't for me, I would have died in the Second Shinobi World War. As for your life? Don't be ridiculous. A guy who takes advantage of others in distress, do you deserve it? Uchiha Xiao sneered. No matter what, I should have had a sweet time with Tsunade, but you took it all away. I won't let you go. Kato-dan was furious. I'm too lazy to reason with someone like you. You don't deserve to listen. Uchiha Xiao's right eye's Sharingan rotated, and several chains appeared in the 9 nether hell, binding Kato-dan tightly. You, what are you doing? Uchiha Xiao, I warn you, you are killing ninjas from your fellow village. Even if you are the Hokage, you will be despised. Kato-dan's face turned pale, as if he had lost his righteous side. "Search your soul and see where you know so many things from," Uchiha Xiao said coldly. Besides himself and the system, Kato Dan also knew about his time travel, which made him a little confused. If he doesn't figure this out, Uchiha Al won't be able to sleep. Soul search. Your Uchiha clan can't have this kind of ninjutsu. Apart from the Yamanaka clan, I've never heard of anyone else who can search memories, Kato Dan said coldly. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. After saying that, Uchiha Al's soul body stretched out his hand, ready to touch Kato Dan's head. At this moment, Kato Dan's soul suddenly exploded. Uchiha Xiao quickly activated the Eternal Mangekyou of Sharingan to form a soul defense. This kind of damage to the soul would take at least 10 or 8 years to recover. Then a piece of golden fragment was seen flying out of Kato Dan's body, flying towards the outside of Uchiha Al's space at an extremely fast speed. Just as Uchiha Al widened his eyes and thought to himself that something bad was happening, the flame demon necklace suddenly glowed, and the fragments began to tremble as if they had encountered something ferocious. Then the flame demon necklace transformed into a ferocious beast made of golden flames. It instantly rushed to the front of the golden fragments, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it. After doing all this, the ferocious beast grinned and looked at Uchiha Al with a slightly flattering look, and finally turned into a necklace and hung on Uchiha Al's body. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. How could this flame demon necklace be so powerful? It took over 100 chapters for it to reveal its true power. Uchiha Xiao took off the necklace and squeezed it. Hey, you, come out. What's the matter with you? If you don't agree with me, come and help me. The flame demon necklace did not respond, but just lit up for a moment, then returned to calm. Uchiha Xiao had no choice but to put on the necklace again, but this time, he raised his brows. I seem to know some information. Kato Dan, one of the pawns of the ninja world's Tendao, has a mission, meets Tsunade, dies on the battlefield of World War II, promotes the development of the plot, and is a supporting character level 2. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. A chess piece of heaven? Driving the storyline forward? So, he was a supporting role, a minor one, even one so minor it was barely above the 18th tier. He looked so aggressive, like a protagonist, and scared Uchiha Xiao to death. As expected, the more someone shouts, the more useless they are. Uchiha Xiao touched the necklace again. Since it wouldn't come out, there was nothing he could do, so he left the Nine Nether Hell and headed towards the village the other side. Black Zetsu was in a hurry to run for his life, cursing in his heart, damn it, this Uchiha Al is too evil. He actually has the means to directly attack the soul. Most of my body is also made up of soul power. This time I am in trouble. I have to thank that useless Kato Dan. He's not very capable, he was just barking like a dog, and he attracted Uchiha Xiao's attention for me. Otherwise, if he had targeted me, who would have saved Mother? Black Zetsu's determination to save his mother will never die. As long as he is still alive, he will devote all his strength to saving his mother, because it misses its mother. Unlike Hamura and Haguramo, the two unfilial sons, who actually sealed their biological mothers for the sake of the ninja world, I, Black Zetsu, am ashamed of my two brothers. He then came to the cave where he and Madara had lived before, calmed down, and then began a new plan. Since Kato is gone, we should make plans early. Uchiha Al is too scary. We can't go to Konoha village for a while, Black Zetsu murmured, and his brain began to work. Suddenly something came to his mind. Since Kato Dan's soul had disappeared, was his body still there? Black Zetsu started walking back again. After sensing for a long time and no longer sensing the scent of Uchiha Al, he looked towards the place where he had escaped before. Sure enough, Kato Dan's body was still there. He then attached himself to Kato Dan's body and occupied that body in an instant. His appearance also changed slightly. The whites of his eyes quickly turned black, and his skin was sometimes illusory and sometimes solid. Tisk, you know what? This body is still very useful. Since you are dead, Kato Dan, please lend me this body, Black Zetsu said slowly. Then he followed the movements of the original body and began to perform the spirit transformation technique. Heizetsu could see the original body sitting on the ground, motionless, while he drilled out of his body. After the test was almost complete, he returned to his body and regained control of his body. He said with a sigh, this move is just so-so in my opinion. It's not as good as my Black Zetsu's heart rip, forget it, just make do with it. After all, this body at least looks like a human. Black Zetsu stretched his body, then left here and rushed towards the water country. Well, you have to pick on the weak. He's wary of the hidden Cloud Village and the hidden Iwa Village, No matter the number of their armies, the strength of their leaders, or the strength of their Jinchuriki, the only thing Black Zetsu is not so afraid of is the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 266, Sand Village Riot. Uchiha Xiao returned to the village, suppressed his emotions, and walked in the village with a smile on his face. First, he went to the Guofang restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and then headed home. Tsunade must have been getting anxious waiting for him. After all, he had been gone for about 2 hours. As soon as the door was opened, Tsunade poked her head out of the bedroom and said, "Honey, you're back." Tsunade was wearing home pajamas and had a smile on her face. "Well, I just went out to do something, and it's all done now," Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Tsunade nodded, but she didn't ask directly because from her husband's facial features, she could tell that he was in a very happy mood. Since he didn't say anything, she didn't ask. Wow, what a good wife. She knows how to read people's expressions and share her husband's worries. She knows how to handle things so well. "Come and eat. These dishes are freshly prepared. Eat them while they were hot." Uchiha Xiao opened the lunchbox, put out a dish after another, and brought it to the table. At this moment, the doorbell rang at the door. Uchiha Xiao was startled and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded and said, "Husband, go quickly. Maybe something happened. I'll wait for you to come back and eat." A gentle look flashed in Uchiha Xiao's eyes. "Okay, wife, if you're hungry, eat first. Go quickly. I don't like to eat first. Let's eat together." Tsunade pushed Uchiha Al and pouted. Uchiha Xiao said in a gentle voice, "Okay, little ancestor, please sit down. Your husband will listen to you." Seeing this, Tsunade nodded and sat obediently at the dining table, waiting for her husband to come back after work. Her 2 little feet in white silk stockings swayed as she looked at Uchiha Al's back with a smile on her face. Sure enough, men who work hard are the most handsome. Uchiha Xiao opened the door and saw a person standing at the door. Isn't this the Sea of Clouds in the mountains? Hokage-sama, Yamanaka-unke is here to report." Yamanaka-unke was seen kneeling on one knee with a serious expression. Uchiha Xiao realized the importance of the question and let him in. After all, outside the door was not a place to talk. "Follow me." After saying that, Uchiha Xiao walked in front and headed towards the study. The Sea of Clouds in the mountains followed closely behind him, with his head lowered. He knew the basics of not looking at anything he shouldn't. Uchiha Xiao was very satisfied with him. After pushing open the study door, Yamanaka Yunhei went in first. Uchiha Xiao gave Tsunade a look, indicating that Tsunade should not wait for him, but Tsunade shook her head and signaled Uchiha Xiao to go quickly. Uchiha Al nodded and walked into the study. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Uchiha Xiao sat in the main seat of the study, crossed his legs, and looked serious. "Reporting to Lord Hokage, Master Banfuku of the Sand Village passed away this morning. The One-Tail took the opportunity to break through the blockade and is wreaking havoc on the border between the Wind Country and the Fire Country." "Grandma Chiyo asked for help from Konoha?" said Yamanaka Yunhei. Uchiha Xiao's eyes widened. How could this be? He remembered that there was no such part in the original novel. The system voice sounded, "Ling." In the original work, the Third Hokage raised his hand to suppress Shukaku, ending this duel. Because the process was simple and crude, it did not appear in the original work. Since the host killed the Third Hokage, and the former Fourth Hokage is disabled, it is impossible for Chiyo to subdue him quickly just by relying on Granny Chiyo. Release Mission 1. Quell the Yui Rebellion. Reward 100,000 points, issuing Mission 2. Since the Sand Village is unable to control the tailed beasts, then Konoha will take over. Reward 200,000 points, one-tailed beast chakra, renewable. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. "Okay, I understand. Inform Elder Danzo and tell him that there is an opportunity to become a Jinchuriki. Ask him if he wants it. If he does, meet at the village entrance in an hour." Shan's Hongain Hai said. "Yes." Then, the figure disappeared in the villa, and with the help of the instant body technique, he moved directly to the door. Without looking around, he opened the door and went to the Shimura clan to report that Uchiha Al came out, walked to Tsunade and said, "Something has gone wrong in the Sand Village. Their perfect Jinchuriki, Master Banfuku, has passed away. He is now unable to control the One-Tail, so I plan to go and subdue it later." Tsunade raised her eyebrows, just helping them capture the One-Tail. "Haha, they can't control the tailed beasts now. So I will help them solve this problem and save them the trouble." Uchiha Al did not give a direct answer, but told the story as if it was what should be done. Tsunade understood immediately. "Hey, then hurry up and eat. By the way, has the One-Tailed Jinchuriki chosen a good person?" Uchiha Owl picked up a dish and put it in his mouth. Of course, what do you say, Shimura Danzo? Period. Due to the intervention of Uchiha Owl, Danzo Shimura is no longer as sinister and cunning as in the original work. Instead, he is upright and follows behind Uchiha Owl, secretly eliminating dissidents for him. As for Elder Danzo, well, he is on our side now. We got married some time ago, and he sent 2 volumes of A-level wind-style ninjutsu. I think it's okay. Tsunade immediately analyzed the pros and cons and came to a conclusion. Uchiha Xiao smiled and nodded. After all, Tsunade was also a ninja from a powerful family and was not completely ignorant of politics. What she said was basically the same as what he thought. Yes, I'm full, wife. I'm going out to do something, Uchiha Xiao suddenly said. Go, be careful and don't hurt the allies of Sand Village, Tsunade said quickly. This is for the benefit of the village, and it's the village where her husband is Hokage. These are all political achievements. Okay, I will try my best not to hurt them. Originally, Uchiha Xiao thought that Tsunade was afraid that he would get hurt, but it turned out that Tsunade believed in his strength and would not get hurt, causing him to accidentally hurt his ally. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao glanced at the clock. Only 10 minutes had passed, but he still decided to go a little early. When he arrived at the village entrance, he saw Danzo already waiting there. When he saw Uchiha Owl, his eyes lit up. Our lord, shall we set off? Uchiha Xiao laughed dumbly. It seemed that Danzo was even more anxious than him. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, didn't I say in an hour? How come it's so early? In order to reduce the losses of our allies and for the reputation of Konoha, I, Danzo, have no choice but to do it, said Danzo Shimura with a serious face. Uchiha Xiao smiled but said nothing. Alright, Elder Danzo, we know each other well. There's no need for this. I'll leave the one tail to you this time. From now on, please use this power to protect the villagers of Konoha. Shimura Danzo was very touched. Uchiha Owl being Hokage, that would definitely benefit him. He would definitely think of his own people. He would give it as soon as he said it, never making empty promises. Compared to Sarutobi, no, what are you comparing? Is Sarutobi worthy of it? I'm sorry, Hiruzen, don't come to me again in the future. I'm afraid Lord Hokage will misunderstand me, Danzo Shimura said secretly in his heart. Thank you for your cultivation, Lord Hokage. I, Danzo Shimura, am willing to go through fire and water for Lord Uchiha Owl, no matter what the cost. Danzo Shimura knelt on one knee. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, Elder Danzo, what are you talking about? It was Elder Danzo who personally wrote the letter to restore our Uchiha reputation. I will always remember this kindness. Danzo Shimura was in tears. When he first picked up the pen, it was just a casual act and it had no effect on him. Now it is worth Uchiha Owl's attention until now, and the reward is actually a tailed beast. Chapter 267 Shukaku shows off his power. Konoha comes to the rescue. Uchiha Owl and Shimura Danzo are heading towards the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. The two of them were moving very fast, especially Danzo, whose speed was actually comparable to Uchiha Xiao's, which surprised Uchiha Xiao. Wow, Danzo's physical strength and chakra are pretty good at this period. Danzo noticed Uchiha Owl's gaze and was startled. Hokage-sama, is there something dirty on my face? Uchiha Xiao shook his head. No, I just wanted to remind you that we are almost there. The two looked forward at the same time, and saw a huge and fat sand civet cat roaring there. The sharp sound made countless ninjas below cover their ears. Kill you. Kill you. A bunch of ants. How dare you imprison me, Shukaku, for so long. Today, I, Shukaku, will destroy your sand village. All I could hear was the one tail roaring angrily. Then he stretched out a claw and attacked a sand village town. At this time, a red fireball rushed up and shattered Shukaku's claw. Burning escape, steaming kill. Ye Kang waved his right hand and shouted, it's Lord Ye Kang. Lord Yekira is here to save us. Long live Lord Ye Kang. The ninjas and villagers in the town cheered. Shukaku was stunned. Scorch release. He didn't expect that the Sand Village had this kind of bloodline limit. It's not Shukaku's wonder that he didn't know. He usually practiced in the house with a master and seldom went out. He didn't know the strength of the Sand Village, but this only made him stunned. Scorch release is powerful, but how much chakra can you have? We tailed beasts can extract unlimited chakra. Ha 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 ha, are you tickling your uncle Shukaku? Although the one-tailed Shukaku's arm was blown to pieces, the wind and sand soon gathered and its arm was intact. Wind style, air training bullet. Shukaku spit out a huge wind ball containing a large amount of chakra from his mouth and fiercely attacked Ye Kang. It was fast and powerful. Yukang's pupils shrank. She had not expected Shukaku's attack to be so fast. It was so fast that she had no time to perform the substitution technique, the instant body technique and other life-saving ninjutsu. Seeing that the practice bullet was about to hide him, Yukang's heart tightened. At this moment, Jinsong Juyurei appeared. Three treasures suck and collapse. Xiao's powerful voice came over. Chikamatsu Juyurei arranged the 1234 pattern, then emitted a powerful suction force, sucking the lion coin bullet into his body. Yukang looked at Grandma Xiao, only to see Grandma Xiao smiled at her and said, "Well done, Yukang." Yukang felt warm in his heart, and then he extracted his chakra. Suddenly, more than 20 little sun-like oversteaming killers appeared. Shukaku was stunned. He didn't expect that this human female could burst out with such ability in a short time. However, Shukaku still wanted to say, "You are really too young?" In just a moment, Shukaku's body turned into a pile of loose sand and merged into the ground. All the steam-killing attacks were in vain. Yukang was panting at this moment. The previous move consumed half of his chakra. Grandma Xiao's face was gloomy. She didn't know when Konoha's support would arrive. What a cunning beast! After seeing the steam kill disappear, Shukaku recondensed and said, "God GGGGG, nothing more than that. You are far inferior to the third Hokage." As he spoke, Shukaku released another ninjutsu, wind style, sand shot. The wind's strength and sand bullets penetrated the opponent's body, but the damage was minimal. The real purpose is to suppress the opponent's mobility by burying the sand into the opponent's body. It's similar to the piercing spell, scatter quickly. Yukang, this move has a control effect. Once you are controlled, defeat is basically certain. Xiao has seen the scene where the second Hokage sealed Shukaku. This move still had some impression on him. He then formed seals with his hands, and used the three treasures absorption to increase the power and absorb the sand bomb. "Oh? You are the little girl back then. I didn't expect that you have become an old woman now. Okay, absorb it. I want to see how much you can absorb." Shukaku mobilized natural chakra, and sand bombs were endless. Yukang hid behind Xiao, and looked at Xiao's hair, which was now wet with sweat. He felt a little distressed, so he put his hands behind Xiao and injected chakra into her. Grandma Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but soon she roared, "Yakira, get out. You must survive. The sand village can do without me, an old woman, but it can't do without you, Yakira, mother-in-law. I'm sorry I can't obey your order. From childhood to adulthood, it was you who taught me to practice chakra, to complete missions, and to learn the truth. If I leave, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Yukang said, That's all. If you reach your limit later, please step back. Just think of me as an old woman begging you to leave hope for my sand village." Grandma Xiao murmured. At this moment Yukang did not answer, but just kept transferring his chakra. Just as the two were desperately trying to resist Shukaku, Lin appeared. He used his 10 fingers to control the three puppets and roared, "Three treasures suck." The three puppets opened their mouths at the same time and stood together with a Jinsong Juyurei to absorb the sand bullets. "Son, who asked you to come? Do you all want to piss me off to death?" Grandma Xiao looked at her own son, the red-haired puppeteer Lin, and said anxiously, "Scorpion was just born. Lin, you can't just think about the village, think more about your son and your wife." Grandma Xiao was a little confused at the moment. "Mother, you said that as a ninja of the sand village, you must always be prepared to sacrifice. Why do you change when it comes to your son?" "I am not a coward. Today is the critical moment for the survival of the sand village. If I abandon you, it would be unfilial. If I retreat, it would be disloyal to the sand village. So, mother, let us fight side by side." Lin smiled and increased the power of the three treasures absorption. Liner, although Grandma Xiao was worried about her son's safety, her pressure was indeed reduced a lot due to the recent joining of Lin, a new cage-level strong man. "Liner, if you can't hold on any longer, remember to take your Kang and evacuate. You are the hope of my sand village. You carry the future of sand village on your shoulders. You can't die here," Grandma Xiao said with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that," Lin said coldly. What a joke, asking him to abandon his mother and run away. It's impossible. Although the sand village is of supreme importance in his mother's eyes, in his eyes, his mother's safety is the most important. His mother gave him life. If his mother died, what would be the meaning of all this? Lin is very opinionated, just like his father, the first Hokage. Once he makes up his mind, 10 oxen can't pull him back. The three of them had been resisting Shukaku's ninjutsu for a quarter of an hour, and their chakra was almost exhausted. Just when the three of them were ready to burn their physical potential and forcibly absorb chakra, a giant Buddha rose from the ground and flew towards them. With two people standing on the head of the Buddha, one of them jumped down and injected wind attribute chakra into Chihayo and Lin's bodies at the same time. The two of them immediately became energetic, and the range of the three treasures' absorption increased. When I looked back, it was Danzo Shimura. You two, please don't be distracted and continue to perform ninjutsu to block the One-Tail's ninjutsu. Otherwise, everyone will be finished. Although Shimura Danzo's voice was serious, it sounded very reliable to the three of them. Thank you. Lin Uchiha nodded and concentrated on controlling the puppet. Please like, follow and give 5-star praise, urge for more updates, add to the bookshelf, and comment to chat. Chapter 268. Be honest. Shukaku massive Buddha rose from the ground. Shukaku was stunned. What was happening? Its body, made of sand and earth, suddenly began to tremble. It froze for a moment, not even paying attention to Chihayo. You're kidding. You're kidding, Shukaku, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Huh? How do you know my name? But it doesn't matter, kid. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Shukaku looked a little timid. HMPH, Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands and said, Immortal technique, true thousand hands, top Buddha transformation. The huge thousand-armed Buddha statue slapped down one hand and grabbed Shukaku. Shukaku was stunned. It wanted to turn into sand and escape, but the chakra in its body was sealed. At this moment Shukaku was captured and brought to Uchiha Owl. One-tailed Shukaku, your power is too great. For the sake of peace and stability in the ninja world, you need to be sealed. After saying that, the diamond seal was activated, and 8 chains flew out to bind Shukaku tightly. Shukaku immediately wilted, and his chakra was completely sealed. At this time, the big Buddha disappeared, and Uchiha Owl walked towards the 4 people with Shukaku in his hand. Hokage-sama, thank you for your help, Granny Chihayo said quickly. Mr. Lin had a bad premonition, and Yukang looked at Uchiha Xiao. He didn't expect that the gap between the two was not much at the beginning, but now there is such a huge difference between them. Haha, Grandma Chihayo, you're too polite. Since your sand village is no longer capable of controlling the One-Tail, then I, Konoha, will take charge. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, I will bring the One-Tail back to Konoha. The real purpose was revealed, and Uchiha Owl didn't waste any words. Grandma Chihayo's face froze, but she knew that what Uchiha Owl said was right. There were not many respectable ninjas in the sand village now, and it took all their strength just to resist Shukaku. If they still want Shukaku, and Shukaku riots, then that would happen in the village, and the village would probably be destroyed at this moment. Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, is a time bomb for the sand village. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Besides, she doesn't think that Uchiha Owl will help them cast multiple sealing techniques on the human pillar. Even if Uchiha Xiao agreed, would they dare to believe it? Shukaku rushing out is no joke. Okay, my sand village agrees. Grandma Chihayo nodded. Lin and Yukang looked at Grandma Chihayo and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, everyone understood this truth. 3 people almost died here because of one defense. Without that strength, there was no way to keep the tailed beast. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, okay, we are all allies. Since the sand village is willing to give up, we don't have to pay the fee this time. I hope that the 2 families will be on good terms in the future. After saying that, Uchiha Owl walked up to Danzo Shimura, grabbed his arm, held the one-tail in his right hand, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and came to the Senju clan's territory. At this moment, Tsunade and Mito were discussing Uchiha Owl in the yard, and suddenly a huge chakra aura appeared. The 2 of them became alert instantly. Mito. This aura seems to be from the one-tailed Shukaku and the Uchiha Owl. Ms. Tsunade, it's that guy Ichibi and your husband who are about to arrive. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade looked at each other and looked towards the red light. In an instant, Uchiha Owl was holding Danzo Shimura with his right hand and Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, with his left hand. Period. 9-tailed fox and 6-tailed fox exchanged glances from a distance, then communicated with each other telepathically. Is the one that looks like a dog the one-tailed fox? Judging from the way it's shrunk and the nature of the chakra, it seems to be him. Puff, cough cough. When Shukaku heard the 2 voices, he immediately shouted, don't forget, you 2, I can hear you even if we're talking telepathically. You stinky fox and rhino dog, do you want to fight? Oh. Sorry, I forgot about you. Fight? Can you beat me? Kyuubi said lightly. Yeah, brother Shukaku, let's not be so impulsive. How did this happen? Rhino Dog changed the subject. Shukaku sighed suddenly. My previous Jinchuriki died, and I was released. I thought I could take revenge on the Sand Village. Everything went smoothly in the early stages, but who the hell knew that a giant boulder would appear, grab me with one hand, and seal the chakra flow in my body. He said to me, I'm too strong, and for the sake of peace in the ninja world, you have to seal me. Shukaku gritted his teeth. The six-tailed fox did not respond, and the nine-tailed fox was confused. Is the person who arrested you this time called Senju Hashirama? The nine-tailed fox said in a serious tone. It's not Hashirama Senju, nor is it Uchiha Madara, but an Uchiha who opened a big Buddha. Shukaku sighed. Kyuubi had a strange look on his face. He originally thought that Hashirama Senju was already the best, but suddenly he remembered the scene where Uchiha Susanoo defeated Hashirama because of a dispute over ideas. I suddenly feel a little sorry for Shukaku, the one-tailed beast. What's going on? The nine-tailed shook its head and said, you'd better behave yourself for a while and serve as the Jinchuriki's tailed beast, otherwise you will suffer. Vulpix, well, you better listen carefully. The third Hokage was the one who was beaten to death in 3 moves by the young man who brought you back. The one-tailed Shukaku's body trembled. The third Hokage was actually killed by this guy. And his body was not intact? This made me very confused. No, buddy, if you have this ability, why did you catch me? Isn't Konoha an enemy of Sand Village? Wouldn't it be nice to join me and destroy Sand Village? But what the one-tail didn't know was that the Sand Village was still useful at this time, and Uchiha would not sit idly by and watch the Sand Village fall into ruin. Grandma, and Tsunade, it's better to be restrained in front of elders and call them by their names. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded, looking at Danzo. Danzo quickly bowed and said, greetings, madam. Danzo Shimura was very smart, and when he didn't know how to address them, he just called them Madam Tsunade. And Uzumaki Mito smiled. You are here for? The two of them glanced at the tail locked by the King Kong seal and immediately understood. I'll and Danzo, you go over there. I will protect you. The second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, appeared, looked at the two of them, and pointed to his yard. Uchiha nodded and walked in with Shimura. Danzo, Elder Danzo sat cross-legged with his clothes open. Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Shimura. Danzo nodded, baring his chest and abdomen, and closing his eyes. Uchiha said again, one-tailed Shukaku, you'd better behave yourself, otherwise I can beat you up again at any time, even if you have become Danzo's tailed beast. What are you bragging about? You'll be able to beat me when the time comes. Before the one-tailed Shukaku could say anything, he saw Uchiha's eternal Mangekyo 6 Magatama wheel-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan spinning there. He immediately closed his eyes and exclaimed, oh, he was once stunned by Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, so he was very familiar with this power. Be honest and avoid suffering from mental torture. Chapter 269 Shukaku challenges Rhino Dog. Uchiha Xiao glanced at Shukaku, then gave Senju Tobirama a look. He immediately understood and called his sister-in-law. Please cast a barrier to seal this place. Uzumaki Mito nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a golden barrier was formed, covering the entire Senju clan, preventing the energy and chakra fluctuations of the tailed beasts from spreading out of the village. Danzo Shimura opened his mouth subconsciously. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. He raised his hand and the barrier unfolded, covering the entire clan territory. He didn't expect that the first generation's wife was so powerful. It was not his fault. After Hashirama's death, Uzumaki Mito retired and almost no longer used various sealing techniques and barriers. If Uchiha had not handed over the one-tailed Shukaku to Shimura Danzo this time, he would never have had the chance to see Uzumaki Mito's true strength in his life. Uzumaki Mito seemed to see the confusion in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Danzo, you were brought here by Xiao, and you are the future one-tailed Jinchuriki. You are one of us. I hope you can keep your mouth shut and don't tell anyone what happened here. Shimura Danzo was startled and quickly saluted. Yes, Lord Mito, I understand. Well, there's nothing wrong with Shimura Danzo calling Uzumaki Mito his subordinate. After all, his seniority and status are there. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded, giving his second brother a look. Tobirama knew it was his turn to appear. Danzo, I didn't expect that the first person to inherit the will of fire was not the monkey, but you. Since Owl has chosen you as the one-tailed Jinchuriki, please take good care of the village in the future. Danzo, you are my proudest disciple. Senju Tobirama patted Danzo Shimura's shoulder. He was usually serious, but at this moment, the corner of his mouth rose. Danzo Shimura was stunned. He felt like crying. At this moment, He was recognized by his teacher, and suddenly he felt that the position of Hokage did not have much meaning. It was at this moment that he realized that what he wanted was not the position of Hokage, but the recognition of his teacher, the second Hokage, and to defeat the former self who wanted to cover the retreat and lost his voice due to fear. Crack. Danzo Shimura seemed to feel a shackle in his body breaking, and his state of mind rose to another level. Danzo thanks you for your recognition. From now on, I will fight to protect Konoha and to protect the Hokage. I will not hesitate even if you die. Danzo Shimura knelt on his knees and kowtowed 3 times to Tobirama Senju. Tobirama smiled and helped Danzo up. He didn't expect that his recognition would be so important to Shimura. Danzo compared with Monkey King, Danzo is a little weaker in strength, but his thoughts and will are still worthy of recognition. Good boy, adjust your state. It will not be difficult to seal the tailed beast into your body. You must master how to get along with the tailed beast and how to fight with it for control of your body, Senju. Tobirama said seriously. Yes, teacher. I will remember it. After saying that, Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Xiao, who nodded. Now that you are ready, I will start. Shukaku, you will be honest, right? You don't want the future tailed beast's chakra to be drained away by you, leaving not a drop behind, right? Uchiha Al greeted kindly. Shukaku, listen to what a human being says, don't you think? This is a capitalist. Born. Damn born. Shukaku had a telepathic chat with the 2 tailed beasts. Condolences, hurry up, everyone has to accept this step. Shukaku, okay, I'll cooperate. Shukaku tried his best to please Uchiha Owl, hoping that he would not do anything. He was a new account that had just been released, so there was no need to drain his chakra. If I find out that you are pretending to obey and macing around inside the Jinchuriki's body, I think you know the consequences. Uchiha Owl seemed to have opened his third eye and saw through Shukaku's heart at once. Shukaku raised his eyebrows and said, how could that be, Boss Owl? Shukaku, I'm the most well-behaved, obedient, and considerate of the 9-tailed beasts. I will live in harmony with Mr. Danzo in the future, you'd better. Uchiha Xiao rolled his eyes at him. Shukaku, no way, Shukaku, did I hear you right? You are good, you are obedient, you are considerate, you can go to hell, Kyuubi said sarcastically. You were the most belligerent in the beginning. Except for 9 tails and 8th, you couldn't beat every tailed beast. What happened to you today? Have you turned over a new leaf? Tisk. Vulpix's attitude towards Shukaku was not very good either. You 2 guys, how dare you talk about me? It doesn't matter if Kirima talks about me, I won't bother with him. Shukaku snorted. Kirima rolled his eyes at this. What's your business? I'm the leader of the tailed beasts, so if you're new to this, just practice more. What's wrong with you, Rhino Dog? You dare to bark like a dog even though your combat power is at the bottom. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. I'm going to let Danzo fight your Jinchuriki in a duel. I'm going to beat you down, Shukaku said sinisterly. Kyuubi's eyes lit up. This time I'm on Shukaku's side. See the girl, the one with yellow hair? Yes, you fight her one-on-one. If you don't, you're my son, let's have a one-on-one duel. Just wait and see, Shukaku said indignantly. The Rhino Dog looked strange. Are you sure? What? Are you scared? Then call me Uncle Shukaku 3 times, Shukaku sneered. Haha, remember what you said? Rhino Dog originally wanted to remind Shukaku, but seeing his behavior, forget it. Shukaku smiled and said, if you are new, you should practice more. If you should shut up, you should shut up, Shukaku said, although I cannot beat the 9-tailed fox or the 8-tailed fox, it is still easy for me to beat you. The next moment, Tsunade walked in and said to Uchiha Xiao with a smile, husband, come on, Shukaku, Jiu Lama, ha Rhino Dog. Kirima took advantage of the situation and said, no, Shukaku, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you smiling? Are you born not to smile? Don't forget, you will challenge the 6-tails Jinchuriki later. Rhino Dog laughed like crazy. Shukaku, I'll wait for you, Shukaku. Its silence at this moment was deafening. It opened its mouth and finally shouted to Kirima, Dad, I was wrong. Kyuubi was stunned. How could Shukaku be so spineless? Oh, yes. He was just caught by the Great Buddha plus seal, so it's okay. Rhino Dog shook his head. They were communicating through telepathy, so only the 3 of them knew about it and it would not be spread to anyone else. This farce ended with Shukaku, the 1-tailed one, recognizing Kirima, the 9-tailed one, as his father. The conversation between them also came to an end. Uchiha Xiao looked at Shimura Danzo and said, are you ready? Elder Danzo? Shimura Danzo nodded. We are ready, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Owl nodded, then clapped his hands, sucked Shukaku's chakra out of his body, and then transferred it into Danzo's body. Chapter 270, Ninja School Vice Principal Danzo. Shukaku is wailing, my body feels hollowed out, and my head is shaking. Be quiet. Shukaku. Do you think I don't know that you are also a ball of chakra? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty here? Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly. Shukaku, how come this guy knows everything? Sigh, it's not easy living under someone else's roof. Shukaku glanced again and looked at Danzo Shimura. It was obvious that this kid was not easy to fool. Shukaku, I'm in trouble today. Danzo Shimura held his breath and concentrated, controlling his chakra to store the one-tail chakra in his body. At first, he was a little flustered and leaked a lot. I feel really bad for Shukaku. After all, this is its original body. Although it can be restored, I just can't bear to let it go. But what surprised Shukaku was that Danzo only wasted a little bit, and was able to control it with ease afterwards. This guy. His perception and affinity for wind attribute chakra is twice as strong as that old man Bifu. Then, maybe he can become its perfect Jinchuriki. It can achieve half-tailed beast transformation or full-tailed beast transformation. Shukaku began to feel lucky. There weren't many perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world, right? Tisk, he actually encountered one. About half an hour later, Shukaku completely disappeared and entered the body of Shimura Danzo, just as it was cheering. The diamond seal, the 4-symbol seal, and the 8 diagrams seal held him tightly in check. Shukaku curled his lips. Was it really that dangerous? He'd even added so many layers of insurance. Welcome to join us, Shukaku, Kurama said with a grin. Originally, it was the only tailed beast in Konoha, but now the 1-tail, 2-tail, 3-tail, and 6-tail are all here. I am no longer alone. Period. HMPH, don't be so proud. My Jinchuriki is a perfect Jinchuriki. Do you understand? His understanding of wind attribute chakra is nothing short of genius, Shukaku said proudly. If Dio is useful, why don't you try to defeat Uzumaki Mito? She's forming a barrier with her hands, with 36 diamond sealing chains. Even if I give you chakra, you can't defeat her. Besides, Rhino Hun's Jinchuriki, if I give you a chance, do you dare to defeat her? Can you tell me if Dio is useful? Kyuubi twined. It had been in more contact with Uchiha Owl during this period, and its dictionary had also been enriched a lot. It wasn't very damaging, but it was extremely insulting, and once again silenced Shukaku. Rhino Dog smiled and said, okay, Kurama, don't be so aggressive. Now that 5 of our 9-tailed beasts are in the same village, we are not too far away from each other. It's not bad to be able to chat together often. Kurama didn't refute this time. Isn't this much better than being alone in Konoha? Danzo, how do you feel? Senju Tobirama stepped forward and supported Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura felt the endless chakra in his body and the corners of his mouth curled up. Teacher, the power of my wind attribute ninjutsu has at least doubled, and I seem to have mastered new abilities. As he spoke, Danzo Shimura stretched out his right hand and aimed at the barrier. The wind and sand gathered together and turned into a sand cone, stabbing forward. Magnetic escape. The 1-tail brought a magnetic escape bloodline limit to Shimura Danzo. Look, I said this guy is a genius. He can perform magnetic jutsu in an instant. Shukaku was showing off his Jinchuriki. Kurama and Rhino didn't refute anything. Danzo was indeed very talented. As soon as he became a Jinchuriki, he could use magnetic escape at will. Senju Tobirama's eyes lit up. Good boy. Good. Master has decided to tailor a set of magnetic ninjutsu for you. You must use this ninjutsu and strength to protect Konoha? Yes. I will. Shimura Danzo's eyes were full of light at this moment, and he muttered in his heart, Hirozen, I guess now you are no longer my opponent, right? In the Sarutobi clan's territory, Sarutobi Hirozen just came out of the room. His legs felt a little weak. The saying a man is as strong as a wolf at 30 and as strong as a tiger at 40 is absolutely true. He felt that his body would fall down if the wind blew. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat, as if someone was nagging him. However, he shook his head. None of my business, Dio. I'm already retired. What else do you want me to do? After Shimura Danzo became familiar with the power, he quickly pledged his allegiance to Uchiha Owl. Hokage-sama, Elder Danzo, I am willing to go through fire and water for you in the village, no matter what. He understood that 80% of his master's recognition of him becoming the 1-tailed Jinchuriki was due to Uchiha Owl. He was not stupid. It was the best choice for him to pledge allegiance to Uchiha Xiao as soon as he gained power. Uchiha Xiao quickly helped Chishimura Danzo up and said, "Oh, Elder Danzo, what's going on? The two of us, our two families have long been like brothers, mutually beneficial. It's just a one-tailed beast. There will be more good things in the future." Uchiha Xiao appealed to his emotions and then painted a big pie in the sky. But just because it was Uchiha Xiao who painted it, Shimura Danzo also benefited from it. And he was willing to eat this big pie. "Thank you, Hokage." Shimura Danzo saluted again, and Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Well, please stand up, Danzo. By the way, I have a mission for you from now on. Please accept it." "You say?" "I will definitely agree," Shimura Danzo said without hesitation. "Look, isn't the ninja school starting tomorrow? I want to appoint you as the vice principal to supervise the school for me and protect the safety of the students. They are the future of my Konoha village. They are the flowers of the Fire Nation and must be valued. I think there are only a handful of people in Konoha who are strong, have faith and are capable. Among these people, only you are the most suitable and can take on the important task." Uchiha Xiao fooled seriously. "No, explain seriously." Danzo Shimura was very moved. Uchiha Xiao actually gave him such an important position. How could he not be moved? All ninjas graduating from the school in the future will have a teacher-student relationship with him. Usually, the Hokage will only be the principal himself, and the vice principal position will be given to an ordinary civilian with little influence. Because of this, it will not pose a threat to the position of Hokage. Instead, he can build up his own power. When he meets an outstanding seedling, he can accept him and train him to be a subordinate or apprentice. It is a very convenient thing, and Uchiha Xiao trusts him so much and gives him this position. Isn't this worthy of his loyalty? Please rest assured, Hokage. Danzo will definitely abide by his duties, manage the school well, and report the students' talents truthfully. Danzo Shimura said firmly, "Okay, I trust you to do the job. You can take office tomorrow. I will make some arrangements tonight." As he said that, Uchiha Xiao pulled Tsunade out of the barrier and then clapped his hands. Three Anbu came down from the tree and knelt in front of him. Uchiha Xiao told them that he would arrange the position of vice principal for Danzo and ordered them to find Lu Ming to resolve it. After doing all this, Uchiha Xiao took Tsunade and walked towards home. 3 updates tonight. I feel the author is persistent and a model worker. Please urge me to update more. Click a little more with love, add it to the bookshelf, and leave more comments, please, please. Chapter 271 Long Live the Villagers. After Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade returned home, they took a bath. Uchiha Xiao looked at Tsunade with a smile on his face, and Tsunade blushed shyly. Uchiha Xiao pulled the bed curtains, which were very well sealed. From the outside, only some shadows could be seen swaying there. Soon, a sound that made people feel restless was heard. 10,000 words omitted here. After doing all this, since Uchiha Xiao had to give a speech at the beginning of the school year the next day, the party didn't last too long and ended at around 12 o'clock. Tsunade knew how much it tasted, and with a smile on her face, she hugged Uchiha Xiao's body, put her head against his chest, and listened to his strong heartbeat. Gradually, she felt sleepy and fell asleep beside Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao looked at the ceiling, thinking about what he would do tomorrow, and gradually he fell asleep. The next day, Uchiha Xiao stretched and said hi and looked at the time. It was still early, so he got out of bed, got dressed, and prepared to make breakfast for Tsunade. He walked to the kitchen, took out a frying pan, added oil, cracked the egg, lit the fire, and did it all in one go. Then he activated the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and stared at the texture of the egg. Try to flip it as soon as it's done. Right now. Uchiha flipped the pan with his right hand, then released chakra to wrap the egg around it, preventing it from falling and breaking. Egg. I never thought in my life that I would be stared at by the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and be enveloped by chakra. It was worth it. Everything went as Uchiha Xiao expected. The egg fell perfectly onto the pan as he had said it, without the yolk getting scattered. Uchiha Xiao smiled with satisfaction, then added pepper and salt, finally scooping the eggs out and placing them on a plate. The textbook-style eggs were finally cooked. Uchiha Xiao smiled, and then he prepared the bread slices, cut the luncheon meat, arranged the lettuce, squeezed the salad dressing, and finally cut it diagonally and arranged it neatly. Perfect. Uchiha Xiao smiled, then took out a cup of milk from the refrigerator, put it in warm water for a while, and put it on the table. Wife, it's time for dinner, Uchiha Xiao said softly. After hearing Uchiha Xiao's voice, Tsunade opened her eyes, put on her clothes, and walked out. Good morning, husband, Tsunade said with a smile. Well, good morning to you too, wife. Uchiha Owl smiled, then placed the sandwich in front of Tsunade and said, "Try it." Tsunade knew it was made by Uchiha Owl at a glance. She smiled in her heart, then took it and started eating. "Eat slowly, there's milk on the table, don't forget to drink it later," Uchiha Owl instructed, then kissed Tsunade on the face. "The school starts today and I need to give a speech. It's getting late, so I'll go first," Uchiha Xiao murmured. "Okay, speaking of work, I have to go to the hospital today. I've been on leave for a long time and I feel like my cooking skills have deteriorated," Tsunade said as she took the dinner knife and cut twice. "Well, be careful, and call me if anything happens," Uchiha Xiao pointed to his cell phone. "Understood." Hokage. Tsunade's gaze at this moment was like that of a soldier meeting his superior. Well, if there was no salad dressing on his lips, it would be even more like that. PFFT, showing off, Uchiha Owl scratched Tsunade's nose. Tsunade couldn't hold it back and laughed. "Give me a hug before you leave." "Hug?" Uchiha Xiao stretched out his arms and hugged Tsunade, feeling the two soft lumps on his chest, with the corners of his mouth raised. "Home, are you comfortable?" Tsunade suddenly asked, with a teasing look in her eyes. "Well, it's comfortable. My wife's body is very soft," Uchiha Xiao admitted generously. "Okay, go back to work, my Lord Hokage. I'll hug you again when you're off work." Tsunade patted Uchiha Owl's back. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, I'll hug you after get off work." After that, he reluctantly let go of her hand and walked towards the door. Tsunade ate the sandwich while looking at Uchiha Owl with eyes full of love. After Uchiha Owl's back disappeared from her sight, Tsunade drank the milk in one gulp, then returned to the house and took out a new white coat. Then she tidied her hair and walked towards the hospital. When Tsunade arrived at the hospital, many colleagues said that she had become much more beautiful. "This woman is different after getting married. She is getting more and more beautiful. As for men, I don't care anymore." After Tsunade came back, she took over many difficult operations with swift and decisive action, acting like a strong woman. No one in the hospital could have imagined that Tsunade was so timid. Uchiha Owl wore the Hokage's divine robe, with his hands behind his back, followed closely by Nara Shikoku, and guarded by Hatake Tsukumo. A group of Anbu were observing the situation on the roof, ready to take action if anything went wrong. Uchiha Owl actually felt that it was unnecessary, but the Anbu said that it was their duty, and they had no choice but to allow them to follow behind him. Uchiha Owl did not place any Uchiha clan members in the Anbu. It was not that he did not trust the Uchiha clan, but there was no need for it. The Hokage is an Uchiha, and this reason alone is enough. The Uchiha clan just needs to follow Uchiha Owl without thinking. Uchiha Owl's achievements, combat power, age, and IQ make him the best choice at this moment. Uchiha Fugaku was standing at the school gate with his father, standing behind Shimura Danzo, waiting for Uchiha Owl to arrive. Hinata Ekachi was also standing there with Hinata Hayashi at this moment. As for Nara Shikoku, Hinata Hizashi and others, they are young and hold important positions, so they don't need to go to school and only need to come once during the exam. According to Uchiha Xiao, this is called the rejuvenation of cadres, and the most capable ones will be appointed. No one is dissatisfied, because of this trivial matter, they offended the powerful families and the Hokage at the same time, and they were hesitating there. The civilian ninjas stretched their necks and looked towards the Hokage building. They had very few opportunities to meet the Hokage. Although they had heard of his deeds, a large number of them had never seen the Hokage and were therefore very curious. "Lord Hokage is here." No one knew who said this, but the crowd suddenly became agitated. Danzo Shimura asked the teachers to organize the discipline, and took the other vice principals and senior leaders a few steps forward to prepare to welcome Uchiha Owl. I saw a white Hokage robe appear, and Uchiha Owl was walking towards this side without a hat. The crowd immediately shouted, "Hokage-sama, we finally met a legendary ninja, the military god of Konoha, the god of ninjas, Uchiha Owl, our Hokage of Konoha. Thanks to the decision of Hokage-sama, the living standards of the people in the village have improved by at least double." Most of the people were very excited, and their mouths were full of positive energy. Uchiha Xiao smiled. "Long live the villagers." Everyone was stunned and made a louder sound. "Long live Hokage-sama." Chapter 272. Transfer him to Class S. The collaboration between Uchiha Owl and the villagers moved the powerful ninjas. This appeal could probably only be compared to Hashirama Senju, who founded Konoha back then, right? However, when they thought about Uchiha Owl's battle records and achievements, they felt relieved. When he was weak, he defeated the Hidden Rain village with a strategy. When he was strong, he killed the strongest Wind Shadow with Susanoo. I disagree with not paying compensation after the war. No matter who dares to wage war against Konoha, I don't care who you are. If you lose, you must pay compensation to me. Don't cry poor to me. Who isn't poor? You're poor, so you're right? This makes the villagers feel proud. This is the attitude that Konoha Village, the largest village in the ninja world, should have in terms of key achievements. Uchiha Xiao supported the opening of business and increased the compensation for the families of deceased ninjas, so that at least in the next 30 years, the family can live a carefree life. Konoha's economy is growing at a rocket-like rate, and the lives of Konoha villagers are visibly improving. Every day, countless civilian ninjas from other ninja villages want to move to Konoha Village. Everyone is proud to be able to live in Konoha. Even because Uchiha Xiao attaches great importance to business, the Land of Fire and surrounding countries have offered escort missions for high fees. The Konoha ninjas also have a relatively stable income. Isn't the Hokage who does practical things for the villagers better than the strongest Hokage of Konoha, who brainwashes people every day, brainwashes them for a while every 3 days, and performs a skull surgery every 5 days to brainwash them? Period. Are you kidding? The public has sharp eyes. Don't they know who is good to them? Uchiha Xiao's arrival completely ignited the entire street. He smiled and said, "Today is the day when Konoha School reopens. Parents, please move to the school playground and listen to my brief speech." As soon as these words were spoken, the students and their families consciously stood on both sides to make way for Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao smiled and shouted, "Thank you everyone. Hokage-sama is so handsome. Hokage-sama, I can be your lover. Just look at me, Hokage. He seems to be a very gentle person." Hearing this, Uchiha Xiao's feet slipped. Fortunately, Tsunade was not there, otherwise who knows what would have happened. He walked towards the podium. Danzo Shimura followed closely behind, and the heads of each grade directed the teachers to lead the team. Parents stayed outside the door and just left their children to them. The parents handed their children over to the teachers according to the classes they had been assigned to in advance, but they did not leave. They wanted to listen to what Uchiha Xiao, the Hokage, had to say, to hear how high his awareness was and how novel his ideas were. Uchiha Xiao heard the report from his subordinates, but he didn't care. He just asked the Anbu people to maintain discipline, prevent the crowd from being trampled, and ensure the safety of the villagers. The captain of the Anbu, Hatake Tsukumo, gestured, signaling everyone to protect the villagers. Immediately, all the Anbu took action, appeared at the door in a moment, and began to organize discipline. Since most of the people in the Anbu are elite ninjas, they have a strong murderous aura. The moment they come out, many people feel cold and unconsciously become quiet. Under Hatake Tsukumo's arrangement, one Anbu member is responsible for the safety of 100 people. If something goes wrong, the Anbu member will be punished. After the Anbu member is punished, the team leader, the squadron leader, and the captain will be punished. After hearing the order, all the black-clad Anbu took action and found the people they were to supervise as quickly as possible. After completing the task, the captain came forward to report to Hatake Tsukumo, Commander-in-Chief, "The mission has been issued." He bowed. Hatake Tsukumo nodded and said, "Be on full alert and don't let your guard down." Yes. After the captain said this, he returned to the team to preside over the meeting. Hatake Tsukumo turned and ran into the playground. He wanted to report to the Hokage. After receiving the report from Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Xiao nodded and began his speech. "Hello, classmates. My name is Uchiha Xiao. Some of you have heard of my deeds, and some of you have not." As soon as these words were spoken, many children looked up and looked at Uchiha Xiao with fanaticism in their eyes. "Actually, this is not important. What is important? It's you. I can only lead Konoha's present, but the future of Konoha depends on you, the pillars of the village and the students of the school." The scene was in uproar. What? Hokage-sama actually said that the future of Konoha lies in our hands? How can we be so worthy of this? Yeah, can someone like me really take on the responsibility of Konoha's future? A student who was different from everyone else raised his head and raised his eyebrows. His yellow hair was very obvious and his blue eyes were slightly gentle. He did not doubt what Uchiha Xiao said, but looked at Uchiha Xiao with a firm gaze. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. When he saw this figure, the corners of his mouth rose. So he suppressed the speculation in his heart and said a lot of things, asking everyone to work hard, study hard, and protect Konoha and their loved ones in the future. Uchiha Xiao did not make empty promises, but spoke the truth, so his words resonated with many students and parents. Hinata Ekaji slowly said, "Inheritance." He looked at his long hair which had turned a little gray, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even a middle-aged man of his age was touched, not to mention the children. The children are now putting all their efforts into practicing and improving their skills so that they can protect the village and their families in the future. Seeing the effect achieved, Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Let's encourage each other, young men. You are the future of Konoha Village and the pride of Konoha Village." My speech ends here. Thank you everyone. Uchiha Xiao bowed to the students. It was hard for them to hear him dawdling on the stage for almost an hour, but what he didn't know was that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak for 3 hours without feeling tired. Compared to him, Uchiha Xiao was doing well enough. Long live Hokage-sama, long live Hokage-sama, I will follow the Hokage till death. Today's words were remembered by every child, and they will all fight for the future of Konoha and practice hard. Seeing this, Danzo Shimura quickly asked the teachers to organize the students in their class and walked towards the classroom. Uchiha Xiao called Danzo and said, "Elder Danzo, that yellow-haired child will definitely have a bright future." Danzo Shimura was stunned and looked in the direction of Uchiha Xiao. This child's name is Namikaze Minato. He's from a commoner ninja family, but his future will be even brighter than that of the powerful ninjas. Do you believe it? Uchiha Xiao added. Shimura Danzo said, "I understand, Hokage-sama. From now on, I will have someone keep an eye on him and supervise his training." Uchiha Xiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "No need to urge him. I mean to arrange him to S-class. I will teach S-class myself." Danzo is really something. How stubborn he is. Danzo was deeply moved at this moment. Uchiha Xiao was going to personally teach Class S. He couldn't help but think of the scene where his teacher taught him, Hiruzen, and the other 6 people. The teaching part will begin in the future. So stay tuned. Please click and urge for more updates, brothers. Please click and generate power with love. Please pay attention, and leave more comments. Please help the author attract traffic and recommend novels. O Greek letter Omega O, O Greek letter Omega O, O Greek letter Omega O. Thank you everyone. Chapter 273. Namikaze Minato. Silly and sweet. Danzo was shocked. If the other ninjas knew about this, wouldn't they all be scrambling to find ways to get into Class S? After all, the title of Hokage disciple is a life-saving talisman for the family. They don't care what they learn, but this title is very important to the big family. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen tried every means to make his son become Uchiha Xiao's disciple. On the one hand, it was to learn ninjutsu, and on the other hand, it was to provide a layer of protection for the Sarutobi family. Uchiha Xiao looked at Danzo and understood his little thoughts at a glance. Vice Principal Danzo, this matter will be carried out in secret, and I will give you a list. These people will be trained by me personally. After that, Uchiha Xiao handed over a piece of paper with several people's names written on it. Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inochi, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Shinosuke. Danzo Shimura nodded and said, "I understand. Lord Hokage, I will arrange it right away." After that, Danzo Shimura began to look for people in each class. In less than a moment, he told them, "You are the 6 people chosen by the Hokage. He will teach you personally." Do you know what this means? Danzo Shimura brought him to the S-class classroom, his face full of reminiscence. He thought back to when the second Hokage, his teacher, had also selected 6 disciples to train as his own direct descendants. Now it is the turn of the 4th Hokage, Uchiha Xiao. The gears of fate have turned again, and this day has come again. The only difference is that they are old and they are young. Vice Principal Danzo, what does this mean? Namikaze Minato smiled slightly. Although he was very talented, he was still a little confused about politics. Danzo Shimura was stunned. Not only him, but the other 5 ninjas were also a little surprised. This guy didn't even understand this. However, it was Uchiha Fugaku who came to the rescue. He said with a stern face, "Minato, this means that you will become a direct descendant of the Hokage and bear the title of the Hokage's disciple. Your family and your relatives will enjoy unimaginable benefits." Namikaze Minato nodded to his good friend Uchiha Fugaku to express his gratitude. The others then remembered that Namikaze Minato seemed to be a civilian ninja. Yamanaka Inochi and Akimichi Choza looked at each other and nodded. They didn't think Uchiha Xiao would make a mistake. If it weren't for the fact that Namikaze Minato was different from ordinary people, they would never believe that he would become the Hokage's disciple. So the 2 of them stepped forward to release their goodwill. "Yes, Brother Minato, you have no idea how many benefits there are to being a disciple of the Hokage. Now the 6 of us are unique in our status," Akimichi Choza said with a smile. "Yes, It can even be said that our strength represents the teaching ability of Lord Hokage, and also represents the face of Lord Hokage. Yamanaka High nodded. Minato Namikaze felt tremendous pressure in an instant, and his nervous expression was also seen by Yamanaka Inoue and Akimichi Choza. Is he really of commoner origin? But after a moment, Namikaze Minato regained his composure, and once again raised his little sun-like smile and said, "Then we should work harder, at least we can't let the teacher down." Yamanaka Inoue and Akimichi Choza usually follow Nara's Shikaku, so they are relatively mature. They have also more or less learned some skills of judging people. At this moment, Namikaze Minato's performance moved them. He was nervous at first, no lie, but after just a moment, he regained his composure. Even many powerful clans might not be able to do that. This guy, Yamanaka Inoue and Akimichi Choza exchanged glances and made up their minds that they must make friends with Namikaze Minato. He is a ninja with a big heart, and as long as he doesn't die young, he is destined to soar to the sky. Hinata Hayashi had some social anxiety when he was a child. He was a little nervous at the moment, so he put on a stern face and pretended to be mature, but in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, this guy was so stupid. It may also be because the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are both families of Jujutsu, and they are naturally incompatible. Namikaze Minato also noticed this. With a warm smile on his face, he walked up to Hinata Hayashi and extended his right hand. "Hello, I am Namikaze Minato," Hinata Hayashi whispered. "Hello, Hinata Hayashi, your eyes are so beautiful." "This is the first time I've seen them," Minato Namikaze exclaimed sincerely. "Beautiful." Hinata Hayashi was stunned. This was the first time in all these years that he heard someone praise their white eyes for being beautiful. Yes, it is beautiful. Although it is different from black pupils and eyes of other colors, you can see the unique characteristics and majesty of the Hyuga clan from it. Namikaze Minato said these words from the heart, but it was like a breeze blowing through Hayashi's nervous heart. "Thank you, brother Minato." Hinata Hayashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he would be ignored today, but he didn't expect that Namikaze Minato was such a nice person. Yamanaka Inochi's pupils trembled and he turned to look at Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza was also shocked. In fact, they were not shocked by what Minato Namikaze said, but because they clearly felt that Minato Namikaze's praise was from the heart, not hypocritical. Perhaps it was because of this that Hinata Hayashi relaxed and became friends with him. "This guy is simply too scary," Shan's Honghei muttered. Yes, the temperament revealed unintentionally makes people feel comfortable and moved. Chudeo Dingzuo swallowed. However, the two wanted to say that Minato Namikaze was a bit of a pushover, but when they saw his smile, they closed their mouths again. He was really gentle. HMPH, Sarutobi Shinichiro snorted coldly and said nothing. However, his behavior made his four companions frown at the same time. The only one who didn't frown was the naive Minato Namikaze. He scratched his head, not understanding why this happened. "Shinichiro, what do you mean?" Danzo Shimura glared at him. "Do you understand, kid, that these 5 people will be your teammates in the future?" "Uncle, I just thought there was nothing to worry about, so I went home first. There shouldn't be any training tasks today." Sarutobi Shinichiro was a little unhappy. He was Uchiha Owl's eldest disciple and the son of the former Hokage, but they all kept surrounding the yellow-haired boy, which made him, who had always lived a pampered life, a little unhappy. Since the third Hokage retired, there have been fewer people coming to play with him, visit him at his home, or visit his father, and the Sarutobi clan has become much quieter. He asked his father why this happened, and his father smiled and said, "Because of power. Now that I have lost my power, I can't do things convenient for them, and they don't need to flatter me." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, but there was some loss in his smile. "After thinking about it, I decided to write 3 chapters. Brothers, please give me some urges for more chapters. Please, help the author promote the book." Period. Chapter 274, Minato's talent emerges. After a preliminary acquaintance, they followed Danzo Shimura to Class S, where there were only 6 positions, obviously telling them that only 6 people could become his Uchiha Owl's disciples. Minato Namikaze didn't like fighting, so he chose a seat by the window in the back row. He opened the window, breathed in the fresh air, and looked outside with a longing look in his eyes. "I don't know when he will be able to become a capable ninja and protect everyone." Namikaze Minato chuckled, his eyes clear. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the seat in front of him, and Hyuga Hayashi sat next to him. Wow, ninjas from the 2 major families sat around Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Shinichiro chose a seat near the door. As for the remaining 2 seats, Akimichi Chusa wanted to sit in the back and eat snacks secretly, so Yamanaka Inoichi sat in the middle of the 3 front seats. In the C position, Shimura Danzo smiled and said, "Today, since you have all chosen your seats, I will teach you the first lesson. Now I will explain the chakra extraction technique." Danzo Shimura did not hide anything and brought out the chakra extraction technique of his Shimura clan to explain. If this were the previous Danzo, you would not even think about it. Shimura Danzo spoke vividly, but the other 5 people listened with little interest, because they had been taught by their families since childhood that the best chakra extraction technique was the one that suited them. They had already been exposed to the family's chakra extraction technique in advance, and had also heard about the origin of chakra from the elders of the clan. However, it was Minato Namikaze, who came from a commoner family, who listened with great interest. Danzo Shimura nodded, thinking that diligence can make up for lack of talent. Just when he was about to continue explaining the history, a gust of wind blew in from the window, blowing Minato Namikaze's hair. Shimura Danzo was stunned, and Shukaku suddenly said, "Danzo, you Konoha have a lot of geniuses. I thought your wind escape talent was unparalleled in the world, but I didn't expect this wave of Minato to be even better. Just by listening to you explain the chakra extraction technique once, he can perform it immediately. Even the 3rd Kazekage can't do it." Shukaku was a little envious. He knew that Namikaze Minato's future was limitless. Shimura Danzo thought to himself, he is indeed the student chosen by the Hokage. If he can't do this, I would find it weird. Danzo Shimura did not show any dissatisfaction or jealousy, but looked at Minato Namikaze with eyes full of love. This wave of Feng Shumen was able to immediately master the chakra extraction technique of my Shimura clan, which means that this boy and I are destined to be together. I will take good care of him in the future. Danzo Shimura obviously increased his appreciation for Minato Namikaze and was very happy. It was a pity that this was Uchiha Xiao's disciple, otherwise he would have wanted to train him personally. Such pure wind attribute chakra, such high talent. When Danzo Shimura saw Minato Namikaze come out of his training state and open his eyes, he was delighted. Then he walked up to Minato Namikaze and touched his head. Namikaze Minato was startled and quickly stood up to shout, "Vice Principal." Shimura Danzo shook his head and said, "No need to be so polite. If you have any questions about ninjutsu in the future, you can go to the principal's office and ask me. Take these 2 scrolls." Danzo Shimura took out 2 sealed ninjutsu scrolls from the storage scrolls. It said Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, and Wind Style, Fierce Wind Palm. Although Uchiha Xiao stipulated that each ninja could only practice 3 C-rank ninjutsu, there was no rule that a teacher could not secretly teach ninjutsu to a genius disciple. This is too precious, Principal Danzo. I can't accept it." As he said that, Minato Namikaze put away his desire and pushed the 2 scrolls back. Shimura Danzo shook his head and said, "Minato, this is my investment in you. I hope you can study hard, practice well, and contribute your efforts to the prosperity and stability of Konoha village in the future." Minato Namikaze was still young after all, and on the one hand, he really wanted to accept it because his family did not have such a perfect match of wind-style ninjutsu. On the other hand, Shimura Danzo's words, the pie in the sky, and the bright future he had promised made him feel a little dizzy. He didn't know what he was thinking about, so he nodded and said, "Yes, Principal Danzo, I will. In the future, I will use my life to protect the stability of Konoha. If anyone wants to destroy Konoha, they must step over my dead body first." Minato's words were firm and his gaze was as solid as a rock. He believed that he would become the person he wanted to be in the future. That's right. Danzo Shimura became more and more optimistic about Minato Namikaze. He touched his hair, and a tender look flashed in his eyes. The other 5 people didn't react much. After all, they were just 2 wind attribute C-level ninjutsu, not something they would pay much attention to. Minato Namikaze couldn't wait to open the scroll and read the introduction on it. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Constructing hand seals with one hand, a violent gust of wind is expelled from the mouth. It sounds simple, but the scale of the wind varies depending on the ability of the caster. When used by an excellent ninja, the wind has the destructive power to blow down a 100-year-old tree. Wind Style, Fierce Wind Palm. This technique transforms chakra into wind, compresses it with a clap of hands, and evolves it into a violent gust of wind. The single attack of Fierce Wind Palm is powerful enough to easily send a person flying, but its real power lies in the combined attack using shuriken or kunai flying props. Whether it is the speed of flying in the air or the power when hitting the target, the lethality has increased exponentially. Although they were just 2 simple ninjutsu, they made Minato Namikaze's eyelids twitch wildly and his eyes were full of light. What a powerful ninjutsu! Principal Danzo, Please allow me to thank you again for your kindness. Namikaze Minato felt that he had understood it just by reading the introduction. My understanding of the application of wind attribute chakra has improved a lot in just a moment. The fierce wind palm was unleashed, transparent wind gathered in his palm, and a heart-pounding force was generated. Minato Namikaze's hair was blown around by the wind, and Shimura Danzo's eye twitched. He wasn't even pretending anymore. He used a body flash technique to appear in front of Minato Namikaze, and then rushed out the window. Don't panic. Concentrate and hit the ground, Danzo Shimura's calm voice came. Minato Namikaze nodded, his eyes lit up. And he adjusted this handsome posture and landed with a bang. A palm hit the ground, and the grass was instantly cut by the violent wind attribute chakra, leaving only the smooth surface. The ground cracked with a crackling sound, and when the chakra in Minato Namikaze's hand was exhausted, a small hole was left on the ground. Well done, Minato. Have you come into contact with this ninjutsu before? Danzo Shimura already had a guess, but he wanted to hear Minato Namikaze say it himself. I just took a look at the scroll given to me by Principal Danzo, and then used it. Namikaze Minato lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. This made Shimura Danzo heartbroken. Don't be sad, Minato, you are such a genius. I am so relieved. Chapter 275 Cute Shukaku. The principal is happy about your talent, Minato, you are a genius. Danzo Shimura slowly squatted down, grabbed Minato Namikaze's arm with both hands and smiled. The companions beside them also climbed out through the windows. You ask why they didn't go out through the door? Isn't it too low for a ninja to go out through the door? Everyone hurriedly followed and looked at Danzo Shimura and Minato Namikaze, and heard the conversation between the two. Even Sarutobi Shinosuke, who is always arrogant, frowned and looked at Minato Namikaze with shock in his eyes. It was my first time to come into contact with sea-level ninjutsu. I didn't practice at all, but I was able to understand it at a glance. This kind of talent can only be found in a small number of people. This guy, Sarutobi Shinosuke, no longer looked down on Minato, but straightened his back and looked at Namikaze Minato, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Really, principal? But I destroyed the school lawn and I can't afford to pay for it, Minato Namikaze said with tears in his eyes. Shimura Danzo laughed heartily. It's okay. A mere piece of grass can be exchanged for a genius from Konoha. The school will not lose out. You don't need to accompany me. The principal will handle this matter for you. After saying that, Shimura Danzo clapped his hands, and an Anbu appeared and said, deal with this piece of grass. Yes, the Anbu took action immediately. Danzo Shimura did not look at the result, but took Minato Namikaze's hand and walked back to the classroom. The other 5 people looked at each other, and finally Fugaku took the lead and followed Uchiha. Fugaku's eyes lit up. Genius. This is a genius. I want to make friends with him. Hinata Hayashi, this guy is so powerful. It's a pity that I, Hinata, can't perform ninjutsu. Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but darken. It would be a lie to say that I'm not envious. All of your classmates are ninjas who can perform ninjutsu to attack, but the Hyuga family can only practice soft fist, bagwazhang, and empty palm. It's not that they don't want to practice ninjutsu, but because the Hyuga clan's meridians are too fragile. Once used, the meridians will even burst. Many ninjas don't know that when they envy the Hyuga clan's Byakugan bloodline, there are also ninjas in the Hyuga clan who envy their ability to perform ninjutsu. Hinata Hayashi is one of them. He is still young and has not been instilled with those bad ideas, so envy is just envy. Yamanaka Inochi took out his cell phone and sent a text message. Shikaku, S-Class, Genius, Namikaze Minato, got it, friends, the other side replied quickly. Yamanaka Inochi told the news to Akimichi Tingzuo, who nodded. There is no way. Zuluti's external brain is now in a public place, and we can only contact her through text messages and phone calls. If you're in doubt, ask Lu Jiu. There's absolutely no problem. He's inherited Uncle Lu Ming's intelligence perfectly. Sarutobi Shinosuke walked towards them with an expressionless face. Shimura Danzo noticed this scene and couldn't help but think of himself and felt a little worried. If he hadn't met Uchiha Owl, he might have been mentally twisted and wanted to usurp the position of Hokage. However, in order to save the child's face, he planned to go to the Sarutobi clan's territory after school to talk to Sarutobi Hirozen and Sarutobi Shinosuke about this matter. Danzo Shimura looked at the 6 people in the classroom and began to talk about the history of Konoha. Except for Minato Namikaze, everyone else looked bored. Their family members often talked about these things, so they almost memorized them. What about Minato Namikaze? His body was straight, his eyes were bright, and he raised his hand from time to time to ask questions. providing Danzo with a lot of emotional value. Danzo was delighted. What teacher wouldn't love a child like this? So the two of them got along well with each other, and all this historical knowledge also entered Minato Namake's mind. Well, that's all for today's class. It covers the fall of the first Hokage and the great changes in the ninja world. He glanced at his watch and saw that the time was enough. He announced the end of the get out of class and asked the students to make a mark in the history book. Hey, Danzo, you're right, you're a middle-aged uncle. Although your EQ is a bit low, but for this course and this knowledge reserve, you are the best. Shukaku gave Danzo Shimura a thumbs up in the consciousness space. Thank you for the compliment, Shukaku. What would you like to eat tonight? I'm in a good mood, so I'll treat you. Danzo Shimura was delighted to meet Minato Namake's. Shukaku's figure slowly appeared, like a doll, and landed on Danzo's shoulder. Oh. Really? I want to eat fish. I want grilled fish. Okay, let's go, Shimura Danzo said with a smile. He also learned from Shukaku by chance that if he was willing to loosen the seal on Kongo a little bit, it would appear in the outside world. Danzo Shimura thought it was okay, so he agreed, and thus gained Shukaku's favor. Shukaku knew that Danzo Shimura would not let him go, and even if he did, Uchiha Xiao would not let him go. Instead of this, where he couldn't even resist, he might as well lie down and enjoy it. I have to say, the living conditions in Konoha are way better than those in Sand Village. The various snacks and fresh fish made Shukaku scream with joy, and the villagers were not afraid of him, but greeted him. He kept saying, "Damn human, don't touch me," but in the end, tempted by human food, he let people touch him once, twice, and n times. Danzo Shimura has never had a wife or children in his life. Now he has Shukaku, and he loves it like his own son. Shukaku can feel Danzo Shimura's kindness, so he is willing to communicate with him spiritually even out of pride for the tailed beast. He used his own one-tail chakra to comb Danzo Shimura's body every night, removing impurities so that he could live longer and the quality of his chakra would become higher and higher. This is a treatment that even Master Banfuku doesn't have. At this moment, Yui took the grilled fish handed over by Shimura Danzo and exclaimed, "Danzo, it's delicious. Where did you buy it?" Shimura Danzo smiled, satisfied, and took a sip of Seikokufu Hotel. "Shukaku, can you really taste it?" Shukaku nodded. The clone and the original body share the same sense of taste, touch, and smell. Of course, Shimura Danzo stroked Shukaku's fur and said, "Haha, I didn't expect that I would get along quite well with you, little fellow." "Awoo, that's because I had a hard time in the Sand Village. They treated me like a prisoner, locked me in a small dark room, and didn't let me see the outside world." "Who wouldn't go crazy?" Shukaku muttered while chewing the grilled fish, and he added one more sentence, "You are so kind, Danzo. You always give me food and drink. Don't worry, if you encounter any danger in the future, Uncle Shukaku will take care of it for you." Shukaku patted his round belly with his little paws and smiled. "Okay, I'll leave it to you from now on, little Shukaku." After saying that, Danzo Shimura touched its little head with his fingers. Shukaku was not angry, but nodded and continued to enjoy the delicious grilled fish. No one expected that Danzo Shimura, who would eventually become the Jinchuriki, would be ahead of everyone else and have the best relationship with the tailed beasts. Isn't little Shukaku so cute? I want to write about a sunny Danzo, a gentle and positive Danzo, and I also want to write about a cute and serious Shukaku. I hope you will support me. Please urge me to update. Please use your love to generate electricity. Please comment. Period. Chapter 276 Sailors in Suits. Shukaku finally stopped eating because he couldn't eat anymore. He thought about how hard his life was in the Sand Village. Apart from sand, he had never eaten any delicious food. Having to listen to that old man Fenfu chanting all day is so annoying. Danzo and Konoha are still the best. After eating, Shukaku lay on Danzo's shoulder, looking at the scenery of Konoha with shining eyes. The man and the raccoon cat slowly walked towards home. Uchiha Xiao was at home, waiting for his wife to get off work. Today he just showed up at school and talked for a while, which was quite relaxing. Then he rushed home, looked at the time, went to Gulfang restaurant 30 minutes in advance to buy food, brought it back, and estimated Tsunade's walking speed to prepare hot dishes. Tsunade looked at the clock in the hospital and saw that it was time to get off work, so she stood up, took off her white coat, and walked towards her and Uchiha Owl's home. "What a tiring day, Rhino Dog. I really want a hug from my husband," Tsunade complained in her heart. The six-tailed Rhino Dog was stunned. "No, sister, where's that strong woman look you had just now? Do you have to change so much? You are two different people when you go to work and when you go home. The rhino dog said secretly in his heart, well, we'll be home soon. Just bear with it for a while, the rhino dog said with an apologetic smile. Okay, Tsunade pouted and complained to Rhino Dog in her heart along the way. Rhino Dog's mouth twitched soon. Tsunade arrived at the door of her house. The moment she stepped into the yard, she seemed to come alive, her eyes full of excitement and the corners of her mouth raised. She ran a few steps to the door, pressed her thumb on the fingerprint recognition area, and the door opened with a ding, and she walked in. No wonder the technology tree in the Naruto world is crooked, even fingerprint recognition has come out with a bang. The door closed again. Uchiha Xiao was wearing an apron and heating up food in the kitchen. It was the last dish. Now that his wife was back, they could eat it right away. When Tsunade saw Uchiha Xiao working hard in the kitchen, the corners of her mouth rose. She couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. The dignified Hokage had now become a little man, serving her food. Hello, you're back. Come and sit down and try the vegetables I bought today. Uchiha Xiao turned around with a plate in his hand and said with a smile, good. Tsunade tasted the fish first and found it very delicious. Her eyes lit up. It's worthy of the recipe developed by my husband. It's delicious. Uchiha Xiao nodded, took off his apron, opened the lunch boxes, one for him and one for Tsunade, and they both picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Soon, the two of them were full and sat down on the sofa in a row, while Uchiha Xiao lay on Tsunade's snow-white thighs. Tsunade rubbed Uchiha Xiao's face with a pout, and raised the corner of her mouth. Why are you like a child? From Uchiha Xiao's perspective, he couldn't see Tsunade's face, he could only see two large, slightly yellow clumps of hair. No, I am awake to hold power in Konoha and drunkenly sleeping on the lap of a beauty. You don't understand, Uchiha Xiao chuckled, you're the only one who talks too much. Tsunade patted Uchiha Xiao's head and said coquettishly, I'm so full honey, do you think I'll get fat if I continue like this? Tsunade was a little worried. Even though her flesh had grown to the right places, but as a woman, I still have appearance anxiety and always feel that my waist and butt are fat. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, no, dear, if you're really worried, let's go out for a walk later. Tsunade nodded and said, I think it's necessary. Let's rest for 30 minutes and then we'll set off. I still have to prepare the short-sleeved shirt and skirt. Uchiha Xiao didn't move, and smiled. The clothes have been prepared for you a long time ago, in the box on your left. Having said that, Uchiha Xiao stood up, grabbed Tsunade's thigh with his left hand, reached for the box with his right hand, then continued to lie down and opened it. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. How could you be so lazy? And he loved taking advantage of her. However, she was still attracted by Uchiha Xiao's hand. She was very curious about what kind of clothes her husband would buy for her. As a result, when Uchiha Xiao unfolded the clothes and showed them to Tsunade, her face turned red. My husband is too bold. Such clothes, Konoha has not had them yet. But they are really beautiful. White silk, JK short skirt, white sailor suit. The picture will be included in the author's remarks in this chapter. Tsunade's eyesight is not to be underestimated. She can tell at a glance that this dress suits her very well. Although she admired the beauty of the dress, this style of dressing was unprecedented, and she couldn't help but feel excited. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Uchiha Xiao suddenly sat up straight and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade blushed and shook her head. No, I don't dislike it. I like it very much. It's just that this style is too revealing. And this should be the first clothing of this kind in Konoha village. In the future, your husband will design clothes for you that are more beautiful than this, and only for you. Uchiha Xiao kissed Tsunade's cheek. Besides, I'm by your side, so you don't have to worry about being exposed. I'll kill anyone who dares to mess around. Of course, you're not allowed to wear it when I'm not around. Uchiha Xiao pouted. Tsunade smiled sweetly and nodded. Thank you, husband. I'll go change my clothes. After that, Tsunade walked towards my bedroom with clothes in her arms. Uchiha Xiao sighed. A piece of JK can make my wife so fascinated. I must make more beautiful clothes for my wife in the future. As he spoke, Uchiha Xiao took out a suit lining and black trousers that matched JK. This was exactly the couple's outfit he matched for himself and Tsunade. Uchiha Xiao did not shy away from it and changed directly in the living room. He put on the clothes in no time. Finally, he thought about it and decided to wear the suit. After all, it was a set, and he could take it off when he was tired. He stood in front of the mirror with a look of a gentleman and a smile on his face. Tsunade would probably like it. At this moment, the door lock clicked, and Uchiha Xiao turned around and took a breath, his eyes filled with excitement and desire. At this moment, he regretted letting Tsunade wear this outfit. Because Tsunade looked so cute and it made people feel sorry for her, Tsunade was stunned when she saw Uchiha Owl wearing a suit with an open white shirt and matching trousers. Is this a couple outfit with her? It seems that the suit only appeared in episode 720 in the original manga, so I assume that Uchiha Owl is the inventor. My husband is so handsome. This kind of gentleman scumbag temperament. It's over, it's over. I feel like I look like a little girl being bullied by my husband in this outfit. Help, I'm a face lover. Looking at Uchiha Xiao's temperament and appearance, she suddenly didn't want to go out. She wanted to learn some knowledge at home with her husband. Chapter 277, Beheading the Daimyo's Son in Tansho Street. Snoring, Uchiha Xiao swallowed his saliva, stepped forward and hugged Tsunade. Hey? Husband. Tsunade was stunned. She didn't expect Uchiha Owl to be so proactive. Her face, already blushing, became even redder. Uchiha Owl bit Tsunade's ear and breathed hot air. Tsunade's whole body went limp and her legs trembled a little. Oh? Husband. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Owl with a dazed look in her eyes. Wife, when we come back from shopping, don't change your clothes, okay? Let's do something different tonight. Uchiha Xiao's voice was a little hoarse, and it was obvious that he was completely fascinated. Okay, Tsunade murmured. Uchiha Xiao then smiled, let go of Tsunade, took her snow-white hand, and the two walked towards the door. You guys should leave work early today, Uchiha Xiao said to the heir. Hatake Tsukumo nodded secretly, and all the Anbu left, leaving only him. Tsukumo, it's time for you to get off work too, said Uchiha Owl. Hatake Tsukumo hesitated for a moment, then thought that there seemed to be no one in the ninja world who could fight Uchiha Owl, so he replied, yes. Hokage-sama, then he left too. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, wife, the irrelevant people have left. Let's go shopping. Tsunade calmed down at this moment, hugged Uchiha Owl's arms with both hands, and smiled sweetly. This smile made Uchiha Xiao feel a lot happier. Anbu, so? Insignificant people, are you talking about us? Uchiha Owl brought Tsunade to Tansho Street. This place was not inside Konoha village, but to be precise, it was the border of Konoha village, located in the southwest of the Land of Fire. Most of the people here are wealthy businessmen and common people. There are many entertainment facilities such as casinos, taverns, hotels, hot springs, etc. It can be said that it was once the most prosperous area in the Fire Kingdom. However, due to the policies of Konoha village, the prosperity of Konoha can be said to be comparable to it. Now the two want to see the prosperity of Tansho Street. Most importantly, few people there knew him and Tsunade, so they could be relaxed with each other. The store manager would not refuse to accept payment when they bought things or food. The two of them walking on Tansho Street were a beautiful sight. Compared with the prosperity of Konoha village, the prosperity of Tansho Street was different. Many merchants here are engaged in jade and jewelry business, taking the high-end route. In a word, this place is full of the smell of money. There is food available, but it is not as delicious and cheap as in Konoha. The same food costs twice as much as in Konoha and tastes just average. However, the two of them were wealthy people. As long as Tsunade's gaze stayed there for more than 2 seconds, Uchiha Owl would take out the money and buy it without saying a word. The girls in Tansho Street were all envious, while the men in Tansho Street looked at Tsunade from time to time, their hearts pounding. Uchiha Owl protected Tsunade, and Tsunade hugged Uchiha Owl's arm, and the two of them strolled around the street until the next moment. A man in a silk kimono appeared with his guards and blocked their way. This lady is so beautiful, could you please do us the honor of having dinner together? The man looked noble, but the lustful look on his face was not concealed at all. Uchiha Xiao frowned. At this moment, he opened his Sharingan, stared at the nobleman and said, do you want to die? Although the nobleman was stunned, he sneered after he realized what was happening. Boy, do you know who I am? If you don't want to die, let the woman next to you go and let me enjoy her. I might even consider sparing your life. Uchiha Xiao laughed in anger. He pulled out a beheading sword from the scroll and placed it on the nobleman's shoulder. Say it again if you have the guts. His voice was like ice and snow in the coldest days of winter, making people feel cold all over. Asshole, this young man is the eldest son of the daimyo of the Land of Earth and the future heir of the Land of Earth. Don't make the mistake of putting yourself in the wrong hands. The guard drew out his sword and pointed the blade at Uchiha Owl. The young master of the land country was not afraid but sneered. What? After hearing my identity, you are so scared that you dare not move? Let me tell you, it is your honor that this princess has taken a fancy to your wife. Before he could finish his words, a cold light flashed, and the eldest son of the daimyo of the Land of Earth had his head chopped off. His expression changed from obscene to horrified. In a trance, He saw his own headless body. Tancho Street became chaotic. Some ninjas stood there watching the excitement, while some merchants squinted their eyes and looked at Uchiha Xiao as businessmen. Their vision is very important. When the daimyo of the Land of Earth revealed his identity, they were observing Uchiha Owl, and found that his expression did not change at all. Such a person is either of a more noble status, a madman, or a ruthless person who can ignore the revenge of the Land of Earth. The guard knew that he could not beat the man in front of him. He was most likely a ninja, but that didn't mean that the matter would just end like that. You killed our daiming's son. If you are a man, do you dare to tell me your name? The guard leader said with a gloomy look in his eyes. The merchants shook their heads. What a stupid dog guard. They should check their own retainers when they go back. They should not be so stupid. It is so embarrassing. Everyone thought that Uchiha Xiao would not say the name, but Uchiha Xiao smiled, and it was a very bright smile. Okay, I'll stick to my name, Uchiha Xiao. When I go back and tell you my full name, just tell you that I'm waiting for his revenge at any time, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. And your aunt? My name is Tsunade, from the Senju clan, and I'm also the princess of the Land of Fire. If Tsunade hadn't wanted to maintain her ladylike demeanor, she would have beaten that wretched man to death with just one punch. Okay, Uchiha Owl, Senju Tsunade, I will remember your names. Just wait for the crazy revenge of the Land of Earth. After the guards received the news, they also made harsh remarks and headed towards the Land of Earth. I'm waiting. Also, tell your daimyo that this matter is not over. If it is not handled well, I don't mind letting your Land of Earth replace the royal family. Uchiha Xiao's words caused a huge uproar. The merchants on Tancho Street were suddenly startled. His name was Uchiha Owl? The Hokage of Konoha. The son-in-law of the Land of Fire? The god of ninja, the god of war, the strongest man in the ninja world. Oh my, this gentleman actually came to Tancho Street in person. If they had known earlier, they would have killed that kid for him. After all, they are merchants from the Land of Fire, and if they take action, they can get a favor from the Hokage. But they all heard that Uchiha Owl was a man of great loyalty and righteousness. With this favor, they might be able to settle down in Konoha village and develop business there. Hokage-sama, please come in. I have a lot of fine jade and glass here. They are genuine and worth the price. I'll give you a 10% discount. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. Hey, Hokage-sama, come and have some takoyaki to calm your nerves. How dare you talk like that? Lord Hokage will be frightened by the Land of Earth? We can send troops to the Land of Earth tomorrow and show them our strength. Hokage-sama, I'll give you a 10% discount on rations, and an additional % in sponsored military rations. The merchants came forward one after another and looked at Uchiha Xiao in a flattering manner. Please urge for updates, like, follow, comment, and generate power with love. Thank you everyone. There are pictures of Uchiha Xiao, the gentlemanly villain, in Something to Say, Chapter 278, Eastern Expedition to Fight Fire. Seeing the state of these merchants at this moment, Uchiha Xiao naturally understood what was going on. The merchants were watching the show just now simply because they were afraid of getting into trouble, so they stayed where they were and watched the show. Now they came forward one after another, coming for his and Tsunade's reputation. Uchiha Xiao did not respond to their enthusiasm, but took Tsunade's hand, performed Flying Thunder God, and disappeared from everyone's side. In just a moment, the two returned to the villa. It was already dark at this moment. They originally wanted to go shopping, but were disgusted by the group of merchants and the son of the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Husband Tsunade saw that Uchiha Owl was in a bad mood and didn't know how to comfort him, so she kissed Uchiha Owl's lips. Uchiha Xiao's originally gloomy eyes suddenly disappeared, and in an instant, his eyes were full of Tsunade. He raised his eyebrows, smiled, and picked up Tsunade. Tsunade exclaimed, What are you doing? Uchiha Owl raised the corner of his mouth and said, Fuck. Tsunade was stunned at first, but quickly reacted, a blush on her face. Bah. Pervert. However, she did not resist. After all, she still remembered what she had promised Uchiha Owl before leaving. In addition to some nervousness and shyness, there is also some anticipation and excitement. The bed curtains were drawn, and the shadows of the two people could be vaguely seen through the curtains. The bed creaked, and Tsunade's low moan slowly sounded. 10,000 words omitted here. Early next morning, Uchiha Xiao got up and looked at the madness of last night. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was really a young man with a strong body. However, this feeling of tasting the marrow was very exciting. He licked his lips, looked at Tsunade, kissed her on the face, and then began to put on his clothes. After making breakfast, he put it on the table and left a note for Tsunade, telling her that the food was on the table and what he was going to do. The original plan was to teach at Konoha school, but after what happened last night, he knew that this matter had to be resolved first, so he first went to Danzo Shimura's house and asked him to go to Konoha school to teach those little guys in his place, and then gave him a few volumes of sea-level ninjutsu, covering wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. Danzo Shimura looked at Uchiha Owl wearing the divine robe with a serious expression on his face. He came so early, so there must be something important, so he nodded and said, "Don't worry, Hokage-sama, you can handle the matter without worry. During this time, leave the matters of the ninja school to me." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "I trust you to do the job." He patted Shimura Danzo's shoulder as a confirmation. Danzo Shimura shook his head and said, "It's all for Konoha? It's nothing." Danzo's ideological awareness at this moment was so high that even Uchiha Owl was a little surprised. How would Danzo from the original novel feel if he knew this? Uchiha Xiao threw those unrealistic ideas out of his mind, and a flying thunder guard went to the Hokage's office. He ordered the Anbu to notify all the ninja clans and civilian families to send people to the meeting country of Earth. Daimyo, the eldest son's death was unjust. He was kind, honest, and righteous. Who would have thought that Uchiha Owl would cut off the eldest son's head with a big knife after a disagreement? I am not making this up. Many people saw it, not only the guards, but also the merchants who were on Duan Street at the time can testify. The guard who retreated and made the harsh remarks about at the same time, a colleague walked in carrying the head of the daimyo's eldest son. The daimyo of the land of Earth was furious. "Call Inoki. Tell him to prepare for the Eastern expedition. This time, I will give him money, food, and men. I will flatten Konoha and enjoy the cherry blossoms." Yes, the guard bowed and then went down to arrange these things. The daimyo of the land of Earth had an ugly look on his face. He knew what kind of person his eldest son was, but none of his sons could achieve anything. Only this eldest son was good at maintaining the status quo, but not good at exploring new things. He was already very satisfied with this. "Now that you, Konoha, are so ruthless, don't blame me for sending troops to Konoha." Iwagakure. As soon as Inoki arrived at the Tsuchikage's office early in the morning, he saw Wang Tu walking in panic, bringing the guard with him. Inoki frowned. What was going on? Wang Tu was the future successor after all, so how could he not keep his composure? So what if the daimyo was guarding him? Even if the daimyo of the land of Earth came, he would not panic. "Tuer, you panic when something happens. How disgraceful. I'm very disappointed in you." Inoki was draped with documents, deliberately ignoring the guard without looking up to give him a warning. "Father." Wang Tu frowned and started to speak, but Inoki threw his pen at the guard and pointed at Wang Tu and said, "How many times have I told you to call your position when you're working?" The guard looked aggrieved. "You said you were teaching Wang Tu a lesson, so why did you throw the pen at me? What the hell did I do to offend anyone?" Inoki glanced at him and sneered in his heart, "I can't bear to hit my son, but as for you, I don't care, father." Wang Tu was about to shout, but Inoki glanced at him. Wang Tu swallowed the word father and instead bowed and praised Tsuchikage-sama. Inoki then sat down, took out another pen, and continued to review the documents, but he said calmly, "Tell me, what is the matter that made the daimyo send people to the village?" The guard glanced at Wang Tu, and Wang Tu signaled him not to say anything and to speak for himself. "Lord Tsuchikage, there is good news and bad news," Wang Tu said. "Just say it and stop talking nonsense." Inoki's voice was a little domineering. Wang Tu nodded. "The daimyo asked us to march eastward. He provided unlimited money, food, and even manpower." Inoki's eyes lit up. This was indeed good news. Although the Iwagakure village was not very wealthy at the moment, it was certainly not as wealthy as before. It will take about 10 years to balance the fiscal deficit. If the daimyo is willing to supply unlimited resources, it will be balanced in an instant. Haha. "Anbu, let the guards take care of it." Inoki was in a good mood. "Eastern expedition? Maybe the rain country offended the daimyo? Beat them up. It's so easy." Wang Tu's expression was a little complicated. "No, Dad, did you just tell me to call my job title when I'm working? But that's Tsuchikage is Inoki, and whatever he says is what he means. What can I do?" Suddenly, two ninjas appeared from the darkness, holding two stools in their hands, one behind the guard and the other behind Wang Tu. The guard stood and then sat down. He knew how attractive this news was to Inoki, but he never expected what happened next. "Father, you are too happy too early. The target of the Eastern expedition is..." Wang Tu hesitated to speak and did not dare to sit down, a grown man, but he's still so fussy. "Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the envoy?" Inoki was a little dissatisfied. "What's up with this Wang Tu?" "I originally wanted to step back and hide behind the scenes, letting Wang Tu take over as the fourth Tsuchikage, but now it seems that he's still a long way off." Chapter 279 The sky is broken, Lord Tsuchikage, there is no need to be angry. Lord Huangtu is still young after all. "Let me explain this matter to Lord Tsuchikage myself," said the guard with a smile. Inoki nodded. He had been losing battles recently, and the daimyo must want to show off his military power. In that case, he would just cooperate with him. He could make money anyway, and Iwagakure desperately needs a victory to boost morale. Besides, what gambler loses every day? What child cries every day? This matchmaking system should at least let you win once. Inoki picked up the teacup and took a sip. Not bad, worthy of being the tea from Konoha village. It was fragrant, many times better than the tea from the land of earth. The guard saw the tea bag and smiled. Lord Tsuchikage is so foresighted. I admire him. Inoki frowned. What? Who was he? But he was, after all, a cunning old man. He said nothing and continued to sip his tea. The guard was not annoyed when he saw this. He pointed at the tea bag and slowly opened it. Wang Tu looked grimly at the sight and said, "Father, why don't you stop drinking and listen to what the envoy says? Just say it. What's wrong with me drinking tea?" Tsuchikage Inoki glared at Wang Tu, which made the guards full of admiration. When he just finished talking to Wang Tu about this, Wang Tu became visibly nervous, with an expression as if he was dead. "It has to be Lord Tsuchikage. Look at his calm demeanor and domineering tone. Wow, he would even believe it if you said he was the daimyo of the land of earth. Your Majesty, the country that the daimyo wants you to attack is the land of fire, and he also told you to destroy the Konoha village. Even if you can't destroy it, you must make them bleed more." The guard laughed and Inoki spat out the tea, and because he didn't hold the cup firmly, it fell down. The scalding hot water burned Inoki's face, but he looked at the guard with a strange look in his eyes, even a little twitching. He originally thought that his luck had turned and he was going to show off his muscles with other small countries. But who knew that the daimyo of the land of earth gave him a big order? "I originally thought that no matter how difficult it was, it would just be an A-level war, but I ended up choosing an SSS-level war. What the hell is this?" Inoki looked at Wang Tu with an ugly expression and said, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Inoki slammed the table. "Wang Tu seems a little innocent. It's you who didn't let me say this. I feel so wronged." Inoki's mind was spinning rapidly, and he finally made a decision. Even if it would offend the daimyo, he couldn't fight this battle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Konoha village that would be destroyed, but his Iwagakure village. Isn't this going to kill him? Besides, the relationship between the ninja village and the daimyo is just an employment relationship, so it's totally fine for him not to hang the daimyo. But how should he say it? After all, there was an outsider in front of him, and he couldn't show his fear in front of outsiders. He gave Wang Tu a look, and Wang Tu understood. "The envoy has been exhausted from the journey. Please rest first. There will be delicious food later, haha, then I'll trouble Lord Wang Tu. Lord Tsuchikage, please give me a reply as soon as possible." The guard was taken away by the Anbu to rest. The Anbu looked at the guards with cold eyes. "Damn, you idiot. The Hidden Rock village has finally begun to stabilize, and you actually brought such a death warrant." However, due to the instructions of Lord Huangtu and Lord Hokage, the two had to bury these emotions in their hearts. After taking him to the inn, they left. The guard smiled and asked if there were any special services in the guest room. The man nodded. The guard said, "Send the most beautiful woman to my room and put her on the account of your Lord Tsuchikage." At this moment, he felt that he had brought such a great benefit to the Tsuchikage, and that Tsuchikage would definitely treat him well. The clerk had a strange look on his face, but seeing the guard's confident expression, he nodded and called over some girls who usually had contact with their hotel. Less than 3 seconds later, the guard came out and told the clerk, "I'm very satisfied." The clerk suppressed a smile and said, "As long as you are satisfied, earning 500,000 taels in 3 seconds, that's a huge profit." Tsuchikage office. Inoki walked around and paced back and forth, thinking about what to do now. On one side is the daimyo, and on the other side is Konoha. In the final analysis, the Tsuchikage didn't want to fall out with the daimyo. After all, every year, the daimyo would give them a large portion of financial support. It wouldn't be nice to fall out with him, but if he didn't fall out, he would have to face Konoha and Uchiha Madara. This is fucking terrible. No one can handle this. But what can I do? At this moment, another messenger arrived and stood at the gate of Iwagakure village. He had white hair and a cold expression. The Iwagakure village ninja immediately reported it. Report, Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Huangtu, a Konoha ninja came outside the door. It is said that he is the head of Konoha Anbu. The ninja came to the Tsuchikage's office and bowed. The head of Konoha's Anbu, Hatake Tsukumo. The name flashed through the two people's minds, so Inoki gave Huangtu a wink. Huangtu understood. Isn't that person tall and thin, with silver hair, and very handsome? That's right. The reporting ninja nodded and Inoki and Huangtu understood that Hatake Tsukumo is the head of Konoha's Anbu, and Konoha's Anbu is the leader of Uchiha Owl. He came so soon this time, probably with the will of the Hokage. Hurry up and tell everyone that this is a distinguished guest. If I find out that you haven't treated him well enough, everyone should take the initiative to accept the punishment, Huangtu ordered. Period. Yes, the ninja was about to leave when Tsuchikage Inoki stopped him. Wait, then he turned to Huangtu and said, Tour, this Hatake Tsukumo is a big shot in Konoha. You go to greet him in person. I don't feel comfortable if someone else goes. Yes, father. Huangtu bowed and followed the ninja to receive Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo stood there, observing the topographic map of the Iwagakure village. He was going to take all of these back. After all, it's not like you have to do whatever your leader tells you to do. You have to take the initiative to demonstrate your own value. Only then will you be valued. Your boss thinks you are a capable person and can get along with others. Huangtu quickly came to the door and saw Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo retracted his gaze and looked at Huangtu. He was originally a very gentle person, but at this moment his face was full of frost. Yes, Huangtu, Hatake Tsukumo said lightly. The reason why he didn't call him sir was because of the confidence given to him by Uchiha Owl and the powerful Konoha behind him. Otherwise, he would also call him Lord Huangtu. But now, there is no need. Haha, Tsukumo, it's been less than a week. Why are you so cold? Come with me to see Lord Tsuchikage. Huangtu came up with a smile and wanted to hold Hatake Tsukumo's hand. Hatake Tsukumo dodged nimbly and said, Please, Lord Huangtu, bring me to the Tsuchikage. I have something important to report to him. It's about the Hokage's wife being molested by the daimyo in public last night. Boom. Huangtu's pupils shrank. Damn, this is such a big deal. No wonder the daimyo's son's guards didn't tell anyone. What the hell? Damn it. No, they have to make a decision even if they offend the daimyo this time. Mad, this kind of thing. Tomorrow's a huge update, I said, 5 or 6 chapters, depending on inspiration. Please urge for updates, comment, like, follow, give 5-star rating, and generate power with love. Thank you all. Chapter 280 Taking sister-in-law to Konoha. With a stern face, Hatake Tsukumo was brought to the Tsuchikage's office by Huangtu. Just as Tsuchikage Inoki was about to greet him, Hatake Tsukumo glanced at him coldly. Inoki frowned and looked at Huangtu. What happened? Huangtu smiled bitterly and whispered something in Inoki's ear. Inoki's pupils widened and he cursed in his heart. Fuck, daimyo of the land of earth, you raised such a good son. After looking at Hatake Tsukumo, he felt a shock in his heart and the corners of his mouth twitched. That, Inoki wanted to explain to the daimyo, but Hatake Tsukumo stretched out his hand, motioning him to stop, and then told him the purpose of his visit. By order of the Hokage, I have to declare one thing to the Tsuchikage. If you remain stubborn and continue to help the evildoers, don't blame us for destroying the daimyo of the land of earth and the Iwagakure village at the same time. Hatake Tsukumo seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. Kill the daimyo? Are you crazy? They are the actual rulers of the country, and they are also the group of people who hire ninjas and provide funds. Aren't you afraid that the daimyo of the land of fire will be afraid of you? Tsuchikage Inoki narrowed his eyes. It is true that he did not want to provoke Uchiha Owl, but at the same time, he also did not want the daimyo of the land of earth who hired him to be killed. If this got out, how would he survive? Don't worry about this, Lord Tsuchikage. I've already delivered my message. It doesn't matter whether you express your attitude or not. If you interfere in this matter, don't blame the ruthless swords on the battlefield. After saying that, Hatake Tsukumo turned around and was about to leave. Inoki stared at his back with a serious look, thinking about this matter carefully, and then when Hatake Tsukumo arrived at the door, Inoki said, Tsukumo, please wait a moment. Hatake Tsukumo turned around and looked at Inoki. Excuse me, Tsuchikage, is there anything else I can say? His eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead person. Inoki opened his mouth, then gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Tsukumo, the Iwagakure village, choose not to participate. Please show mercy when the time comes, I'll pass on the message. Hatake Tsukumo nodded, then left the office and headed towards Konoha village. Inoki's eyes were gloomy and uncertain. Not participating in either of them was the biggest concession he could make. If he were asked to participate and work with the Hokage to resolve the issue of the daimyo of the land of Earth, then he, Inoki, would be a disgrace to the cage. Wang Tu reminded from the side, Father, that guard messenger. He made a gesture, indicating to Inoki whether he should get rid of him. Inoki closed his eyes and nodded gently. Go ahead. Don't leave any traces of this. Besides, lead the troops eastward now and tell Konoha the route map. You know what to say. Wang Tu nodded, and after discussing the marching route with Inoki, he personally found the messenger. The messenger was touching the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was respectful on the surface, but in her heart she was cursing him as a useless thing. She felt it was annoying to earn the money for these 3 seconds. Just then, his door opened and a ninja wearing a Konoha Ford protector appeared and grabbed the messenger by the neck. Just as the messenger was about to speak, he heard a cracking sound in his throat. His pupils immediately dilated, and he vomited blood and died. The woman was about to speak. The ninja took off his mask and the woman was stunned. Brother-in-law, why is it you? SHH. Just pretend my coming here never happened. Half an hour later, with a loud shout, the Konoha ninja crushed the messenger's throat and ran away. The ninja said calmly, okay. The woman nodded, looked at her brother-in-law, and nodded seriously, be careful when you go out. The ninja was silent for a while, then said lightly, you too, and left. The woman's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of worry. She looked at her brother-in-law's back and took a deep breath. Then she adjusted her mindset, looked at the messenger with disgust, and kicked him. I don't know who you offended, but it's wrong for my brother-in-law to have blood on his hands. After waiting for half an hour, the woman suddenly shouted, someone's dead. The hotel owner and the waiter hurried to the room and asked, what happened, Konoha? Konoha ninjas are attacking. They killed the envoy and ran outside. The woman sobbed at this time. The woman's brother-in-law heard the sound and came in. How do you know it's from Konoha? The woman looked up and murmured, woo, that ninja is wearing a Konoha Ford protector, covering his face, and running outside. The brother-in-law nodded and said, boss, I know the details. His expenses will be reimbursed by the Tsuchikage office. Please don't tell anyone until the murderer is found. The boss nodded quickly and said, yes, Master Ninja, this matter will be kept secret between me and the staff present. Everyone nodded, and the brother-in-law turned around and took the woman away, saying that he was going to investigate. When he brought the woman to the outskirts of the village, hurry up, here are my savings, enough for you to live a decent life. Go east to Konoha, and then don't do these things. But the woman held his hand and said, brother-in-law, I won't leave unless you come with me. I can't live without you. Her eyes were red and swollen. The brother-in-law had a complicated expression on his face. Be obedient and go to Konoha first. I will go there. After a while, he forced a smile on his face. He knew that someone would have to be blamed for this incident. Either he failed to catch the real murderer and was investigated, or he was asked to take the blame, and he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. Really? You'll be here soon. How long? The woman asked expectantly. Maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. The man laughed. Okay, be sure to tell me when the time comes. The woman smiled. Yeah, I will. The man waved his hand and thought to himself, if I can survive, then. The man asked his friend to send the woman to Konoha, and then turned and walked towards the village. Wang Tu was at the entrance of the village. Is the matter done? Well, it's done. Nothing will go wrong. The man smiled. Well done, but I'm curious. You sent your sister-in-law away because you don't trust me or Lord Tsuchikage. Wang Tu's eyes were full of inquiry and boo, but Wang Tu didn't say too much, patted his shoulder and said, you shouldn't have come back. If you leave, I will issue the bounty and identify you as a traitor. Then, you won't be in any trouble. The Anbu man was stunned and looked at Wang Tu. What do you mean, sir? I'll give you a chance. Let's go. After all, this matter is very important. Everyone knows that you like your sister-in-law. Go after her quickly. It will be too late if you're late. Wang Tu turned and walked towards the Tsuchikage's office. The Anbu man rushed towards Konoha and saw his sister-in-law on the way. Sister-in-law, I'm here. Let's go to Konoha together. Yes. Also, don't call me sister-in-law. Your eldest brother has been dead for so many years." The woman blushed, and her friend beside her was a little embarrassed. "Ahem, you guys chat, I'm going back to report. I hope we don't meet on the battlefield in the future." The Anbu male nodded. "I plan on doing some business from now on." Chapter 281 Konoha meeting. Uchiha Xiao sat in the office with a gloomy face. "Thank you very much for coming. Please take a seat." Upon hearing this, everyone took their seats according to their family hierarchy and looked at Uchiha Xiao with serious eyes. It seemed that this was a serious matter. "What I am talking about today is a family matter. Because I caused it, the clan leaders have the right not to participate and the right to refuse. I will not pursue it." Uchiha Xiao said this first to reassure everyone, then he said, "The son of the daimyo of the Land Kingdom openly humiliated me last night in Tansho Street. I have killed him. Soon, I will declare war on the Land Kingdom. If you do not want to participate, the door is right there. Leave if you want." After that, the Anbu members opened the door. Some of them looked around with different thoughts in their minds. The big families in the front row all smiled, feeling excited about what Uchiha Xiao said about starting a war. This meant they were going to make money again. Besides, anyone who leaves at this time is an idiot. The leader said it's okay to participate, but I don't care. Do you take it seriously? Are you really going to leave? Then it's okay. You're awesome. Uchiha Xiao looked around at everyone and found that some people from some small families, those small families that only had C-level ninjutsu, got up and left. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and the people from the big families in the front row felt a tightness in their hearts. As expected, Uchiha Xiao was just being polite to them, and he was not happy when he really left. "This time, my goal is to fight into the land of earth and purge the court. The current daimyo is incompetent and unjust. Since the Iwagakure village can't do anything about it, then I will." Uchiha Xiao's words were domineering. "Okay. Lord Hokage is right. The daimyo has no way of educating his children and he wants to declare war on us, so let's fight." Uchiha Guangzi stood up and shouted, "All the Uchiha clan's Jonins, join the battle, including me." Uchiha Guangzi patted the chair, his face full of anger, as if he was the one being humiliated. "Yes, the Senju clan is also joining the war," Senju Tobirama said lightly. Everyone was shocked. They almost forgot that Senju Tobirama is now the representative of the Senju clan and is also responsible for supervising Uchiha Owl. Didn't he say he hated the Uchiha clan the most? Why was he now siding with Uchiha Owl? But it was not something they could control. Then Hyuga Akaji stood up and said, "All Hyuga clan Jonin will go to the battle. Leave the scouting, fighting, and defense to us." Then there are no Shikacho, Shimura. There are a total of 2,000 Jonins, and they are all genuine Jonin. Even the third generation of Lei can't withstand the 2,000 Jonin troops. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "After this battle and the city is captured, the glory and wealth will be shared with you all," he said with a smile. "Yes." Everyone stood up and bowed. At this moment, the door was opened. It was Hatake Tsukumo who was rushing back. He revealed a piece of news to Uchiha Owl that Tatsukage decided not to help either side, which was also within Uchiha Owl's expectations. Soon, the former Anbu man from the Iwagakure village asked for a meeting and told Uchiha Xiao the Iwagakure marching map given to him by Wang Tu. Uchiha Xiao understood that he didn't want to meet him, so he nodded and let him leave. Uchiha Xiao looked at everyone and smiled. "The Iwagakure village didn't want to start a war with us, so they gave us their marching route map. In other words, this time we are facing the independent ninjas and wandering samurai around the daimyo." Everyone burst into laughter. "What? We won't fight the Hidden Rock village? Let's go fight the daimyo." "What? The daimyo doesn't even have a proper ninja guard. In 2 hours, the army will set out. The target is the daimyo's mansion in the land of earth," Uchiha Xiao said lightly. "Yes." Everyone bowed with excitement and returned to the tribe to reorganize their troops. Uchiha Owl arranged for his great-grandfather Uchiha Madara to guard the Iwagakure's marching route to prevent the Iwagakure village from taking advantage of the opportunity. Hashirama Senju stayed in Konoha village. Tobirama Senju traveled with Uchiha Owl and the army, and Uchiha Izuna, as the brain, followed beside Hashirama. Uchiha Madara twisted his body and said, "Grandson, Grandpa hasn't danced for a long time." Period. Uchiha Xiao's face was full of black lines. "Grandpa, now they have no intention of fighting with us, and they have even handed over the marching map. Don't mess around." "Don't worry, grandson, I'm just chatting with that kid Inoki, it's nothing," Uchiha Madara smiled. Uchiha Owl looked at him with some suspicion, but shook his head. Uchiha Madara definitely had the strength, and Inoki had a deep fear of Uchiha Madara. "Okay, Grandpa, it's up to you. Do you need me to send you 500 people?" Uchiha Xiao asked. Uchiha Madara's face drooped. "Are you looking down on me?" He was a little unhappy and looked at Uchiha Owl, feeling a little unhappy. "Ahem, no, I just care about you." Uchiha Xiao smiled. "Don't worry, I can do it alone," Uchiha Madara said, then put on the red armor of the Warring States period and flew towards the direction of the marching route map. Uchiha Xiao shook his head, looked at the troops behind him and shouted, "Move out. Purge the court. Put down the rebellion for the land of Earth." "Yes." Uchiha Owl took the lead and led more than 2,000 senior ninjas to march towards the daimyo's mansion in the land of Earth. At the same time, the Iwagakure village received the news that Uchiha Owl and Senju Tobirama were leading the army to set off. Inoki raised his mouth and said, "Who want to follow the plan? The entire army will attack and not leave a single ninja in the village." "Yes," Wang Tu replied. The poor daimyo, after hearing the news, thought that Inoki was going to attack Uchiha Owl, and looked very proud. Uchiha Owl walked in front, observing the terrain, nodding from time to time. The route provided by Inoki was quite secretive, and the soul perception technique had not responded yet. It will take about a day to reach the capital of the land of Earth on the other side. Just as Kodo Inoki led his army to the border of the land of fire, he saw a man wearing red armor of the Warring States period, sitting on a stone, holding a flaming fan in his hand, and smiling. "Inoki, you're finally here." Uchiha Madara stood up and stretched his body before walking towards Inoki. Inoki's mouth twitched. "No, Lord Owl, we're just putting on a show. Do you have to make such a big deal out of it? Uchiha Madara is guarding us." "I'm so honored." "Ahem, Madara, let me see what you can do." At the same time, he winked at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara understood and said, "Okay, I hope you won't disappoint me too much." After that, the two began to compete in physical skills. Uchiha Madara used 3/10 of his strength, while Inoki used 7/10 of his strength. The two fought evenly. Uchiha Madara continued fighting without saying a word. Inoki also raised his spirits and fought back with all his strength. This made the ninjas of the Iwagakure village very excited. Tsuchikage-sama can actually fight on par with the legendary Shura of the ninja world. That's simply amazing. Long live that Tsuchikage-sama. Come on, Tsuchikage-sama. The cheers from the crowd made Inoki smile. This is what a bond is. It feels pretty good. Uchiha Madara had a strange look on his face, but let him be. It was just an act. Chapter 282, A Man of Insight is a Hero. Uchiha Madara and Inoki ended up in a draw. The Iwagakure village was just outside the borders of the land of fire, and Uchiha Madara was on the edge, looking at Inoki who was panting. Inoki was speechless. How come Uchiha Madara was like a perpetual motion machine? He could keep up with his movements, and every time his strength was exactly the same as his. He was really worthy of being Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara said nothing and shook his head. This guy is no good either. Really boring. He looked at the Iwagakure troops again, sighed, and promised Uchiha Owl not to act rashly, otherwise he would have some fun with this army. He looked in the distance at the direction where Uchiha Owl was advancing. He didn't know whether they were happy or not, but he was very unhappy anyway. The next day, following the map given by Inoki, Uchiha and his group have arrived at the capital of the land of Earth. The guards above the capital were shocked and immediately closed the city gates, drew their bows and arrows, and aimed at Uchiha and his group, and someone went to inform the daimyo, who glared at him and said, "What? Where's Inoki? Where did he die?" Report to the daimyo. Inoki encountered Uchiha Madara and can't advance an inch. The messenger reported, "Uchiha Madara. What a joke. Isn't that guy dead?" The daimyo didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the ninja world, but only cared about the money and government affairs of his own country. "It is absolutely true, my lord," the messenger said hastily, kneeling on the ground and trembling. "HMPH. Tell Inoki to withdraw immediately and defend the capital. The rest of you, follow me up to the city wall to stop the attack of the Konoha ninja outside the city gate." Uchiha Xiao watched all this coldly. He waved his hand, and Maruboshi Kosuk stepped forward and formed a seal, water style, water dragon bullet technique. A huge water dragon appeared out of thin air. Its body was bigger than the city wall. The warriors in the capital of the land of Earth felt their legs go weak and thought, "Oh my god, isn't this water dragon bomb a bit too big?" But Maruboshi Kosuk didn't care about their surprise, and controlled the water dragon bomb to rush towards the gate of the capital. The water dragon roared and rushed towards the gate. The gate was shattered in an instant. The water dragon turned into an ocean and flooded the ground of the capital. For a while, The capital was full of water. The guards on the city wall retreated quickly. They were ready to leave with their reputation. As the saying goes, as long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood. As a result, Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands and used fire style, great fire extinguishing. A huge fire rushed into the capital and instantly evaporated the accumulated water. The scorching steam burned the soldiers. Suddenly, there was wailing everywhere. After the water on the ground evaporated, everyone, led by Uchiha Owl, headed towards the capital of the Land of Earth. This was a one-sided massacre belonging to Konoha. In less than 30 minutes, Uchiha Xiao led his men to block the gate of the daimyo's mansion. At this moment, the daimyo was sweating profusely. This is too fast. What should I do? He was a little confused, his heart pounding. Was he going to die here today? Uchiha Owl laughed and said, "Daimyo, come out." The daimyo of the Land of Earth had a look of dejection on his face, but as a member of the royal family, he maintained his temperament tightly. He suppressed a fear in his heart and walked towards the door. "How dare you? As a Hokage, you dare to disrespect the daimyo? You are so bold," the daimyo's housekeeper shouted angrily. As a result, with a flash of the knife, the butler's head was separated from his body. Uchiha Owl frowned. "Tsukumo. You are so rude. Who allowed you to do this?" On the surface, Uchiha Owl scolded Hatake Tsukumo, but actually he gave him a thumbs up in his heart. "I'm sorry, Hokage. That bastard insulted you and I was so angry that I acted impulsively." Hatake Tsukumo knelt down. Uchiha Xiao glanced at him and said, "You scared our daimyo comrade. It would be unreasonable not to punish you. For these, I will fine you 1 month's salary. Do you have any objection?" The corner of Hatake Tsukumo's mouth curled up. "No objection. His position doesn't rely on salary to survive. Besides, it's obvious that the Hokage is very satisfied with his behavior, so he is very happy." Uchiha Xiao nodded and looked at the daimyo. "Daimyo, I'm sorry to have frightened you. I heard that the daimyo was bewitched by someone and wanted to declare war on Konoha, right?" Uchiha Owl stepped forward, squeezed the daimyo's arm, and smiled. The daimyo was sweating profusely. "Yes, yes, yes. Hokage, I was bewitched." "Oh? Please tell us who it is, daimyo," Uchiha Xiao asked with a smile, then walked behind the minister and asked, "Is it him?" He glanced at the daimyo. The daimyo's heart was pounding. This was his second son. Just as he was about to say something, Uchiha Xiao punched out and killed the daimyo's second son. "You?" Daimyo took a breath. He didn't expect that Uchiha Xiao would start fighting as soon as he said so. "Oh? Did I kill the wrong daimyo?" Uchiha Xiao laughed. No. Daimyo shook his head, then lowered his head with resentment in his eyes. Uchiha Xiao sneered. Of course he knew who he had killed. He had been looking at the intelligence all night last night, and he knew the family of the daimyo of the Land of Earth very well. The daimyo's staff were now glaring at him. "Since the Hokage has killed the one who deceived the daimyo, should we withdraw our troops, retreat? We, the Konoha ninjas, have traveled a long way to the Land of Earth to seek justice. Can the problem be solved just by killing a person who has seduced the daimyo?" Uchiha Xiao said lightly. "Daimyo, I heard that there are a lot of good things in your treasure house." Uchiha Xiao smiled. The daimyo of the Land of Earth turned pale. He knew what Uchiha Owl was referring to, but he didn't want to agree, so he gritted his teeth. "Led the way," Uchiha Xiao said lightly. The daimyo remained unmoved. He just clenched his fists and trembled all over. Uchiha Xiao smiled when he saw this, and he walked behind another person, who was his third son. He attacked again and killed him. Blood spurted onto the daimyo's face, causing him to lose consciousness briefly. "Daimyo, I actually received news that there are more than one person who persuaded you to declare war on Konoha. There are 6 people in total." Uchiha Xiao's voice was cold. The 6 people he was talking about were the 6 sons of the daimyo of the Land of Earth who were present. 2 of them were dead, and 4 were left. If Uchiha Xiao continues to kill, all his heirs will be gone. The daimyo took a breath and said, "Please follow me, Hokage." As he said this, the daimyo made up his mind that if he lost the money, he could earn it again, but if he lost his sons, there would be no hope at all. So, he chose to lead Uchiha Owl to the treasure house. The daimyo's staff were angry, but they could do nothing because Uchiha Owl has more than 2,000 senior ninjas were too powerful. Moreover, at this moment, Inoki was entangled by Uchiha Madara and could not get away at all. At this moment, they met Uchiha Owl, and even if they risked their lives, it would be of no avail. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Comrade Daimyo's straightforwardness will never be forgotten by me." Uchiha Xiao, please lead the way quickly. The 2,000 ninjas were very excited and looked at the daimyo with a feeling that he was a very nice person. Uchiha Xiao asked the clan leaders to follow him, and then the elites of each clan. These people were responsible for packing the bags. Chapter 283 Looting the treasury. With the kind support of Uchiha Xiao, the daimyo took Uchiha Xiao and others to the treasure house. Those who did not follow Uchiha Xiao were responsible for watching the daimyo's every move and ensuring the safety of Uchiha Xiao and others. Soon everyone came to a warehouse and found that it was full of rice and flour. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but frowned. Why is this the only food in the daimyo's treasury? Then I think it would be better for the daimyo to pay his debt with his life. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao shook his head, with disappointment in his eyes. The daimyo panicked and shook his head quickly. No, 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 the real treasure is buried underground with these grains. He pointed to the place where the grain was piled up, and Uchiha Xiao winked at Uchiha Guangzi. Uchiha Hiratoshi understood and waved his hand to let several ninjas from the Uchiha clan who followed him go and carry the bags of grain. After receiving the order, the Uchiha ninja took action immediately. In less than 5 minutes, he moved the grain away, revealing a cellar door with a keyhole on it. Uchiha Xiao was silent and glanced at the daimyo of the Land of Earth. The daimyo of the Land of Earth shuddered and took out a key from his pants, which made Uchiha Xiao frown. However, he didn't say anything and waited until the daimyo of the Land of Earth opened the cellar door. The daimyo of the Land of Earth had a sad face as he inserted the key and turned it. With a click, the cellar door automatically popped up after the daimyo of the Land of Earth pulled out the key. This is it, Uchiha Xiao. Please take some treasures and leave. The daimyo of the Land of Earth looked at Uchiha Xiao eagerly. Uchiha Xiao didn't answer. You go down first and take us away. Who knows if you have any traps here? Uchiha Xiao didn't believe that such a treasure house would have no tricks at all. Sure enough, the daimyo's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll go down first, and please follow me. He originally wanted to use the mechanism built by his ancestors to kill Uchiha Xiao, but he didn't expect that this guy would be so cautious. Don't play tricks. I'm right behind you. If I find you moving around, touching or stepping on anything, don't blame me for killing you. Uchiha Xiao sneered. No, I dare not. The daimyo of the Land of Earth trembled. Damn it, these so-called ninjas were nothing but playthings, gambling chips and dogs of their respective daimyo. Now, you actually dare to threaten their lives. After this is over today, I must talk to the Fire Nation daimyo about this. This Uchiha Owl has no respect for the daimyo and dares to blackmail him. Today it's me, tomorrow it's you. Period. What the hell are you thinking? Narakumai came up and slapped the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Lead the way. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. I knocked, looming, are you so brave? But this slap was really a relief. The right half of the face of the daimyo of the Land of Earth, Kimajiji, was swollen. He looked at Uchiha Owl with shame and anger. Could it be that Hokage-sama doesn't care? Shut up and lead the way. Uchiha Xiao was too lazy to argue with the daimyo of the Land of Earth. What a useless piece of crap, always dawdling. The daimyo of the Land of Earth paused and walked towards the cellar, while Uchiha Owl held a short knife with the tip pointing at his lumbar spine. The daimyo of the Land of Earth didn't dare to act rashly, so he walked step by step. Uchiha Owl opened his Sharingan to observe his posture and the floor he stepped on, and said to the people behind him, Everyone, follow the footsteps of the people in front very closely. Don't touch or bump into anything. Yes, the ninjas were excited, but at this moment they were extremely careful and did not dare to take a wrong step. The daimyo of the Land of Earth looked as pale as death. He had wanted to rely on these traps to make a comeback, but now it seems that the treasure traps are useless. This treasure house will have to be rebuilt in the future, otherwise it will be like a back garden for the ninjas of Konoha, losing some today and some tomorrow, with no end in sight. Hurry up and leave. Why are you always distracted? I'm not saying anything bad about you, daimyo. You've been kidnapped. What does kidnapping mean? Boyang kidnapping, Gia, kidnapping. Uchiha Xiao frowned slightly and reminded kindly, Oh, I know. Please be careful not to hurt me, Hokage. The daimyo of the Land of Earth didn't think anymore and continued walking. Uchiha Owl followed him forward without saying a word. The ninjas behind also followed the pace of the people in front. Soon, everyone came to a big door. That Hokage pressed his hand on the door, and in an instant, the door opened. Inside was gold, jade, chakra, metal and the like. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath, his eyes turning green. Everyone, take out the storage scrolls. Yes, every ninja was excited. Money. They had never seen so much money in their lives. After Uchiha Xiao gave the order, everyone unfolded the storage scrolls. Suddenly, large pieces of treasures were stored in the storage scrolls, and the money inside began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The daimyo's face was filled with despair. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he avenge his eldest son? Was it worth it? For the sake of his eldest son, 2 children died, and so much treasure was lost. Uchiha Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, watching them transport the treasures, with a smile on his face. This wave was worth it after a while. Report, Lord Hokage, the storage scrolls we brought this time are not enough, so we can only take these. Narashikaku smiled. Uchiha Xiao was stunned and looked into the treasury. There was only about a quarter left, so he thought about it and finally decided to leave some for them. After all, the country's daily operations also required funds. Everyone stop. As soon as Uchiha Xiao said this, everyone immediately stopped, put away the scrolls, and waited for instructions. Everyone, why don't you thank the daimyo for the gift? The daimyo knows that our lives are not easy, so he supports us in Konoha. We must always remember what happened today, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Thank you for the gift, daimyo. The Konoha ninjas saluted one after another. The daimyo of the land of earth made a smile that was uglier than crying. He couldn't help but complain. What on earth is Inoki doing? How come he can't even handle Uchiha Madara? Please leave. The daimyo of the land of earth could not help but say. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Of course. Then, several ninjas returned the way they had come. The daimyo came out at the back, looking dejected. The kingdom of earth has accumulated savings of hundreds of years, but now only a quarter of it remains. It is estimated that the royal family will have to live frugally in the next 100 years. Uchiha Xiao ordered his men to bring the daimyo back, and then gathered the ninja troops and left together. Looking at Uchiha Xiao's back, the daimyo of the land of earth could no longer bear it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. This was too much. Uchiha Xiao was too much. The daimyo of the land of earth never thought that if his eldest son had not caused trouble, how could such a thing happen? Chapter 284 Inventory of Supplies. Uchiha Xiao led the ninja troops to the place where Iwagakure village and Uchiha Madara were in a stalemate on the way. Uchiha Xiao suddenly said, "Count the supplies. Everyone, please hand in the scroll. This is the village's common asset. It will be used for everyone's medical care, education, and economic needs. Please do not keep it for yourself." Everyone was quite happy and finally put all the scrolls with Naraluming. Naraluming counted the inventory and finally said in front of everyone, "There are a total of 1,000 storage scrolls, each estimated to be about 500 million taels, a total of 500 billion taels. Its true value will only be higher than estimated, not lower." Naraluming swallowed his saliva, his body trembling at this moment. He had never seen so much money in his life. Uchiha Xiao laughed, and laughed very loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha. Luming, I'll give this money to you for safekeeping. When you arrive at the village, put it in the fund management office. When we have a meeting, please discuss the use of this money with all the clan leaders." Uchiha Xiao waved his hand. "Hokage-sama is wise. We swear to go through fire and water for the Hokage, no matter what, whether it is the ninja or the ninja clan leader." They are all excited at this moment. This money will be spent on the construction of Konoha. Please supervise each other, including me. I am also the object of your supervision. Make sure every penny is spent wisely. Uchiha Xiao made a promise. "Yes," everyone replied, and then went to the battlefield to meet Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was bored and eating barbecue and drinking beer with Inoki. "Inoki, I didn't expect you to have grown so much, Lord Madara. You're joking. In front of you, I'm still no different from an ant," Inoki sighed. The communication over the past 2 days made him understand what a true genius is compared to him. "I am just an ordinary person, Inoki. You are quite sensible. You secretly informed Konoha of the news. Aren't you afraid that your daimyo will scold you then?" Uchiha Madara glanced at Inoki. Inoki shook his head. "Scolding me is better than being destroyed. If the Iwagakure faces Konoha now, they will only have one way to go. And I am that Tsuchikage. I don't have much ability, but I only hope to protect the ninjas and villagers of the Iwagakure." "That's pretty good," Uchiha Madara sighed. The current Konoha was indeed not something that the Iwagakure village could compete with. However, he was very proud because the current Hokage of Konoha was his eldest grandson. 80% of Konoha's achievements were due to Uchiha Xiao. "Inoki, you said you couldn't beat me and Hashirama and I didn't say anything to you, but how come now you can't even beat my grandson?" Uchiha Madara's voice was very mean at this moment. Inoki knew that he was showing off Uchiha Xiao, but he had no choice, because Uchiha Xiao was just very outstanding. Soon, Uchiha Xiao arrived at the battlefield with his troops. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "My eldest grandson is back. Let's drink and eat barbecue again next time we have a chance, okay?" Inoki smiled and was about to evacuate with his army back to the village when Uchiha Al called him. "Lord Tsuchikage, please stay." The speaker was Uchiha Al. Inoki was stunned. What was he going to do? Then Uchiha Xiao gave Lu Ming a look, and Lu Ming immediately understood, so he took out 100 scrolls, put them on a plate, and presented them carefully. Inoki was stunned, opened the scroll, and his head rang with a bang. "Fuck." Then he looked up at Uchiha Xiao, who smiled without saying a word. "Fire, fire, fire, Hokage, you guys." Inoki was a little unsteady. Uchiha Xiao knew what he wanted to say, so he nodded and said, "Haha, it's just as you thought, Lord Tsuchikage. These 100 scrolls will be given to Lord Tsuchikage. It is also thanks to Lord Tsuchikage's cooperation that we can do this smoothly. One scroll is worth about 500 million taels, and 100 scrolls are worth 50 billion. All the debts from the previous alliance will be written off. From now on, Iwagakure village and Konoha village will be allies forever, sharing honor and disgrace." Uchiha Xiao looked into Inoki's eyes and said he can't take all the money by himself. It will do no good if Inoki and the others are criticized when they return. Although Konoha's strength can suppress everything, Uchiha Xiao thinks that this is wrong. They cannot be the only village that eats all the food and let the Iwagakure village suffer. Besides, they ate 90% and gave 10% to the Hidden Rock village. What else could they not be satisfied with? This is too expensive. It's almost as much as the income of Iwagakure village in 70 years. Inoki shook his head, and rationality prevailed. This made Uchiha Xiao look at him with a smile. He said, "Don't be so formal with me, Tsuchikage. After this matter is over, the Tsuchikage will inevitably be criticized by the daimyo. Therefore, this is what you deserve. Develop the village well, and you may be able to escape the daimyo's economic sanctions in the future." Inoki glanced at Uchiha Owl, and finally sighed. As expected, heroes emerge from youth. Uchiha Owl, Inoki, swear that as long as you, Uchiha Owl, are alive, my Iwagakure village will not initiate any war against Konoha? Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Okay, Tsuchikage, I believe you. From now on, Konoha and Iwagakure can open up trade and deepen the relationship between the two families." Inoki nodded, then shouted, "Retreat!" The Iwagakure ninjas shouted, "Yes." Then Inoki stepped on the stones and flew towards the village at a constant speed. The army behind followed closely, and Uchiha Owl looked at Inoki's back and smiled. "There is no way. Who made more than 4,600 billion for you, and you just smile and let go of any big grudge?" And those ninjas also nodded. Uchiha Owl's methods were very mature. After all, you can't just eat the meat while others eat the melons, right? Uchiha Owl turned around and said, "Everyone return to the village." "Yes." Uchiha Xiao smiled and walked towards the village with everyone. Everyone had a smile on their face. Konoha was rich and prosperous, and wouldn't the first ones to benefit from it be the big clans and ninja clans like them? So don't be too short-sighted. What the leader says is well thought out, and he is a strong, capable and powerful leader. Everyone was laughing along the way, talking to each other about the profits and the future. Of course, most of them were praising Uchiha Xiao for his wisdom and bravery, and for leading everyone to become rich together. Soon, the ninja troops returned to the village entrance, and Hashirama Senju, Tsunade, Uchiha Izuna and the villagers came out of the village to greet them. "Welcome home," Uchiha Izuna said with a smile. Senju Hashirama was not good at speaking. He nodded and smiled. Tsunade smiled sweetly at Uchiha Owl, then rushed into Uchiha Owl's arms. Suddenly, a sighing sound was heard. Uchiha Xiao smiled, touched Tsunade's head, and said loudly, "All join in. Clan leaders, don't sleep tonight. There will be a meeting for the next 3 days. Let's determine the future development direction of Konoha. Get off your ass. Get up and have some fun. How can you sleep with such a huge sum of money? Please like, follow, urge for updates, give 5-star praise, and generate power with love." 5 updates will be released tonight. Chapter 285 Pre-meeting preparations. Uchiha Owl returned to the Hokage building, followed closely by Tsunade. There was an important meeting tonight. As Uchiha Owl's wife and the director of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade needed to come here to participate in the meeting. "Turn on the light." Uchiha Owl smiled. Hatake Tsukumo agreed, then took the initiative to turn on the light and stood next to Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Xiao looked at Tsunade and said, "Wife, sit here." He pointed to the seat closest to him. The Anbu ninja immediately understood and quickly moved a sofa and placed it there. Tsunade blushed. This might not be a good idea, since everyone is sitting on stools. Uchiha Xiao pushed her onto the sofa and said with a smile, "There's nothing wrong with it. Be good and listen to me." Under Uchiha Xiao's continuous consolation and gentle words, Tsunade sat on the sofa. It's quite soft. The corners of her mouth turned up as she looked at her husband, who was currently checking the account book with Nara looming. Nara Shikaku said, "Hokage-sama, excluding the 100 scrolls given to the Iwagakure village, there are still more than 900 scrolls left, and an estimated 460 billion in liquid funds available for deployment." He checked it again and again, fearing that he had checked the project incorrectly. This was Konoha's development funds for the next few decades. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "After the meeting, Konoha will enter a period of rapid development. It will be very tiring and busy during this period, and we may even work day and night." Looming, "Can you hold on, Hokage-sama? Don't worry. Even though I'm over 40 years old, I'm still in my prime. I will be at the forefront when the time comes and help Hokage-sama." Nara Shikaku said seriously, "This matter will benefit future generations. If it is done well, his Nara family will definitely leave a significant mark in the history of Konoha, and the family status will be improved by several levels. Although it cannot be compared with Uchiha and Senju, Hinata, I'm sorry, you were like this yesterday, praise, and you will be like this in the future." Contempt. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Also call Yunhei and Guifeng. Then you will feel more relaxed. Besides, the pig, deer and butterfly will prosper together and suffer together. With them around, you can let go and do it." Hokage-sama is right. I'm sure Guifeng and Yunhei will also be very excited. Nara Shikaku was originally a middle-aged man who wanted to live one day at a time. Period. As a result, with the infusion of 4,600 billion taels of silver, he suddenly felt that he should not continue to muddle along. He wanted to go down in history and lead the Ino, Shikaku, and Jo families to the pinnacle of the entire ninja world, be one of the main participants in this economic reform, and accomplish great things. Looking at Narakumi's face, which showed that he had devoted all his efforts to the cause and would not stop until his death, Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Okay, this situation is good. Looming wants fame, and he wants profit. Here it means to let the people live and work in peace and contentment. Both of them are ambitious and capable. One is the Hokage's assistant and the other is the Kage. If they work together, half of the task is accomplished. What follows is the responsibility of the major ninja clans." Tsunade watched the conversation between Uchiha Al and Narakume from the side, and praised in her heart that her husband was simply too outstanding. Narakume, the patriarch of the Nara family, was like a retainer of Uchiha Al at this moment, treating him with great respect, his eyes full of longing for the future. "I believe that even my great-grandfather and second-grandfather could not do this. This is true submission, not being intimidated by power or the dormancy of authority." The Anbu ninjas were ordered by Uchiha Al to notify all clan leaders, civilian representatives, and leaders of hospitals, research institutes, schools, etc. to attend a meeting overnight. Oh, there is no need for the hospital, as the hospital's top leader is drinking tea and chatting next to the Hokage. The Anbu ninja held a saucer with a teacup on it, lowered his head to look at the ground, and offered tea to the Hokage's wife. After Tsunade took the tea, the Anbu ninja hurried away, not daring to stay. He still knew what he should and shouldn't see. Tsunade sipped the tea with her red lips and took a sip, while Uchiha Al sat over, lying naturally on the sofa, and hugged his wife's shoulders. "Are you excited?" I am excited too. This amount of money is enough to advance Konoha's quality of life and level of development by 100 years. Uchiha Al looked towards the door with light in his eyes. Tsunade originally wanted to agree with him, but Uchiha Al's hands began to knead her shoulders and thighs dishonestly, and she couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Pay attention, there are people here and there will be a meeting soon. As the Hokage, you have to be serious." After saying that, Tsunade slapped Uchiha Al's dog paw away. Uchiha Xiao smiled awkwardly. It's not his fault that he couldn't help himself, it's just that his wife is too charming. Narakume's ears moved, but he did not turn to look at Uchiha Al. Instead, he stood up and walked towards the door. Uchiha Xiao was a little embarrassed, but he also remembered Tsunade's words. He just hugged her waist and touched her legs, and did nothing else. Seeing that they were the only two people in the meeting room, Tsunade didn't say anything else. After all, didn't this just show how charming she was? She was in a good mood. On the one hand, Konoha was about to enter an era of rapid development, and on the other hand, Uchiha Al was still as obsessed with her as he was at the beginning. After about an hour, People started to come in one after another. Uchiha Xiao stood up and sat back in his seat, then looked serious. As if the lecher who had just hugged his waist and touched his legs had nothing to do with him. Tsunade also sat up straight and paid attention to her demeanor. Uchiha Xiao was the Hokage, and she was the Hokage's wife, so naturally she couldn't be careless. The first person to come in was actually Senju Hashirama, but his face was not looking good. He originally thought that Uchiha Xiao was just going to take revenge and teach the daimyo of the Land of Earth a lesson, but he didn't expect that he took away 3/4 of the treasure house of the Land of Earth. How would people view Konoha? Then followed by Senju Tobirama, he frowned and said, "Brother, I'm telling you, don't make trouble for me. Our actions now are in line with the will of the people of Konoha, and can bring huge benefits and advantages to Konoha. If you dare to cause trouble, believe it or not, all the families except Senju Uchiha will hate you." Senju Tobirama knew very well that there was nothing wrong with what Uchiha Xiao did. He is a leader who stands in the interests of everyone and brings practical benefits to everyone. If the eldest brother doesn't understand the situation, he will cut off everyone's financial resources and make enemies with the entire village's ninja clan. That's too much? He will also be recorded in the history books of Konoha. The first Hokage, for the sake of face, hindered the development of Konoha. He was incompetent and unjust, and was unworthy of being Hokage. Okay, I understand. I will try to keep my mouth shut and not say anything for a while. I'm just a little unhappy about why we have to obtain resources through invasion. Hashirama Senju felt that Uchiha Xiao's behavior ran counter to his original intention of establishing Konoha. Chapter 286, Billion to buy medical equipment. Uchiha Xiao naturally noticed the look on Senju Hashirama's face, and immediately understood what he was thinking. He sighed and said, "Since the Senju clan leader is here, please take a seat quickly." Senju Hashirama was so angry that he didn't even call him grandpa. As a result, he was caught by Senju Tobirama, who pointed at Narasifu and Naramingayu, who were recording the meeting. "Brother, the importance of this meeting will determine Konoha's future 100-year development plan. Every word and action must be recorded. It's okay for Uchiha Xiao to call you the head of the Senju clan, but it won't sound good if he calls you grandpa," Senju Tobirama immediately advised. After hearing this, Hashirama Senju finally reacted, nodded, and sat in the first seat. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Madara walked in front, followed by Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Uratoshi, who made a brilliant appearance. Senju Hashirama heard the voice and looked towards the door. He saw that it was Uchiha Madara. His expression relaxed and he patted the seat next to him. "Madara, come and sit here." He forgot what Senju Tobirama had told him, but still said this. Senju Tobirama frowned and looked at Narasifu and Naramingayu. They nodded, and he forgot about this sentence. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Brother, don't forget the purpose of today. We can reminisce about the past any time." Senju Hashirama curled his lips in grievance and finally sat down. Uchiha Madara was a little helpless, but still sat next to Senju Hashirama, followed by Izuna and Hirachi, who took their seats respectively. Senju Hashirama's mind immediately became active, and he began to discuss family matters with Uchiha Madara in a low voice, his eyes full of joy. Uchiha Madara nodded, or answered with the words like yes, that's right, you are right." Hashirama Senju didn't think there was anything wrong, and was still sharing many interesting things with Uchiha Madara. At this time, Tobirama Senju couldn't sit still anymore and pulled Hashirama Senju. Senju Hashirama finally reacted and sat up straight, but his eyes would glance at Uchiha Madara from time to time, with the corners of his mouth raised. When Uchiha Xiao saw this scene, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. No wonder Grandma Mito always hated Uchiha Madara. No one could stand this. Next came Hyuga Akaji, who came with his son. He had already asked for leave for tomorrow and asked him to read more and learn more from Uchiha Xiao's conference speech tonight, which was much more useful than going to school. Hinata Hayashi, like Uchiha Fugaku, had an expressionless face and sat next to his father, while Hinata Ekaji sat next to Uchiha Hirachi. Uchiha Guangzi greeted him and looked at Uchiha Xiao, who was resting with his eyes closed in front of him. Hinata Ekaji nodded in response and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Soon after, all the families arrived. They saw such a serious scene, and as Uchiha Xiao had his eyes closed, they did not dare to speak. For fear of angering him, they all took their seats, speaking and moving cautiously. Only after the last clan leader arrived did Hatake Tsukumo come in, close the door, and come to Uchiha Xiao. After hearing footsteps and the sound of a door closing, Uchiha Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo nodded and saluted. "Your Excellency the Hokage, all the big and small families of Konoha and the top leaders of various industries have arrived. Please give your instructions." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "A meeting is now open, yes." Hatake Tsukumo straightened his body and said loudly, turning left to face everyone, "The meeting begins." He shouted loudly, his voice full of energy. Everyone's heart trembled. They sat up straight and looked at Uchiha Xiao, who said, "Now that everyone is here, I have something to announce first. This time, the daimyo of the Land of Earth launched a war without any reason, which posed a huge threat to me, Konoha, and everyone's reputation and personal safety. Therefore, we went to deal with this matter yesterday. The daimyo was very grateful to us, so he took the initiative to compensate us with a sum of money as an apology to help us develop Konoha. I hope you will all remember the kindness of the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Here, let's applaud for 2 minutes for the daimyo of the Land of Earth who is far away in the Land of Earth," Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Everyone laughed. What a proactive move, what an apology. Although everyone understood what was going on, how could they possibly undermine the Hokage? This money was used to build Konoha. 2 minutes later everyone's face was filled with smiles, and Uchiha Xiao stopped procrastinating when he saw this. The first thing is, thanks to the daimyo, we have already done it. The second thing is the rational allocation of resources. Dean Tsunade, if you have any material needs, please feel free to tell us. Everyone here is watching us. I believe you also value the medical development of our Konoha and will not object, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Everyone nodded. The medical industry is related to the life, health and safety of the villagers. It is related to whether the wounded can receive treatment during wartime and to what extent they can recover after treatment. It has huge significance for every family and every person. Tsunade stood up. Her face was serious at this moment. She looked at Uchiha Xiao and bowed, then looked at all the participants and bowed. At present, compared with hospitals in other villages, Konoha Hospital is definitely ahead in terms of environment, but it lags behind Kumagakure village in terms of precision instruments and various surgical instruments. It is true that the ninjas at Konoha Hospital are highly skilled and dedicated to their duties, but certain surgeries and instruments can provide convenience to doctors and better healing conditions for patients. Therefore, I would like to apply for 20 billion yen to import medical equipment and spend the money wisely, provide better medical conditions for Konoha's patients so that everyone can get rid of the pain of illness. Tsunade looked at everyone with a serious face. Everyone nodded. Tsunade had mentioned 2 years ago that she wanted to purchase a batch of medical equipment, but the Third Hokage rejected the idea on the grounds that the village did not have enough funds. Now that there is so much liquidity, it's not too much for them to ask for 20 billion. Now raise your hands to vote. Those who support raise your right hand, and those who don't support raise your left hand, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Then he raised his right hand. Everyone. Afterwards, the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans all raised their right hands, followed by the smaller clans. Uchiha Xiao asked Hatake Tsukumo to go down and count the numbers. 5 minutes later, Hatake Tsukumo came back and said, "It was passed unanimously." Uchiha Xiao nodded. "In that case, Lu Ming will assist and record the hospital's affairs. After the meeting, hand the funds to Dean Tsunade. Then, select an Anbu to follow the entire process and record the procedures. Make sure every penny is spent properly." When Uchiha Xiao said this, everyone was shocked. "Even if it's not your wife, why are you so strict with her?" Tsunade and Uchiha Xiao had already discussed this just now, so Tsunade understood the purpose of Uchiha Xiao's actions and was not angry. The Hokage's wife must also use all the money for legitimate purposes and accept the supervision of the Anbu. You, clan leaders and leaders, should not even think about making money. Please urge for updates, generate power with love, discuss, recommend books, follow, and add to the bookshelf please, godfathers, mothers. Chapter 287 Road construction and building. Countless people looked at each other and looked at Uchiha Xiao. "No, big brother, you are playing such a big game. Even your own wife has to be supervised." Uchiha Xiao's move also made some small families give up the idea of misappropriating public funds for personal use. There was no other way. Some things could not withstand investigation. Once many things were investigated, big trouble would arise at the same time. The leaders of the major ninja clans couldn't help but nod their heads. This was also good news. They believed that this large sum of money would definitely be used for village construction. Who else wants to apply for funding? Raise your hands. Uchiha Xiao's words were full of encouragement and expectation. He looked at everyone. Wasn't this also a time to select talents? In his eyes, there are still too few public officials in Konoha, and it is impossible to assign specific people to specific tasks. nor can someone immediately take charge of and handle the issues raised by the people. This is very bad, so today we will select and appoint people based on the questions raised by the clan leaders. This is also what Uchiha Xiao came up with on the way back. Uchiha Izuna raised his hand, which surprised Uchiha Xiao. Could it be that his grandfather had some good ideas? Please tell me the amount of funds you are applying for and what it will be used for, Uchiha Xiao said calmly. Uchiha Izuna stood up and walked onto the stage. He first bowed slightly to Uchiha Xiao, and then saluted the clan leaders and civilian representatives below the stage. I have a suggestion. In order to improve everyone's quality of life, increase the transportation speed and connection between Konoha village and various villages in Konoha, and accelerate economic prosperity, we should build roads. Uchiha Izuna's words made everyone a little confused. We are all ninjas, so running errands doesn't seem necessary. Uchiha Xiao took in everyone's expressions and sighed in his heart. This group of people were really short-sighted. Uchiha Xiao could probably guess what they were thinking, but you should know that Konoha is not full of ninjas. There are also a large number of civilians who are engaged in various industries, such as textiles, food, etc., and their raw materials only come from Konoha. Impossible. That is not enough to feed the entire Konoha, so what should they do? You have to go to nearby towns to negotiate and finally give the purchase price and shipping cost. Uchiha Izuna smiled and explained the pros and cons. Most of the ninjas understood the importance of this move. Only a small number of people who are not very sensitive to economic development hold skeptical and negative attitudes. Period. Izuna, how much funding are you planning to apply for? Uchiha Xiao asked calmly. He looked at his grandfather, Uchiha Izuna, and his heart was a little nervous. This was too much money. Uchiha Izuna smiled and said, I only need 50 billion. When Uchiha Izuna said this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that it would cost so much money, which would cost more than purchasing equipment for the hospital. But what made them even more puzzled was that Uchiha Xiao was thinking on the side. He shook his head, and everyone thought that he did not want to approve this suggestion. Uchiha Xiao said, 50 billion is not enough. If you want to implement this policy, you need at least 100 billion. Uchiha Izuna, I will give you 100 billion. The Senju and Hyuga clans will supervise and cooperate, and you will complete it together. We need to provide a small report on the road construction progress every 5 days and a large report every 10 days. Detailed information is required, including the flow and destination of every penny of funds. Everyone was shocked. 100 billion? 5 times the cost of a hospital, just to build a road. Is it really worth it? Uchiha Xiao said, if you want to get rich, build roads first. Izuna's idea can be said to be 100 years ahead of the entire ninja world. Uchiha Xiao made the decision and set the direction. Everyone had no objection. The specific situation was that Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga made their own decisions after the meeting. Just like that, 1,200 billion was gone. Uchiha Xiao sighed. That money was really spent like water, but it was good for Konoha, so it should be spent no matter how expensive it was. Nara Looming raised his hand, and Uchiha Xiao nodded. Looming, if you have anything to say, feel free to speak. Nara Rakumai came up to the stage and bowed like Tsunade and Uchiha Izuna before making a suggestion. I think that Izuna-sama has already covered transportation among the 4 necessities of life, so let's talk about housing. In Konoha nowadays, most of the buildings of each family are 1- or 2-story residences, which occupy a large area, but there may not be that many people living there. I think, if we can build taller buildings, can we accommodate more people and make Konoha more prosperous? Nara Shikoku said seriously. This will hit the pain points of many families. Many family ninjas are proud of such big houses and villas, which symbolize their family's strength, economy and status. Nara Rakumai's move undoubtedly cuts into their interests. How can this be allowed? The ninja clan has been using this type of building since ancient times. Lord Looming, isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? That's right. Today's houses represent the family's reputation. How can we just throw them away like that? I don't agree. I absolutely don't agree. Nara Looming glanced at the people who were speaking and found that they were all from small families. Although the people from the big families looked unhappy, they would not speak in person. Uchiha Xiao glanced at Nara Looming. He thought, this is going to get involved in real estate. People who are involved in real estate are all dirty. I believe that since Looming proposed this, he must have had corresponding plans for various situations. I'll just wait and see. Nara Looming took a deep breath and said, everyone, when we build a new house, we will pay you double the value of your original house's compensation. You can also choose to get a new house for free, This will not only increase the population that Konoha can accommodate, but also allow your relatives and friends to live together and enjoy family life. As soon as Narashikoku said this, the civilian ninjas were all interested. They were civilian ninjas, not a family, and all they cared about were their relatives and friends, and the new house seemed to be able to meet their needs. However, faced with so many families, they were just interested, and no one jumped out to observe. Nara Luming spoke again. Those who support us now can enjoy a 20% discount. The civilian ninjas immediately raised their hands. That's enough. A house costs a lot of money, and this 20% discount will just relieve their stress. Besides, it's just a raise of your hand, so it won't hurt. The clan ninjas looked gloomy. Nara Luming glanced at them and said, demolition and reconstruction must be approved by the clan leader before it can proceed. There will be no forced demolition. You can wait and see and decide on the style of the new house. Now, all the ninja clans reached a consensus and raised their hands in agreement. After all, they were all from Konoha, and who didn't want Konoha's population to increase? The more people there are, the more prosperous Konoha will become. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, how much funding do you plan to apply for? Chapter 288. The Charm of Orochimaru. Nara Luming smiled and said, let's build a test area first. It will cost about 3 billion. Let's see what the results are and then decide whether to expand it. After Nara Luming said this, everyone felt more relieved. As expected of the Nara family, he was smart. Even if he failed, it would not have much impact. If successful, it would be a huge achievement and you could increase your investment. If you lose, you can stop the action and cut your losses in time. The current 4,600 billion is a small number compared to billion. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. Uchiha Xiao nodded. He was not surprised. Nararakumae did have a business acumen, but the people in their family were all very stable. Okay, I'll give you a piece of land in a prosperous area of the village to build a new house and conduct experiments when the time comes. Uchiha Xiao said. Narashikoku shook his head and said, Hokage-sama, I already have an idea about the land. It's across from the Hokage building. Uchiha Xiao raised an eyebrow. This guy, interesting. Is he closest to the Hokage building? Nara Luming really has a sharp eye. The opposing ninja clan leaders were stunned. Damn it. Where? Across from the Hokage building? Near the political center. Shit. At the Hokage's feet. Their minds became active and they looked at Nara Luming with burning eyes. Uchiha Xiao nodded. In that case, I agree. However, you have to pay them 3 times the market price for the land. And this is only this time. Build it on a busy street in the future. Narashikoku smiled and said, thank you, Hokage-sama, for your help. Then he walked down. He knew that Uchiha Xiao was helping him. Although it was only this time, it was enough for him to become famous and achieve great success. When he returned to his seat, some clan leaders smiled and said, Lord Luming, I was a little loud just now. It's my fault. That new house, after the new houses are built, they will be sold at a unified price with fair, just and open prices. Nara Luming said with a smile. The man nodded, then stepped back with a look of delight on his face. Next, it was Orochimaru's turn. He took the stage, saluted, and then said, I believe everyone's quality of life has improved a lot recently, with mobile phones, refrigerators, color TVs, bicycles, and so on. Everyone nodded with smiles on their faces. Everyone knew that this was something invented by Orochimaru. Although Uchiha Xiao's description was ambiguous, it was amazing that he could make this ambiguous thing come true. Technology changes our lives. Technology is the primary productive force. There is no end to what technology can provide. I wonder if you have ever thought about why the medical equipment in the hidden cloud village is so sophisticated? Orochimaru glanced at everyone. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth. That's technology. Their country has invested a lot in science and technology, so they have the best surgical instruments. So I want to ask, can't we in Konoha do the same? As the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, can't we do what the hidden cloud village can do? No, we can do it. This is what I have always believed in. Orochimaru's speech was extremely contagious and very persuasive. Hearing this, more than 90% of the families were shocked and enthusiastic. Yes. If those barbarians in the hidden cloud village could do it, why couldn't they? Uchiha Izuna looked at Orochimaru solemnly. This guy's gestures and movements were extremely powerful and contagious, and what he said was not utopian, but something he could actually do. He started by talking about the improvement in the quality of life. The hidden meaning behind this was that I did it to make everyone feel good about me, and then mobilize everyone's emotions towards the hidden cloud village to prove that Konoha is not inferior to others. This move has already captured the hearts of nearly 7% to 8% of the people, laying a good foundation for his next goal. It's amazing that Konoha still has such talents, Uchiha Izuna sighed. This action brought back the excitement on Senju Hashirame's face, and even Uchiha Madara, who was obsessed with fantasizing about the future. They looked at Uchiha Izuna with some confusion, but Senju Tobirama was not surprised. He knew very well what his elder brother was like, and it was within his expectation that Uchiha Madara was attracted just now. Izuna is indeed Izuna. She saw the clues here at a glance. Senju Tobirama said with a smile, "This Orochimaru is a talented person. He is capable, courageous, and can incite people's emotions and use these emotions to lay the foundation for his own goals." Senju Tobirama said lightly, "He has the potential to be a politician, a very strong potential. His body movements and words are so powerful and full of strength that people can't help but yearn for him." Uchiha Izuna said with a smile, "Well, it's a good thing that he is from our Konoha, and it's also a good thing that he is a scientific researcher. If you were a politician, I might have to be wary of him." Senju Tobirama said lightly. Hashirama Senju came back to his senses, scratched his head, and didn't understand what was going on. Uchiha Madara nodded and looked at Orochimaru. "This guy is so powerful." Uchiha Xiao looked at this scene with a strange expression. This posture, this action, damn, bread brother? Thinking that Orochimaru was engaged in scientific research and not art, Uchiha Xiao felt relieved. Although he knew that Orochimaru was very charismatic before coming to this world, he found that he was still too conservative when he saw him today. "So, please believe me, I will engage in scientific research. Let our Konoha be ahead of the other 4 countries. Let our Konoha villagers enjoy a better quality of life. Let our Konoha be more prosperous, and let the people of our Konoha hold their heads high and be proud in front of people from other countries." Orochimaru swung his right hand and clenched his left fist in front of him. "We believe you, Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru has brought about earth-shaking changes in our lives. The advent of mobile phones allows us to contact friends at any time and pass on messages with just a phone call. It's so convenient. Lord Orochimaru, are you still hiring for research?" "Master Orochimaru." Uchiha Xiao was so impressed. He was really amazing. If he was a politician, Uchiha Xiao imagined that if Orochimaru was the 4th Hokage in the original work, he would be more suitable than the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the former 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. "Hokage-sama." Orochimaru turned around and knelt on one knee. "Please allow Orochimaru to continue his scientific research, burn himself for Konoha, and illuminate everyone's wonderful future. Where Konoha dances, the fire will also continue to burn." Uchiha Xiao smiled, which was to tell him that I will only stay in the research institute for my whole life and will not cause any trouble. I will only work for the prosperity of Konoha. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand, not to refuse, but to say that there was no need to say more. "Between you and me, there's no need to say more. Just tell me how much it costs." Chapter 289 Meeting ends. New appointment. Orochimaru pondered. "Hokage-sama, I would like to approve 100 billion taels of silver for the research of precision parts and machine tools. With these, I will be able to achieve more results through their research." His eyes were filled with excitement. He had mentioned this to the 3rd Hokage before, but the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Orochimaru, I have just taken over as Hokage, and Konoha is in a state of disrepair. I cannot afford to spend so much money on research." No matter how much Orochimaru talked about the benefits, Sarutobi Hiruzen just shook his head and refused. When asked, he just said he had no money, and at that time, Orochimaru only applied for 50 million silver taels. Uchiha Xiao nodded. "Okay, I absolutely believe in you and support you. However, since your research direction is high-tech products, you only need to report the money you spent and where the money was spent. You will master the core technology yourself. Once you succeed, send me a copy. No one is allowed to enter the laboratory. Violators will be labeled as traitors and severely punished," Uchiha Xiao said seriously. His voice was full of determination, making everyone understand the importance of this matter. In addition, 4,600 billion will be set aside as reserve funds for scientific research. In other words, there are only 1,400 billion left out of the billion, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. His decision stunned Orochimaru, shocked everyone else, and made the villagers frown. Wasn't this a bit too much emphasis on technology? Orochimaru was deeply moved. He secretly vowed to develop the best equipment and produce the best results to repay Uchiha Xiao's trust and attention due to the psychological guidance from Orochimaru's previous speech. More than 80% of the families immediately raised their hands in support. The remaining 20% of the families saw that the Hokage and other families supported it, so they also supported it. Now there are only 1,400 billion taels of silver left, and Shimura Denzo has taken 400 billion to be used for the renovation of the school's ninja tools. And as bonuses for outstanding students, the final 100 billion was decided to be deposited in the Konoha finance office, and talents would be selected in the future to open the Konoha Bank and establish a loan business, so that the money could flow and make money. The meeting lasted for 2 days and 2 nights before it was finally adjourned. Uchiha Izuna was appointed as the director of Konoha's traffic management department, responsible for the road construction tasks between Konoha and other villages. The traffic management department was established from that day on, and civil servants were drawn from various families or recruited through public examinations, who were mainly responsible for road planning and construction. In the next 3 years, Nararikuma was appointed as the head of Konoha's urban construction department. He was selected from various families or passed the examination to join the staff. He was responsible for the construction of new houses in Konoha village in the next 10 years. He could propose the demolition of illegal buildings, but he had to report to the Hokage for negotiation. Tsunade Senju was appointed as the Minister of the Health Department, responsible for supervising and managing the hospital's hygiene, safety and health, and the integrity of doctors, and also serving as the director of Konoha Hospital. Finally, the Konoha Disciplinary Investigation Team was established with Uchiha Madara as the team leader and Senju Hashirama as the deputy team leader. They were responsible for supervising disciplinary issues among officials from all walks of life and departments. After obtaining evidence, they could place civil servants under double supervision, restrict their personal freedom, and kill them on the spot if they resisted. The expressions of many civil servants attending the meeting changed. They originally held power, but now with the appearance of the disciplinary investigation Ziozu, a sword of Damocles was hanging over their heads. It seems to be telling them that if they want to get rich, don't become officials, and if they want to be officials, don't get rich, and do everything to serve the villagers. Moreover, if they resisted arrest, they would be killed on the spot. Who would be the team leader? Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama? Forget it, it's better not to resist. Uchiha Madara was stunned. He originally came here to watch the show, but who would have thought that his beloved grandson would actually find him such a position that supervises all officials and holds real power, discipline, style, corruption? Uchiha Madara sneered, then snorted, ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at him, not knowing what he was laughing at, but they felt a chill on their backs. For such an important task, I, Hashirama Senju, will definitely assist Uchiha Madara and manage this team well. I personally am very disgusted with corruption. Hashirama Senju had a serious expression on his face, which made many officials sigh. They had to work hard in the future and serve the villagers conscientiously. Period. If Hashirama Senju were the team leader, they could still use their emotions and previous friendship to move him and let them go. After all, he was a man who cherished old friendships, but Uchiha Xiao used it very well. Uchiha Madara was positive, Senju Hashirama was negative, and even Senju Hashirama was under the control of Uchiha Madara. With Uchiha Madara's personality, you'd be forgiven for using backdoors and playing the emotional card. Besides, resisting arrest? Escape? No kidding. If you were asked to run 99 meters with that meter sus a new sword, you wouldn't even have enough time to run. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Xiao, but saw Uchiha Xiao winking at him, indicating to him that you have been suppressed by Hashirama all your life. This time you can be on top. Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth. Ahem, Hashirama, you are the second in command now. Remember, I am the team leader. You have to listen to me. Senju Hashirama nodded and said, don't worry, Madara, I will listen to you. Together we will punish the corrupt officials. Uchiha Madara could hardly suppress the smile on his face. It was harder than suppressing AK. Finally he waited until today. Uchiha Xiao smiled when he saw this scene. That's great. The busier you are, the more idle I am. Which Hokage would work every day and do everything by himself? Wouldn't he be exhausted to death? Finally, the meeting ended and everyone went home. After 2 days of meetings, many ninjas were exhausted both physically and mentally. When they went home, they asked the younger generations from each family to pick them up. However, although they were very tired, they were still in a good mood. On the one hand, the 4,600 billion yuan would benefit the village, And on the other hand, the officials also had departments to manage. This made those families and civilians who were not included in the official system happy. What they feared was that officials would protect each other and no one would stand up for them. Well, the appearance of the disciplinary investigation team has made up for this. It can be said that some are happy while others are sad. Tsunade was dragged home by Uchiha Xiao. She showed fatigue on her face and pouted, "Did I ask for too little money? Only 400 billion. Shimura Danzo has billion." Uchiha Xiao comforted him, "It won't be less. If there is any less, I will fill it in for you. No one can use this money for personal use. Every penny is recorded in the account, and the Anbu will keep an eye on them, therefore, it won't be less, don't worry." Uchiha Xiao touched Tsunade's hair and raised the corners of his mouth. "If 20 billion is not enough, you write a report and I will approve it." Uchiha Xiao kissed Tsunade's face. "HMPH, go take a shower, you stink." Tsunade groaned. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Okay. Chapter 290. It's late at night too. Uchiha Xiao quickly walked out of the bathroom and took a shower. He felt alive again. The tiredness from the meeting was instantly swept away. He opened his phone and looked at the message Orochimaru sent him. "Dear Hokage, we will conduct research on new machine tools. The details are as follows." Uchiha Xiao took a look, couldn't understand it, and then asked the system to take a look at it for him. Ding. "Host, there is absolutely nothing wrong with his theory. He even has a lot of knowledge beyond what is in books. If this is his idea, then he is a genius. Even in the real world, he belongs to the first echelon." The system answered seriously, "Okay, I get it. You can leave now." Uchiha Xiao nodded. The system twitched its mouth and said, "Bah, scumbag. Just throw it away after using it." Afterwards, the system stopped talking. Uchiha Xiao tickled his ears and said, "Alice, I don't know how long it will take to develop it. I especially hope to see the day when Konoha's technology is far ahead." Tsunade finished her shower, and Uchiha Xiao also came to his senses and sat in the bedroom. He glanced at the bathroom and saw a lot of mist floating out of the bathroom, giving people a hazy feeling. Then Tsunade stepped out. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her complexion was milky white and tender, her hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was full of smiles even though they were covered by a bath towel. Those proud breasts were still erect, causing Uchiha Xiao to swallow hard. Tsunade was slightly stunned when she saw Uchiha Xiao, and suddenly pounced like a hungry tiger. "Hey, husband, are you ready?" She licked her lips, her eyes full of Uchiha Xiao, who was pressed on the bed by her. Uchiha Xiao asked weakly, "The meeting lasted 2 days and 2 nights, and you still want more?" Tsunade frowned. "What's going on? What's wrong with a 2-day and 2-night meeting? It's not like you can't do it. Don't think I don't know. You have a sage body and sage mode. There's no way you can't do it." Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched. "Well, Tsunade knows everything. In that case, he won't be polite." He exerted force on his waist and pressed Tsunade under him, looking at the shy Tsunade with affectionate eyes. "You took the initiative." Uchiha Xiao's voice was a little hoarse, and he bit Tsunade's earlobe. "Ah. You cheated." Tsunade was limp at this moment. She wanted to press Uchiha Xiao down, but Uchiha Xiao's action completely left her with no strength. With hot air coming out of his mouth and a dazed look in his eyes, he looked at Uchiha Xiao, his heart pounding wildly. "As expected, as long as it's you, my heart will be moved." Uchiha Xiao touched Tsunade's cheek with his right hand. The tenderness and smoothness from his fingertips made him feel excited. He placed his left hand on the intersection of Tsunade's bath towel and applied force with a swipe. The bath towel was pulled out. Uchiha Xiao held Tsunade's arms with both hands and looked at her with deep affection. After a while, a red strawberry mark appeared on her neck. Tsunade's heart beat faster, her legs tightened unconsciously, and she felt a little happy in her heart. This feeling is so unique. It's itchy, and I can feel my husband's warmth immediately afterwards. Tsunade exerted force with her fingers, and her fingertips scratched Uchiha Xiao's back. If it weren't for his special characteristics, he would have been cut at this moment. Uchiha Xiao shuddered. However, this did not make him feel any pain. Instead, he felt a little excited. He opened his mouth and saw a cute strawberry on Tsunade's neck, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Next, a flash of cold light appeared, and then the spear shot out like a dragon, and an eternity passed by, accompanied by the singing of orioles and chirping of swallows. The sound is graceful, like resentment, like longing, like crying, and the lingering sound is endless. In the backstage, who says women are inferior to men? Look at me changing into red clothes and weapons. I am a legend. The author tried his best, They were busy until noon the next day before they stopped. 4 days had passed since the last time they were so busy. 2 days were spent on conquering the daimyo of the land of earth, and 2 days were spent on meetings. Tsunade lay on Uchiha Xiao's chest with satisfaction, her mouth curled up. As expected, her husband is the best. I guess few people can do this, readers. I'm sure they can. Uchiha Xiao also fell into deep sleep. He lay on the bed with his left hand around Tsunade's waist. Tsunade's chest was pressed against his chest. The two of them fell asleep in an intimate posture. It was not until dark the next day that Uchiha Xiao woke up. As soon as he stood up, he felt a little pain in his waist. He grinned. Tsunade is not even 20 years old yet. What should she do in the future when she is 30 and as fierce as a wolf and 40 and as fierce as a tiger? Although he had an immortal body that provided him with endless physical strength, endurance, and vitality, the feeling of fatigue did not go away easily. He held his waist and got out of bed. Feeling very hungry, he walked into the living room and made a phone call. Hello, is this Gufeng restaurant? I'm Uchiha Xiao. Please bring me some oysters, scallops, and today's chef special. Yes, Lord Hokage. The boss, who was about to go off work, suddenly said, add another stove. Lord Hokage wants the chef's special selection, oysters and scallops, the boss said to the kitchen. It turned out that the Uchiha chef, who was washing the pot and preparing to go off work, had a dark face, but when he heard what the Hokage ordered, his eyes immediately lit up. He started cooking, and even used all his skills and various methods to enhance the taste for this chef's special dish. My guy shouted, Hokage-sama's youth is so hot. Then he opened the 8 gates and started stir-frying the kidneys in a pan. The other 3 chefs were responsible for preparing the oysters and scallops. One was responsible for boiling water and putting the oysters and scallops on the grill, and another was responsible for preparing the sauce. It only took 20 minutes for these dishes to come out of the pot. This time, the person who tasted the food was not a food taster, but the boss himself. Well, that's good. Wrap it well and use a special box. Make sure it's warm and don't let the food get cold, said the boss with a smile. Everyone took action, and finally the dishes and rice were packed into a 4-layer mahogany food box that looked not cheap on the top layer. The boss also put 2 pots of steak and a roast chicken in it, with a smile on his face, hoping that Lord Hokage and his wife would be satisfied. Then he called a delivery man. Although he was still a child, he was still very fast. Minato, deliver this meal to Lord Hokage's villa. Remember to be steady. After that, I will reward you with 1,000 taels, said the boss with a smile. Okay, boss. I will definitely deliver it safely. Namikaze Minato smiled. Because of his sunny smile, the restaurant's business has been much better recently. Well, go quickly and come back soon. The boss smiled and looked at Minato Namikaze with tenderness in his eyes. Minato Namikaze moved quickly, using chakra to keep the box in his right hand still to prevent the food inside from being thrown around due to the fast speed. Chapter 291. Hinata Hayashi. You are just a dog. Minato Namikaze shuttled through the crowded streets. Relying on his body skills and movements, as well as precise control of chakra, he was not only extremely fast, but also able to keep the lunchbox steady. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hokage's meal? That's great. I will be able to meet Hokage soon. I'm a little excited, Minato Namikaze thought to himself. Just as he passed by a dark alley, he saw a little red-haired girl being teased and humiliated by a group of boys. Haha, look at her. She's so soft and weak. She looks like a good girl. Hey, little lady, don't move, let your brother hurt you. Are you crazy? We're robbing people for money. If you're caught robbing someone, you'll be slashed with shuriken. You two should calm down and think about this right now. It is obvious that this man is quite experienced. He is the oldest and most experienced among the 3 robbers. The real bad guys are familiar with the law. I am afraid they are animals who think by looking at their lower body. The little girl's hair clearly belonged to the Uzumaki clan. They had been observing her for a long time and could tell she was a very well-behaved girl. Even after they robbed her, she didn't dare tell anyone. But what they didn't know was that the little red-haired girl had deliberately led them here to teach them a lesson. You, who are you? The little red-haired girl trembled there. We just want to borrow some money from you. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. The man who mocked you at the beginning grinned. That's right, if you hand it over honestly, you can avoid physical pain. The second evil man narrowed his eyes, and it was obvious that he still had evil intentions. He was half expecting the red-haired girl to resist so that he could take advantage of her. Second brother, third brother, stop talking nonsense. Although this is a dark alley, You can't tell if anyone will come here soon. Let's hurry up and grab the things and leave. After all, we are not ninjas, so we must act quickly. Prepare time to escape and leave Konoha village in advance," said the eldest brother in a deep-voiced. Minato Namikaze was hiding in the dark with a food box in his hand. With a move of his eyes, he heard all the conversation of the three robbers. He looked at the food box in his hand and the watch on his wrist, hesitated for a moment, but in an instant his eyes became firm. He leaped up, placed the food box on the roof, and then lay on the roof, looking down, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Now, the moment the evil robber licked his lips and rushed towards the red-haired little girl, Minato moved. His golden hair flashed by. Although he did not have Flying Thunder God, he was appreciated by Danzo Shimura and taught him the flickering technique. His chakra was relatively low, so he could only use it 2 to 3 times, but this is enough. It is easy to deal with 3 adults who are not ninjas. The little red-haired girl who was about to take action had her pupils twitched. Her Kagura mind's eye felt someone on the rooftop using chakra. Although it was very weak, she could be sure that it was someone coming to save her, so she simply mobilized the chakra and attached it to her hands to prevent any accident. Swish. Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the girl, and with a wind attribute chakra in his right hand, he gathered wind style, fierce wind palm. Colorless wind attribute chakra gushed out from his hand, and struck the third girl in the abdomen with a palm whoosh. The third evil man was knocked away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He flew out of the dark alley and slammed into the opposite dealer's cart, knocking it over. The dealer's face turned bitter. These oranges were imported from the land of thunder. He didn't know how much he would lose. The loud noise attracted the attention of the guards. Hinata Hisashi's eyes fixed and he looked in the direction where the man flew out, rolled his eyes and said, "Go." The world turned black and white. He could see through the houses and see Minato Namikaze standing in front of a little girl, staring at the 2 adult men opposite him. Those 2 men, his look familiar, aren't they the 3 robbers of Konoha? He quickly ran towards the alley. "Third brother!" The second brother shouted towards the alley. The eldest brother's face darkened. "Idiot! Don't you know how strong Konoha's security is? This is bad. If you really don't want to listen, then give up on the third child. Although we swore to die on the same day of the same month of the same year, we can only do this now given the situation. I will take care of your wife and children, so don't worry. Second brother, come with me." The eldest brother grabbed the second brother's arm and said in a deep voice, "But, third brother," before he could finish, the eldest brother slapped him in the face and said, "If you don't run away, think about your parents, your wife and children." This sentence made the second brother return to reality from his sense of loyalty. He glanced at his eldest brother and said, "Okay. But I want to avenge the third brother." He turned and looked at Minato Namikaze. "It's really amazing that you have learned such ninjutsu at such a young age. But that's probably all you know. Haha, since you are meddling in other people's business, don't blame me for breaking one of your arms." The second brother took out a machete and slashed at Minato Namikaze. Period. The boss's eyes were dark. "Whatever. Let him draw fire for me." Thinking of this, the boss slowly retreated from the dark alley. He was about to run, then he heard a voice of 8 trigrams, empty palm. Hinata Hisashi's face darkened. He raised his right hand, bent his 5 fingers, and shot out a vacuum wave. The boss was instantly knocked away. He spat out blood and slammed his body against the lamppost. He struggled to get up, and at the same time, he looked at Hinata Hisashi with undisguised resentment in his eyes. "Haha, Hyuga Hisashi, you are really amazing, but it's a pity that you and your brother gave birth 1 second later and ended up becoming a separate family. You have the label of a bird in a cage on your forehead. Tisk tisk, if you ask me, you are obviously the #1 genius in Hyuga." The eldest brother knew that he couldn't escape, so he disgusted Hyuga Hisashi. Hinata Hisashi's teeth were almost broken. He stared at the robber boss fiercely like a wild beast, but the robber boss laughed. "Yes, that's the look. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Come on. I just robbed, and the robbery failed. If you kill me, you will also go to jail. Come on." The civilians watching the show nearby were stunned. This robber knew the law better than the guards. Hinata Hisashi took a deep breath and said, "Come here, tie him up. Bring him back for a proper interrogation later." "Yes." The Uchiha ninja on the side glanced at Hinata Hisashi, looked at the forehead protector on his forehead, sighed in his heart, and handcuffed the boss. The boss knew he couldn't escape and continued to disgust Hinata Hisashi. How pathetic. No matter how hard you try, what can you do? You are a branch family for one day and a branch family for the rest of your life. Your life is in the hands of the main family. You can die or live as they please. You are just like a dog. Finally, the Uchiha ninja couldn't bear it anymore and struck the robber leader's carotid artery with a palm strike. In an instant, the robber leader's eyes turned wide and he fainted. Then, he handcuffed the third robber in the orange seller's car. Tsunade Hisashi took a deep breath to adjust his mood, as if he had forgotten something. Chapter 292. Your Chinese-style takeaway has arrived. In the dark alley, when Minato Namikaze heard the words of the second robber, his eyes moved. He didn't expect that he had such eyesight. The instant body technique and the fierce wind palm did drain in nearly 7% of the chakra in his body, but ninjas don't just rely on ninjutsu. He said calmly, I'll fight him in a moment, and you run outside. I'll be fine. The guards outside must have noticed, so you'll be safe once you get out. He had no time to look at the girl at the moment, and rushed forward. After giving the order, he raised his right hand and caught the second robber's blow with a kunai. The second robber was stunned, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Taijutsu? You are only 7 or 8 years old now. How long can you hold on? Today I will risk it all and break one of your arms. Tisk, what would happen if a genius lost an arm? The second robber swung his knife with great force. Minato Namikaze's right hand trembled, but his face remained calm. The kick did not cause much damage to the second robber. He just used the reaction force to create some distance between himself and the second robber. He turned his head to look at the little red-haired girl and said, hurry up and leave. I'm fine. Why are you dazed? After saying that, he rushed forward again to confront the second robber. The robber's second hand felt numb. Damn it, how come this little beast was getting more and more courageous? Even an adult like him felt his hands trembling with such force. However, it was only his hands that were shaking. He raised his machete and slashed it downwards. Clang. The machete sent the kunai flying. Minato Namikaze's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, oh no. Damn it, or is it because I haven't practiced for too long? He looked at the second robber, who laughed strangely and said, Tisk, if you want to imitate others and save the damsel in distress, you should also see if you have the ability to do it yourself. I'll cut off one of your hands today to teach you a lesson. Tisk, is a genius with a crippled hand still a genius? At this moment, the red-haired little girl moved. She was incredibly fast, rushing in front of the second robber, her pupils cold, and her small hand pressed on his mouth. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop whining. I'm getting a little impatient. After saying that, his chakra surged, his hair stood upside down, and he pressed down with an angry palm. The second robber was surprised and was about to swing the machete in his hand to chop the red-haired girl's neck, but Minato Namikaze used up his last 30% of his chakra, raised his head and performed a major breakthrough. Wind style, great breakthrough. A wind blade shot out from his mouth and rushed towards the robber's right hand holding the knife at an extremely fast speed. Swish, the right hand holding the knife was cut flatly by the wind blade from the base of the arm. The second robber was about to yell when he heard the red-haired girl say, it's so noisy. The red-haired girl jumped up and pressed the second robber's head to the ground. With a bang, she woke up Tsunade Hisashi, who was immersed in the darkness of his heart outside. He suddenly woke up. Oh, there were 2 children inside. He hurried to the dark alley and found that a burly robber in his 20s had been hit on the head by a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. He was knocked to the ground and his right hand was completely severed. He used his Byakugan to look over and noticed a large amount of wind attribute chakra residue nearby. Was it that child? He looked towards Minato Namikaze, but the red-haired girl said, he cut off the robber's arm to save me. You can't arrest him. There was determination in her eyes, and she looked at Tsunade Hisashi without fear. Tsunade Hisashi looked at her red hair and realized that she was a member of Lord Miro's clan. Don't worry, we know what's right and wrong. However, we want the child and you to go back with us for investigation. Tsunade Hisashi was helpless because of the procedural regulations. Okay, I promise you, my name is Uzumaki Kushina, and I believe the guards will give us justice. She replied calmly. Then he walked towards Minato Namikaze with a worried expression. How are you? Are you okay? Does your palm hurt? Tsunade Hisashi's face twitched darkly. He had the severed limb and the second robber taken away, and then he waited for the 2 kids to finish talking. After all, he was very pleased that 2 geniuses appeared in front of him at the same time. Namikaze Minato slowly stood up, a smile as bright as the sun appearing on his face. I'm fine, it's all thanks to you. Uzumaki Kushina shook her head. No, I would probably get hurt if I were to fight them alone. Thank you for your help. Namikaze Minato smiled, then said weakly, Master Hisashi, can you give me 5 minutes? I still need to deliver a takeaway to Master Hokage. Hinata Hisashi saw the two little guys smiling like ants, but when he heard the words Hokage-sama and takeout, his pupils shrank. That's good. But is your physical condition okay? Asked Hinata Hisashi. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, no problem, it just consumed a lot of chakra, but my physical strength is still okay, Mr. Hisashi, can you help me get the takeout? It's on the roof. Namikaze Minato pointed upwards. Hyuga Hisashi nodded, took a step forward, flew to the roof with pure physical skills, picked up the lunchbox and handed it to Namikaze Minato. Thank you. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Hyuga Hisashi said, I'll go with you. And little girl, you come too. Namikaze Minato nodded, then I'll trouble you, Lord Hisashi, and Miss Kushina. Both of them shook their heads. It was no trouble. Hinata Hisashi was also secretly happy. This was also an opportunity to get in touch with Lord Hokage. Hinata Hisashi ordered his comrades in the guard group to take the three robbers back, while he accompanied Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina towards the residence of Hokage. Uchiha Owl was reading a book. Tsunade got up, put on her loose pajamas, and walked to the living room. Good morning, husband. I'm so hungry. Uchiha Xiao looked at Tsunade, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. I have ordered takeout. Calculating the time, he looked at the clock on the wall and said slowly, it should be delivered. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, what you said will happen. He stood up and walked towards the door. Tsunade stretched and sat on the sofa, her face full of anticipation. My husband is so considerate. It's so nice to have an atmosphere where I can eat delicious food right away. Uchiha Xiao opened the door of the villa, walked to the door of the villa, opened the door of the villa, and found that there were 3 people in total. He couldn't help but be stunned. Why do 3 people have to be together to deliver food now? Hinata Hisashi said at the right time, hello, Lord Hokage, this is the case. This little guy is called Namikaze Minato, and he works as a delivery man at the Kakufu Hotel. He mentioned the names of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina and what had just happened. Uchiha Owl raised his eyebrows and smiled, thank you for your hard work. He patted Hyuga Hisashi's shoulder 3 times and said, I'm so relieved. You all come in and have something to eat, along with Minato-chan and Tsunade's little cousin. It's okay that 7 or 8-year-old Namikaze Minato has some weaknesses now. He will be strengthened in the future. Please urge for updates, support the author with love, and comment, follow, bookshelf, and promote. Thank you all. If the author had started writing novels in college, maybe he could have updated 5 chapters a day. College time is more relaxed and now. And he has a job. Chapter 293. Uchiha Owl's respect for Hyuga Hisashi. Uchiha Xiao invited a few people in. Today's dishes were quite rich. Then he shouted towards the living room, wife, guests are coming. When Tsunade heard this, her eyes widened and she looked towards the door. She ran into the bedroom, locked the door, changed into formal clothes, and walked out. Uchiha Owl was stunned when he saw this. Tsunade walked to Uchiha Owl and shouted, husband, who are they? Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, this is the young genius of our guard group, Hyuga Hisashi, and these 2 are your cousin Uzumaki Kushina, and the other is Konoha School's latest wind-style genius, Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Xiao told Tsunade what had just happened. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, looked at her little cousin and Namikaze Minato, and waved with a smile, come and have dinner, Hisashi, come over too. Uchiha Xiao put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, how are you doing recently? Are you coping well at work? How are you getting along with your family? Hinata Hisashi beamed with joy when he introduced his recent work, and his response showed a clear sense of honor and pride. However, when he talked about his family, he became a little more unnatural, and simply smiled and said, it's okay, just like before. Uchiha Xiao frowned. This was the same as before, but it was worth investigating. He knew that although Hyuga Hisashi was young, he was tactful and talented. Even in terms of talent, he was much better than Hyuga Hisashi. Although Hinata Hisashi is only 7 or 8 years old, his strength has reached the level of Chunin. All thanks to his daily sweat and hard work. He was about 2 heads taller than Minato, but in Uchiha Xiao's eyes, He was also a child, and he touched Hinata Hizushi's head. One day, I will help you remove the shackles. As long as I am here in Konoha, there will be no more Byakugan, Uchiha Owl said lightly, but it shocked Hinata Hizushi, and tears filled his eyes. Hokage-sama, I know you are powerful, but this is the ancestral rule of the Hyuga family. It is not easy at all. I appreciate your kindness. His eyes were red and he lowered his eyes slightly. Uchiha Xiao said nothing more, but just patted his shoulder. A seed of liberating the branch family was planted in his heart. He would definitely make the Hyuga family change this bad habit. What a bullshit rule about branching off a main family. It was true that the Byakugan and the Sharingan were both in the ninja world in the past, but since Uchiha awakened his main Gekyo, this statement has been less and less recognized. This is all because the caged bird curse restricts the further evolution of the Byakugan of the truly talented people in the Hyuga family, and the group of people in the main family who rarely experience the baptism of war and live a life of luxury, resulting in the Byakugan not making any progress. Although nominally it is as famous as the Uchiha Sharingan and belongs to the same Konoha technique family, each major family has a scale in their hearts, so it is impossible to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. Tsunade was talking about girls' matters with Uzumaki Mito, and the two got along very well. Namikaze Minato felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Not bad. I heard that you defeated 2 adult robbers. You have such strength even though you just started school today. You are much stronger than I was back then." Tsunade's mouth twitched when she heard this. It's true that you were the last in your class back then, but at the age of 18, you suddenly emerged as a rising star, as if you had cheated, and reached the top of the ninja world within 2 years. I think you are more awesome. Namikaze Minato quickly stood up and shook his head. Hokage-sama, how dare I compare myself to you? You are already the Hokage at your age, and you are also the one who has reached the top of the ninja world. Namikaze Minato, I cannot be compared with you. Uchiha Owl touched his hair. It was good, not prickly, and had such smooth hair. Why did Uzumaki Naruto always have a buzz cut or a spiky hair? What's there to be compared to? I'm rooting for you. Uchiha Owl smiled, and Namikaze Minato blushed, but still showed his signature smile. By the way, Lord Hokage, your Hokage rock is about to be completed. Minato Namikaze suddenly thought of the scene he saw when he was practicing near Hokage rock 2 days ago. Uchiha Xiao was stunned when he heard this. Did I ask someone to build it? He looked at Hinata Hizushi. Hinata Hizushi coughed twice and said, Hokage-sama, this is the rule. No one from the first, second, or third generation gave any order. Instead, the craftsmen and villagers voluntarily carved the Hokage rock. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Oh, I see." After chatting for 30 minutes, Uchiha Xiao opened the lunchbox, took out the wine first and put it aside. There were children here today, and he couldn't teach them bad things. Tsunade understood what was happening, so she got up and went to the kitchen to get dishes and chopsticks and put them on the table. The 3 little ones quickly took them, and then put the dishes on the table with Uchiha Owl. Afterwards, they finished a meal in laughter. Uchiha Owl then went to wash the dishes while Tsunade chatted with the 3 little ones. Tsunade was so flattered by the 3 little ones that she couldn't hold back her smile. They kept saying things like the most beautiful woman in Konoha and the best female ninja in the ninja world. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Thank you for your compliments. I'm not that good. Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes and leaned over to Tsunade's ear to ask how her brother-in-law was doing. Tsunade was stunned. Are all little girls nowadays so precocious? She knocked on Uzumaki Kushina's head and said, How old are you? Go away. Uzumaki Kushina hissed and touched her forehead. Although Tsunade didn't say it, Uzumaki Kushina had a guess in her mind. He had just woken up at this time, so it could be inferred that it would end at noon. In other words, my brother-in-law has kidneys that last at least 12 hours and at most 16 hours. Oh my god, he has such strong kidneys. Then she glanced at Minato Namikaze inconspicuously, with the corners of her mouth raised. At this moment, her favorability towards Minato Namikaze reached 90%. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.